footage live, and people believe it. But we do not know for sure whether any of that was true. And there's actually a really good documentary by a guy who we were discussing earlier, actually, a guy called Bert Sabrell. He has a documentary called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. I can't verify that footage, but if you watch that documentary, you're going to see unedited film, a film reel of the picture from of the Earth when they were apparently halfway to the moon. But the camera, the footage they used was only a small piece of footage. They had footage of them actually setting up the shot, and at the end of the footage, you can see that they actually faked the shot of the Earth when they were halfway to the moon. And I would say that's pretty damning. That video that's on that documentary, you can literally see how they did it, how they forged it, how they made it look like they were halfway to the moon, and then you can very clearly see that they were not halfway to the moon. They were just at high altitude, but they managed to pull off a shot that made it look like the window was the Earth. So whether you want to believe that or not, that's up to you. But I would highly suggest have a look at that footage, and you'll see why so many people, so many globe believers, don't believe in the moon landing.
Wow.
So it's called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. I highly recommend you watch that.
So the funny thing is, it's like making a Disney movie, I think.
If you look in the side chat, old dude has there's a guy called Old Dude who has posted the documentary by
like
Bart
Hollywood
Sabrell.
Movie.
Yeah, they staged it. They staged the footage of the moon landing to have people believe that they went to the moon. So everybody started to believe, of course the Earth is a ball. Of course there is an out of space, because look, they went to the moon. But we can show you footage, like I said, in that documentary. You'll watch that documentary and you will start to see that, they have some very underhand tactics of having you believe something that you can't verify.
Yeah.
Guess what is the worst shape to photograph from a distance?
Flat Earth Society or community underground to prove and learn about this stuff. I can't sleep and really think about it.
No, I wouldn't concern yourself with anybody called the Flat Earth Society. The problem is just like politics.
I'm just new on this topic, and it's quite interesting to me.
Yeah, there is a group called the Flat Earth Society, and they make some claims that cannot be verified. So you'll come across all sorts of flat earthers, some flat earthers who are like us, very empirical, very logical. And then you'll come across some flat earthers who have got their own belief system, and the Flat Earth Society guys, they believe some stuff that cannot be proven, that, I don't think necessarily makes sense. But whether they're genuine or whether they are, I don't know if you know how some of these grassroots movements works, but you can infiltrate a movement by creating a group that are supposed to represent an idea, but actually they misrepresent the idea, and they can throw out some false information. So I personally believe the Flat Earth Society are one of these groups that are an infiltrated group. They are speaking about flat Earth, yes, but they are actually steering people to ideas that cannot be verified, and basically replacing one belief with another belief. We personally over here, me personally and the guys over here, we don't really agree that's the right thing to do. We do not know. If we do not know things, we shouldn't really be giving people, alternative cosmologies and ideas that we can't verify. So, for us, the Flat Earth Society is a little bit of misinformation, but There are lots of different flat earthers, as you can imagine.
Wow. I'm
We would
speechless.
prefer you.
I'm speechless. I don't know what
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot
I
to
should
take in,
say.
but I would just encourage you to just get your critical thinking hat on. Forget about beliefs and focus on what we know. What and when I say we, I mean collectively as humans, what can we prove? We know that if we put water on heat on water, eventually that at a certain temperature that water will boil. You don't have to believe that. You can know that to be true. And I'm telling you, with the flat earth, you can know that there is no drop over distance, there's no curvature to be measured. You can know this to be true. You can know that there's no measurable movement of the earth or rotation of the earth. You can know this to be true. Amongst other things that you can know, which will take you to the logical
Yeah,
conclusion that the
yeah,
earth
I
is
know.
not a
Yeah,
spinning ball in a vacuum of space.
yeah, I
You can
got
know
it.
this.
Yeah. Sometimes the truth is becoming late. Arrive late. I don't know what I'm saying, but it's truth.
Yeah, there's some good content on that channel that I sent you. Did you get my DM?
Yeah. I see that.
Yeah. Flat Earth Discord. Yeah. Down the bottom, you can see topics. You can see things like horizon, Earth curve, spin of the
So you
Earth.
guys think about academically in this channel and
Yeah,
discussing?
yeah.
Wow.
We take it
Wow.
from that
You guys
perspective.
making
Yeah.
progress, You're making progress about this science. Really, really good job. Really good.
Well, that's it. Science is supposed to be the observation and the validation of
Yeah. It should
phenomena.
be. It should be. It should be.
Yeah, it's science shouldn't be about galaxies far, far away. That's science fiction, right? Real science is, like we said, it's tied to knowledge. It's tied to direct observation and experience.
Yeah.
So when it comes to science or the scientific method, knowledge, this is where the flat earth shines, my friend. This is where you'll really start to know things to be true. You won't like it, but you're going to realize that there's no evidence for a spinning ball earth. It's just fantasy. It's a story. So do you want to believe stories? Or would you rather know things to be true or not? And the same goes for the flat earth people who are telling stories,
Yeah. I'm just
you know?
wanna hear the truth,
Yeah. We don't agree with
Yeah.
anybody who wants to tell stories, and if you want to talk about philosophy, great, there's time and a place for that. But when we're talking to new people, we shouldn't be sharing philosophy, we should be sharing the truth,
Yeah.
knowledge, logic. And that's where flat earth shines, my friend. That's where you'll realize the earth is not a spinning ball. What is the earth? Who knows? But it's not a spinning ball.
So what about the globe they told in school? I mean, in the school, they told us about the world in the globe, not in the flat.
Yeah, they taught us a lot of things that we can't verify.
Yeah.
Is it so hard to believe? Is it so hard to believe that the things that we learn in school aren't necessarily true? Would it be so hard to believe that they're misinforming us from a very young age? I think if you apply this approach, there are other subjects you can disprove that you were taught in school. They told me in school that the sea levels would rise by 10 inches by the year 2000. We're in 2025 now, and the sea levels haven't risen. They taught us that we would be in commercial space travel on moon hotels by the year 2020. Yet we're no closer to commercial space travel.
Yeah.
They tell us a lot of things that is not true.
What their mission?
That's a speculative question. This is easier to understand if you've come across this in other subjects. Like I said, there's a multitude of subjects that we just believe to be true, and turns out there's no evidence for it. If you've found things out about the government, found things out about the education system, the health system, that are not true that you believed, then you start to recognize a pattern. And I think when something foundational or fundamental has been lied about, there is then like a web of lies that needs to sort of sit in place. So there's many angles you can take to get to this truth. I think flat Earth is a fundamental truth, but why do they lie? Man, I could sit here and speculate all day on why they would lie. What's more interesting is uncovering how they lied. Because if something is true, then anything that's in the dark will be brought to light eventually, I believe. And I believe that you can just figure this out whether you like it or not, Like if you really look into it, you're only going to come to one conclusion. We've been told a story, and the globe is like a religion, and we're in a cult. We call it culture. And there's many lies being told to us from birth. It doesn't have to be a negative either. It can be quite liberating to start uncovering these things and start realizing. Cheers, Josh.
So they start seeing propaganda and brainwash every student in school about that theory. I mean, what their mission? Is that commercial or they are anything about their hiding truth? I mean, hiding the truth.
Well, look at what they've achieved. People think that they evolved from single-celled organisms. People think that they're on a ball spinning in a vacuum of space on the edge of a universe, very insignificant. And look at the state of our religions. Look at the state of our philosophies. People are basically
Okay,
caged.
that's good alternative.
People are basically caged animals now, and it's because of their philosophy. Most people think that human beings are a plague on the earth and that we're contributing to the destruction of the earth just by breathing. If you would like to control a people, there's definitely benefit to having them believe these sort of ideas, right? Can you see the benefits? Never mind the money that we give them for global warming, for NASA, space travel, research. So we pay them and they make us feel like we are a plague on the earth. And most people have no religion anymore. Most people have very little spirituality anymore. Most people have very little integrity anymore. And I think this has come from some of the beliefs that they have. Akshan, do you know of any scientist, geologist who can
Yeah,
confirm that they've measured the curve of the Earth?
I read a
Do
little
you,
bit about Galileo Galilei about the geometric theory. You know, the sun rotating the globe.
right, and how did Galileo prove that Earth is a ball? How did he
With
know
the
this?
with proof, with the science.
Which science? Which proof? How did Galileo know the Earth was a ball?
I think she do observation. She put the work.
Observation of what?
Observation of her work. I
Of
mean,
what, sorry?
in the
I misheard
universe.
you. Of the sky?
Yeah,
Yeah, so who is the famous guy with the telescope, right? He observed
yeah.
the moon, he
And
observed
then
Venus.
I don't know. And then he died. In
Right. So he
the
looked at the
fuck, man.
lights in the
What
sky.
the fuck?
Think about
There's
this.
something wrong with society. I
There is.
don't know. There's something
Think
wrong with the
think about this though.
society.
Think about it. Don't don't panic.
There's something wrong with the society.
Don't
I don't
panic, bro.
know,
Don't panic. Just
bro.
think.
Just
Just
chill.
think.
Just chill. I'm just learning. I'm just learning. I'm just
Just
learning.
think. Don't panic, just
Yeah,
think.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Galileo looked at the stars. He looked at the phases of Venus. He
What
looked
the
at the
fuck?
so-called moons of Jupiter, right? What did he prove by looking at them? What did he
They're in the
prove?
sky, and she observed it, and she
I
do
like
observe it, and
I
then
like
she
your answer.
calculate,
He proved
and then
that they're
she
in the
do the
sky.
work,
Yep.
and then
Yep.
she calculate, and then she observe it,
And then he
observe.
made an assumption. He looked at
Yeah,
the phases. He looked at the phases of the moon. He looked at the phases of Venus. He looked at the wandering stars and decided that proves we live on a ball. He didn't do any
so
science.
rods. You so made me think about simple question but it's hard to answer. You know, I'm. s- I don't know what I'm saying. It's simple question but hard to tell, hard to answer.
I don't expect you to answer. I just hope that you will, next time you think or you hear of Galileo, I want you to think, what is being said here? Are looking at the phases of Venus proof that we live on a spinning ball? No. Is looking at the moon proof that we live on a spinning ball? No. It's an assumption because they built a model and they say, okay, if we live on a spinning ball, then these things in the sky could make sense if the ball was this size, this diameter, this radius, then yes, we would see this at this time. Great. This is proof we live on a ball. No. You have to assume we live on a ball first and then fit the observations in afterwards. There's no science there. Just assumption.
How do you know? How do you calculate this thing? I mean,
Ask yourself, what are they calculating? What was Galileo calculating?
I don't know about anything about Earth. Really? I don't know anything about Earth.
I'll tell you, he was calculating the phases of Venus. right? So when he looked at the phases of Venus, he said, this can only be possible if Venus orbits the Sun. So this supports the heliocentric model, right? But the phases of Venus doesn't prove that the heliocentric model is the universe that we live in. It just matches the observation if the Earth is a certain size. Now, how do we know the Earth is a ball and a certain size to begin with? We don't. We don't.
So the answer is we don't know anything about that.
We know we can't measure the Earth being a ball.
So what is conclusion, you know?
The only conclusion I'm making here is that the heliocentric model is a religion. There's no science backing it. It's a religion. You have to believe it. You have to assume it's a ball. And then by looking at the world and nature, you can say, okay, the ball must be this big. The sun must be this far. Venus must be this far. But you've not validated we live on a ball to begin with. You've created a model and you've backwards engineered that model from what you can see in the sky. This is not science. This is not direct evidence. This is a religion, a belief system. So whether you decide the Earth is a flat or not doesn't bother me. I'm not, that's your prerogative. But you need to know that Galileo didn't measure anything. He did no science. And there has been no science or direct measurement of the Earth being a ball, a rotating ball in a vacuum of space. I hope you look into it, bro. I really do.
Yeah.
It's not a quick, it's not a quick thing. It's going to take you weeks, maybe months to look up this stuff, but I hope you genuinely get an interest in knowledge, in logic, and applying that to the question, do we live on a spinning ball? I really do. And if you do, you'll hopefully come back. I would love to hear some of the research you've been doing. If you find anything you're unsure of, come back. There's some great minds in here, some very smart people who can answer some very technical questions. I'm not one of them.
Oh no, don't
But
take
there's some great guys here.
don't take higher expectation to me. I'm here to learn English, and I found this interesting topic, and so I can join. And yeah, it's going to make me think about it.
Well, this is a great way to learn English, right? We're learning about physics. We're learning about logic. We're learning about truth. And I think there's a lot of new words, that you're learning or will be learning if you hang around.
Yeah, you guys drive me to think, this called rationalism. I think, is that true? Rationalism?
Yeah, rationalism. Through empiricism, you can prove things, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's the basis. That's the basis that we work off. And it's the basis of knowledge. Knowledge is to know something.
Yeah. Knowledge is power.
Yeah. Look at the trouble we're in because of belief. Everybody believes this. Everybody believes that. Left wing, right wing. Everybody believes stuff and fights over it. Who really knows stuff, It's only through a method that you can start to know things. And this scientific method, there is a version of that in critical thinking. You can sort of take this approach into critical thinking, and you can apply this method in different areas. It can really sharpen your mind, my friend.
Yeah. People believe socialism, people believe capitalism, and people believe, communism. Yeah, I think, I don't know, I'm just feel the human when I know my brother starving in the street. I really can't think sleep, just like that. I mean,
You right, babe?
there's something wrong
Babe, you ringing
in
me?
this society.
Oh,
I'm just really thinking about it.
that's it, bro. That's it. Keep pursuing truth. Keep pursuing truth. Stay rational.
Yes,
Follow the
yeah.
knowledge and be
Thanks for
skeptical of the
the
belief.
yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for the information about this. I really, really appreciate that. What are you saying that makes me think hard about? So people believe what they want truly believe. You know, I don't know. I just want the truth.
Most people follow the crowd, right? Most people
Yeah,
follow the
yeah,
majority.
yeah,
People don't even believe what they want to believe. They believe what they're told. And that's the scary
yeah,
thing. What we're told isn't questioned.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's a
I'm
fundamental
forced to.
problem within
Yeah,
society. People don't question what they're told from an authority. They blindly follow authority, and that's why human beings are always compared to sheep. I don't think we should be like that. I don't think we thrive in that
yeah,
mindset. And I think that's
yeah,
why so many people's lights, I say their lights are dim. I hope you know what I mean. Most people don't shine. Most people don't show their personality. Most people are quite, nowadays, I believe, are quite reserved. And I think it's because of this mentality we've been taught. We've been bred to be sheep. We're not explorers
yeah,
anymore. In the mind, in reality, we don't. We just believe what we're told. We do as we're told. That's a problem.
yeah. It's quite sadly, when we believe and we, start fighting about our brother about what we all believe. There's so many cases. I don't know, in
They're
politician.
fighting about things they don't know to be
Yeah,
true.
yeah, yeah.
They don't know. They just believe.
I
It's,
don't
it's a
know. I
waste.
really
It's a
don't know.
waste of time. It's a waste of time, brother. Politics is a waste of time.
Right? So it's like, I think it's something that's true for both sides, not necessarily something that's true only for the people that have mainstream ideas.
Well, yeah, but there's a difference is that the blue sky is a tangibly accessible common experience, right?
No, I'm
So
not.
it's not.
My point isn't about the validity of my statement. My point is about how people form ideas and how that, like, even if you're someone that doesn't believe in mainstream ideas, you're still getting your ideas in the same way as someone that has mainstream ideas would, right? Because you're still looking up to an authority figure for your ideas. Do you get my
Yeah,
point?
to a degree.
You
To a
see what-
degree, but when it comes to kids, a lot of what they learn about is there's like stages of development where their mind and their brain are working together to give them certain informations. At that point in their developmental stages, they could be imprinted with a falsehood. And it's not so much that that person they see as an authority, it's that there's just this natural inclination to believe. They don't even understand the concept of authority. Their mind just does it
Yeah,
naturally.
yeah, no, fair, yeah, but that's not really in opposition to my point or anything. I mean, yeah, that's not, yeah.
Right, but there'd be a big difference between, telling a kid about something that's outside of their common experience, like the Earth being a globe, which a kid has no way to understand that, right, as an experiential level, versus telling the kid that the sky is blue and your sneakers are blue. It's like they can clearly see the blue is on both objects. Like it's natural to make that conclusion. And for the parent to say the sky is blue, the sneakers are blue, but the sky isn't blue because I said so. Like that would be a big difference, wouldn't it?
No, my point isn't related to like the shape of the Earth at all. Like it has nothing to do with that. It's just like a general observation I have. Like yes, okay, sure. If you want to talk about this in the context of the shape of the Earth, sure. Yes, people that believe the Earth is round do look up to an authority figure and then just accept that idea. But at the same time, people that believe the Earth is flat or whatever, any other shape or model or whatever you want to call it, they also in turn look at someone with a bit of authority in that community and then accept their ideas. Like yes,
No, I mean, yes and no. They don't accept it simply because the person has a perceived authority. They accept it because they look at the evidence and the reasoning, and then they see that the conclusion makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. But at the end of the day, it's pretty much the same thing. Like, yes, someone is just making a more convincing case for you, but there's still someone in a position of authority.
No, but the thing is they never made a convincing case to the children. They just told them, "This is the reality you live in. This is the truth."
And that's convincing enough. Because, like, what do you mean? That's a convincing case. Being convincing doesn't really have any relation to the truth of the matter. Being convincing is just like literally that. Like they're convincing, sure. They're really they're forcing their ideas, sure. They're just saying something is true and they're without really justifying it, sure. But that in turn is convincing. And that is why people believe it. It doesn't mean it doesn't really make any difference.
Yeah, well, it's like does anybody ever convince a child to use their mother tongue? So if you're raised, in an English speaking household, at a certain time in your stage of life, you're going to start speaking English. Like you're not actually taught it; you just naturally learn it from being exposed to the tokens, and your mind already puts it into where it needs to go. So like nobody's convincing you; it just happens.
I think that's quite different. Seeing how you wouldn't really have any other options in regards to your mother tongue. Like if your whole family speaks English, you wouldn't really be able to start speaking Spanish, would you?
Yeah, but my children watch TV and they know some bit of English as well. So even though they're taught their native language, by watching and observing information from the TV, they can understand and learn English words,
Okay, I think
So I agree with Ardent, like nobody's teaching them English, they just absorb the information and they just speak it.
I think a language is very different from an idea. Like the main way in which you communicate is definitely inherently different from like an idea, like from a scientific idea. Like those are two very different things. I don't know. I think we both probably agree on what I'm saying. I think we just kind of got lost in the whole discussion, probably.
Yeah, it's fair, but see, the thing about children is they don't have primary access to any of that extra data or the idea of what science is or how it works or anything. They're just in an absorption mode, and they absorb certain truths about the nature of certain parts of their identity, and that's like who I am, who's my family, all these types of things, and the nature in which I live, my safe spaces, all these things. So by giving that quote unquote alleged facts to the kids at that point in their developmental cycle, it's imprinted as part of their identity. In fact, this is well known in psychological circles that children of that age, the young age, they imagine the world just as they see it, which is flat and stationary, and then they're told that it's not like they see it. It's contrary to their common experience. And then they have a conflict inside. And then they create in their mind a two-model system where they recognize that the Earth presents itself as flat and stationary. And then when they imagine the Earth from the outside, they imagine it as a floating ball because they've been shown a bunch of fantasy images of it as a floating ball. And so they actually are having this dualistic reality where one is their real common experience and one is pure fantasy.
Okay. Sure. right? I don't really get your point. Like, yeah, okay, probably, right?
What I'm saying is they're intentionally taking advantage of children at their most vulnerable time to usurp these developmental stages and implant their ideas into their heads.
But I mean, you can't really not do that though, because that would just have children that aren't part of your society. Like that isn't, I don't know, the shape of the earth isn't the only thing we instill in children. Like there are a bunch of other stuff you tell children just
I agree.
they'll be part of your part, like function.
Yeah, that's fair and all, but when you look at the media that children get, it is disproportionately focused on the cosmos and the ancient past, such as dinosaurs, etc. It's unbalanced in the amount of time they focus on making sure that they say globe, globe, globe a million times, that they say stars, that they say cosmos, that they say dinosaurs. We just look at kids stuff that you can buy.
So
Like a large portion of it is covered in dinosaurs or space propaganda. Like it's not even up for debate that is what the majority of kids stuff is covered with.
Right. Two questions for you. First, what would you want to see on TV? And second, do you not believe in dinosaurs?
It doesn't matter, dude, whether I believe in them or don't believe in them. Why is it so important that young kids who can't even think and understand time on that scale, have to be told dinosaurs, dinosaurs, dinosaurs?
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm asking then. What would you want a kid to see on TV then? Like, what would you want a kid to be shown?
How about living animals that are actually alive, that can be actually seen and touched and felt, and not fantasy animals?
Okay. Besides that,
Rest assured, all of the depictions of dinosaurs on they're constantly changing what the dinosaurs look like, what they were doing, when they lived. It's all fantasy. Like, it's pure fiction, the majority of the stuff about dinosaurs, when you could really teach them about actual animals.
I mean, they do teach them about actual animals, though. Like a big part of kindergarten education is literally just teaching kids animals. Like, I don't think I hope you guys remember kindergarten, and I think you guys do, but
No, see, you're missing it. It's the damage of the exposure to dinosaurs in space has already been done before you even get to kindergarten, dude.
But what's so bad about learning about dinosaurs?
Dude, it's not per se that it's bad to learn about the concept of dinosaurs. That's not the point. The point is they're cementing in these kids' head a cosmological scale of time and creation, in that they're synergized together in this worldview. They're basically indoctrinating them with a worldview.
Oh,
It's not about dinosaurs. It's not about space. It's about the worldview attached to it.
I get that, but first of all, if you were to, like, I don't know, have your ideal way of raising a child, you would still be indoctrinating them in a way, because like raising a child is inherently indoctrinating them. Like when you're teaching them a language, you're technically indoctrinating them. You're teaching, like, that's the only thing that you could speak now. If when you're teaching your child what's left and what's right, that's technically indoctrination. You're making them assign to a part of their body a name and to the other part of their body another name. Like, that's indoctrination. It's not an objective truth. It's something we use as a society to work better. We just work better when we both have a common left and a common right. But at the end of the day, it's something completely arbitrary, that, and therefore it's inherently, like, indoctrination. Like education and like raising a child is inherently indoctrination. It's not bad to indoctrinate a kid, because that's how you make them be able to like question their ideas at the end of the day. If they wouldn't have that basis of like what you call indoctrination, they wouldn't be able to question stuff. Like, if
Yeah, exactly. So you're right. So if kids aren't inundated with space and dinosaurs before they're in kindergarten, oh my goodness, society would fall apart. You're right.
No, I'm not saying that. That's really not my point. I don't think you understand my point. My point is, if you don't teach a kid about space and time, and like dinosaurs or whatever, why would they ever have an interest to question that? Why would they ever even know about that? Like, why would they ever even think about that if you don't ever speak to them about it? Do you get my point? Like,
Right. So then parents should tell their kids, hey, this is a bunch of mumbo jumbo that isn't actually scientifically proven at all. It's mostly fantasy and worldview and philosophy under the guise of science, which you're going to be taught is one of the most ultimate arbiters of truth. and then they're going to try to trick you into this worldview. And so you should be suspect about it because none of this is primarily accessible. And you'll notice that everything that you see about it is pure cartoons. Yeah, you're right. Maybe the parents should teach the kids that.
Sure. I'm not necessarily saying that. I don't think you're getting my point. My point is...
I am getting your point. Why is it the case that if somebody says they want to homeschool their child and teach them flat earth and not teach them the quote unquote mainstream, why are they considered a pariah in society, and that maybe there should be legal rules to prevent them from doing so?
Because that's not the standard. Like, it's normal for that.
Who cares? Who cares, dude? So if you just invent a standard, then you can impose it on parents and usurp their natural right to raise their own children?
Yeah, we have standards in general that people have to respect in order for us to work. You, for example, would be arrested if you didn't feed your kid because it's a standard to feed your kid. Like, that doesn't make it...
No, it's not a standard to feed your kid. Holy crap.
Yeah.
It is, though. It is, though. It fits the definition of a standard. Why would that not be a standard? Yeah, okay, it's a standard because of very obvious reasons, but at the end of the day, it doesn't make it any less of a standard. Like, it's still a standard in the semantic sense of a standard. Like, yeah, okay, people need food. It's a very reasonable standard, but it's still a standard, though.
Yeah, people need food. They don't need to imagine Uranus smells like farts and it's raining diamonds on Smegma Prime.
What? Is that what you were taught?
No, dude, that is literally the news that comes out all the time. They sent a probe to Uranus, the planet, and they found out that it lets off a gas which smells like farts. Literally can't make this stuff up, dude.
I mean, it's not... Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. It's a gas giant. Sulfur smells...
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if knowing any of that had any relevance to my daily life whatsoever, especially not some planet allegedly 1 trillion miles away that it rains diamonds on, which no one will ever be able to mine. It's like, who cares, dude? Stuff is so irrelevant, yet it's propped up as if it's somehow important.
I mean, yeah, a big part of science is that, I guess.
Yeah, a big part of science, falsely so-called, is making a bunch of outlandish claims about things that they can never prove or make valuable to anything we ever are going to do in exchange for prestige and money. Yeah, I'd agree with you.
Science isn't paid that well. You'd be surprised. We're not paid that good in science. Like,
But hey, listen. Somebody in a field which is absolutely unproductive getting paid at all is too much.
You just called it prestigious and a waste of money, though.
No, I said some people do get prestige from being a scientist. In fact, scientists are revered in society as being the upper echelons of sincerity and truth.
I don't know where that's happening, but no, we're not. I don't get paid. Literally, I get paid a shit. Like, I'm paid awful. Like, what do you mean we're revered?
Okay, cool. What type of science do you do?
I'm a chemist. I have a PhD in chemistry.
Okay, so what products do you make?
What do you mean? What products do I make?
Well, like, in order to get paid well, you have to provide a good and service to somebody who's going to pay you for it, right?
Yeah, I do.
So what do you make with your chemistry? Like, do you make chemicals? Do you make pills?
No, you don't. Yeah, okay, so research isn't just like making stuff. Like, when you do research, it's way more niche than what you'd imagine it to be. Like, it's not I make drugs.
Okay, yeah, I'd agree with you. So what you need to do, friend, is you need to start getting grant money to do research on exoplanet chemistry and trying to recreate the raining diamonds on planet Snoofa Prime 10,000, and then you could make a lot of money.
Sure, cool.
So instead of actually doing real chemistry on the Earth that might get me a better polymer for my earphones that's microbial and won't actually scratch my ear and leave me a rash, you could pretend that you're doing science on another world.
I don't get if you're angry at science in general, chemists in general, or just people that like doing stuff about planets. I don't really know who you're angry at.
No. See, your chemistry doing actual research in real chemicals is something real that should actually be remunerated with reward.
Thanks.
Versus other dudes who are pretending that they know the chemical makeup of a object trillions upon trillions of miles away as if it's relevant, and money's being funneled to them instead of to you, which could actually get me a phone case that wouldn't slip out of my hands.
Okay, sure, I get your point. Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels distant when people talk about that type of stuff. I personally don't see the necessity of that type of stuff, and that's why I wasn't ever interested in that part of chemistry, and that's why I never, when I was
Yeah, bro,
deciding,
that stuff has no necessity. I'll tell you. So here's the necessity of all of that
it
quote
does,
unquote research.
no, it definitely does
It
has.
don't, dude. It has zero.
No,
The
no,
only
no.
the only necessity it has is into backing up the materialistic, secularist, atheist worldview nonsense. That's the only thing that it's ever done for anybody.
You'd be surprised how much of research seems very meaningless, and then it turns out to be really meaningful in the end. Like research isn't something that's like, okay, you study something for a few years, and then okay, boom, you've discovered something that's like life changing and has really like in good applications in very many like different fields. It doesn't really work like that. How research works.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, let me ask you this question, brother. Let's do some research. So, on the Earth, they've
Okay.
only dug down 8 miles approximately.
Okay.
So they weren't even accurate with their predictions of what they would discover for 8 miles deep on the actual Earth we're standing on. Yet they want to tell you what planets that are trillions of miles away are made of. Think about that for a second.
Yeah, it's very hard to imagine that be true, seeing how.
Yeah, no, it's not hard to imagine. It's hard that anybody takes it seriously.
No. It's very no. I get your point. It's not intuitive at all. But a lot of science isn't intuitive. Like there are a bunch of things that are intuitive.
No, it's not that it's not intuitive, dude. It's that they have no evidence for their claims.
I mean, I don't know if they do. I haven't really checked their papers. I'm not
Dude,
sure.
listen, friend, they couldn't even get right what is below the surface of the earth we're literally standing on, yet they want to tell you what other worlds that they have no tangible access to are made of. Are you kidding me, bro?
I mean, we can't get a lot of stuff on the Earth, right? Like for example, you know how when you like you know how when you're going for a surgery, right, or when you go to the dentist, they inject you with something with lidocaine to like numb you to not feel anything. You know that, right? I assume you've had that happen already.
Yeah.
We don't know how that actually works. Like we don't actually know how lidocaine works.
Exactly. So they don't know how lidocaine works on the
No.
earth and the
No.
interactions between the body and the chemicals and all of that. Yet they're going to tell you how the chemicals work on a world trillions of miles away. Like, get real, brother.
No. My point is there's a bunch of stuff we don't understand, but that doesn't mean it makes it any less true. Like we don't understand how lidocaine works, but it doesn't mean we're gonna stop using it. We don't understand the molecular like pathways and the whole signaling that goes on for that specific drug. Sure, we don't understand that, but that doesn't mean we're not gonna use it. Same with how we don't understand specifically what's in the earth, even though I don't know if we do. I haven't really seen a paper on that. I need to research that a little. But yeah, we probably don't understand that, but we understand something that's way more complex because it's probably easier to analyze.
Yeah, I agree with you. So let's set the baseline. It's easier to analyze the composition, structure, mass distribution, and elements to the core of an object trillions of miles away that we can only see with light versus the actual composition of the earth we're standing on. Do you realize how stupid that sounds?
It may sound stupid to someone that hasn't had
It is stupid. It is stupid.
That doesn't have any formal training in the field. But I'm telling you, I can understand the structure of something that's only a few electrons long, but at the same time, I couldn't really tell you how a car works, right? Like, it's something that's very hard to understand when you don't have any formal training in the field, and when you haven't really had any that much interaction with the field, like with science in general, from a very like formal.
No, dude. Often I find that I know more. So, for example, we had an astrophysicist in here specializing in discovering exoplanets, new planets.
Right.
And he showed us an image of one of the things that he was doing, and it was basically like a 16 by 16 pixel grid where some pixels were in the bottom left corner and some pixels were in the upper right corner, and they had different intensity. And he was saying, "Oh, this is the host star, and this is the planet, and it's rotating like this, and it's made of this, and it has this mass." And I was like, "How could you know that from the 16 pixels?" And he's like, "Oh, well, you take the way they're moving, you assume an elliptical orbit, then you apply the assumption of the gravitational model right, of the ellipsi and the foci, and then you do all this math and blah, 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 blah. And I go, well, what's that math based on? Because all you see is these pixels and the scales. And so we went back through the cosmic distance ladder. This guy didn't even know the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder. Yet he's going to tell me that he can tell from 16 pixels that this is, 3 planets and this one is a star. I mean, get out of town, brother. Get out of town.
I'm not shocked. A lot of science is that. I can tell you, I don't know, what can I tell you right now? I could probably tell you right now, if you were to give me like a random solution, I could probably tell you what's in it just by looking at it. And it's not a lot of information, but to someone that has a lot of training in that field, you'd be able to do that. Like, if you were to give me right now, I don't know, just a few lines. Do you know what an NMR spectra is? Whatever, it's a thing in chemistry.
Endometriosis?
No, NMR spectra. It's something like whatever. It doesn't matter. If it's when you look at it, it looks weird. It doesn't look intuitive at all. It's just a bunch of lines on paper. When I look at that, I can tell you what molecule I have in front of me. I can tell you how the atoms are linked to one another, what the charges are on them, how the electrons are distributed. Stuff that's like at a molecular level. You don't see that. But I can tell.
Can you do it from 16? Yeah. Cool. Can you do it from 16 billion miles away from the sample?
If I have the sample, it's a very different thing. In order to do an NMR, you need.
I know. That's what AI is trying to tell you, is that they don't have access to the sample that they claim they know the composition of. They don't have access, and they've never had access.
I can't. I don't know if I can give any truth to that claim because I haven't seen anything in relation to that. I need to see like a paper or something that says they didn't have a sample because I don't know how they do that. I just don't have any training in that field. I don't know how they personally measure the.
Oh, dude, the only way for them to have a sample would be to have a vessel that can travel billions upon billions of miles and then return to bring it back to them. No such vessel exists. Okay, let's rest it right there. So they don't have a sample. Period. End of story.
So how did they determine? Like how did they make their claims then? Like what's the basis of their claims?
Conjecture.
Like, so you're telling me they just wrote a paper that says, "You guys, we think it smells like sulfur because it looks like sulfur." Like, is that it? Is that what they're saying? Like, or we think it's gassy because it looks like gas, or like what's I don't know. Like, what's the claim they're making?
I think they use probably like reflection spectroscopy or hold on, I have to look it up. For the Uranus smells like gas, it's something novel. Hold on.
Well, before we go on, while you're looking that up, I just want to make sure everyone understands that when I first came up on that article, so here's the article. I'm just going to say it as I read it. Organizational name, Penis.
Wait, do you have it in front of you?
Just hold on, brother. The organizational name was called Penis. No, it was an acronym. Wait, hey, let me finish. Okay. You're ruining my joke, dude. Holy crap.
Okay, go.
Do I need a banner that says "Joke incoming, do not ruin"?
Yeah.
And now I had to say the word penis 2 times without any context because of you. Now I said it 3 times. Holy crap.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so the organization's name is PNAS, pronounced penis. And it says, from that organization, your anus smells like farts. So that's a joke that writes itself, brother.
Yeah. Are you sure it isn't a joke? Like, where'd you find that?
No, they're deadly serious, dude. That organization actually has all kinds of literature that comes out. I can't remember what the name of it is, but it might be the P in the end stand for something, and the end might be astronomical sciences or something. I can't remember.
Wait, let me look them up on Google Scholar. Cool.
Look, I posted a link to the paper. They use, it's called Near Infrared Integral Field Spectrometer.
Oh, is this the one detection of hydrogen sulfide above the clouds? That?
Yeah, the one I just posted.
Okay, perfect. Oh, wait. Okay, wait. I might actually be able to do something with this because this is chemistry. Hold on.
Now, if I remember right from the first time reading this, they claim they detected 0.3 parts per million of hydrogen sulfide.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the gas chromatograph spectrometer?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the sensitivity of that?
The sensitivity of what? Of what'd you say? Gas?
The
Sorry.
gas chromatograph spectrometer.
I mean, it really depends on what you're doing because you can select it usually, if I'm not mistaken. But I've no.
Well, you talked about nuclear resonance imaging.
Yeah.
That you've seen.
That usually.
Yeah. So
no, but
that's not as precise as a gas chromatograph spectrometer. That doesn't.
No, but no. But NMR usually goes. So it depends on what nucleus you're analyzing, right? So if you're analyzing proton NMR, that you would usually go up to a 20, if I'm not mistaken, 20 ppm. Or if you're doing like carbon NMR, that can usually go to maybe 200.
20 now 20 ppm. They claim they're sub 1.3 from 16 billion miles away.
No, but ppm in this situation doesn't. It's a very different. Wait, let me look at this article.
How many different meanings are parts per million?
No, wait, let me look at this article. It depends. It means different stuff in different contexts.
No, it means parts per million, bro.
It means
it's a ratio of a number. It's not subjective.
But when you're saying ppm in the context of NMR, that is related in the way in which, like, how do I explain this? Like basically, it's a coupling constant. That's what. Have you heard of coupling constants? Vicinal coupling.
Yes, I know what coupling constant are.
Oh, you do? Wait,
I graduated university like 20 years ago, bro. Okay.
Oh, really? Wait,
longer than that. 40 years ago. Holy shit, I'm old. 30 years ago.
What'd you study?
Computer science.
Oh, computer science. Oh, cool. Oh, they taught you that? That's okay. Cool.
Why wouldn't they teach me that? Is there a rule against it?
No. I mean, it's not. They don't usually teach NMR in a CS degree. That's usually.
I know a lot of shit about a lot of shit, bro. You'd be surprised.
Good for you. Okay, wait. Let me look at this. Indicate.
I am an endless store of useless information.
To represent evidence of your detection.
But gas chromatograph. The reason I know about it, because I did a deep dive research on crime scene investigations.
Oh, crime
some of the techniques they use. Yeah, so CSI type stuff and how garbage it is. Pretty garbage. But the point is, gas chromatograph spectrometry, at least at the time that this paper was published, had a sensitivity of 3 parts per million. That's when you have access to the sample. They're claiming 10 times an order of magnitude better than that from 16 billion miles away.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm not interested.
Why wouldn't I be skeptical of that? I'd be a fool not to be skeptical.
Wait, let me read it a little bit. I want to see.
You got to understand, there is no fact checking in astronomy.
Wait, let me see their discussion. If we could be sure.
Or astrophysics or anything in that field. It's just like they can literally say fucking anything.
How many citations does this have? Wait, metrics. Sorry. I mean, it's in Nature. It's good. 108. Yeah, sure. This is a good article. Okay. Which is
we need some elevator music.
Yeah. So analysis model the observer. Now let's just listen. Did they make an observation, or did they just have a model that said it could be that? To model the observed spectra, we use the Nemesis nonlinear optimal estimator for multivariate spectral analysis retrieval model using the correlated K approximation with K tables generated from the monthly published KLMC at 8K went blank. So it's another published paper, right? So.
Yeah, hold on.
You do chemistry, right?
I'm not here to prove this article wrong.
Do you do chemistry?
Yeah.
Okay, so the techniques you use in chemistry are sound. Okay, the techniques they use in astronomy, astrophysics, cosmology, they are not sound.
Hold on, wait.
Because all they have is observation. Listen, you can actually in chemistry, you can do the experiment because you physically have samples. Okay. Now imagine you published a chemistry paper and you looked across the room with a telescope at some bubbling fucking liquid on the other side, and then you started saying you know what the composition is and what the chemical reaction was based upon you looking at it, staring at it. That you'd never get published. That is fucking no chemist would ever take you seriously. You'd never get published. You'd probably freaking, I don't even know what. They would laugh. They'd be laughing forever. Haha, he fucking wrote a chemistry paper from a telescope. Right? But they claim, but this is the difference between what you're doing and what astronomy doing. They claim they know causes. They claim they know the causes of effects. They claim that they know the chemical composition, how old it is, how hot it is, how far away it is. They claim that they can know all these things just by looking at light, which is crazy. That is a crazy claim.
Right.
And who's checking? The same fucking people that are making the crazy claims are checking the crazy claims.
Wait. For fraction, okay.
Like LIGO. You ever heard of LIGO? The gravity wave observatory. Yeah. You ever heard of LIGO, the gravity wave observatory?
LIGO?
LIGO. LIGO.
No, I haven't heard of that, no.
It detects gravity waves. Allegedly detected gravity waves.
I have not heard of that.
They claim that instrument can detect a displacement of their little measuring mass that is 1/1000th of a proton diameter. So if a proton in the mass moves 1/1000th of its diameter, they can measure that motion.
Yeah, I mean I'm not shocked with that.
That's 1/1000th of a proton.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah.
A proton is 10 to the negative 37 meters.
I don't know the length of it, but yeah, it's really small.
Yeah, it's really small. Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, it's really small. Yeah.
Yeah,
thanks, dude.
Small. Yeah, no, I don't know why you're laughing. It's definitely a small thing, yeah.
Well, they're saying they can measure some subdivision of that. What are they measuring that with?
We can measure a bunch of stuff. Like that's not shocking. I can measure. What can I measure? I can tell you, like, just again looking at something, shooting light at something very easy to do in practice. I can tell you how stuff is linked to another thing, like something that's like submolecular. You don't see on a microscope. You can't see that shit. But I can tell you that a carbon is bounded to this and that and that. Like I can tell you that just by shooting light.
I can get you to doubt your faith in light giving an accurate measurement right now. Watch. It's very simple. So when you take a laser transit methodology and you apply it to the surface of the Earth over 25 miles of water, you debunk the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude, proving the Earth is flat. Because if water's flat and it covers 70% of the Earth, ipso facto, the Earth is flat. Proven by laser measurement methodology.
Laser measurement. What specific laser measurement methodology?
Laser transit. You level a laser, right? Just like you do on a construction site, and then you put a storyboard on the other side, and you get the differential, right? And if the Earth is a globe, it's going to be one thing, and if the Earth is flat, it's not going to be that thing. Guess what? It's been done, and it's not a globe.
Right. Do you have a paper for that?
Yeah, I got a documentary and an associated 120-page PDF leading up to the 25-mile shot.
No, man, I can't work with that. Like, I will read a paper happily. I'll happily read a paper that's like well reviewed and like okay.
Well reviewed. What does that mean?
Sorry, peer reviewed. Is that better?
Most peer reviewed.
No, but I can look at a paper. Look, the thing is, I can.
Yeah, I agree with you, brother. So the first paper I'm going to give you to read that's peer reviewed. It's called the peer review crisis. Once you understand that, then we can move on.
I mean, I'm not going to doubt the peer reviewing system. That it's like central to the research I do. It's like
you do realize that most citrus fruit. Why don't you know that most peer reviewed research is wrong? Why don't you know that?
Why don't I know that? Because it's not. That's the whole point of it. You make other people read it.
Most of it's wrong. Most of it, like 90% of it.
how can you prove that? I can know.
Indio, we gotta be gracious. Indio, real quick, gotta be gracious because his field is actually a real science. And so he's thinking that the real science scrutiny that he does in his field applies to all these other pseudoscience fields, which is his error.
No, that's the thing. I can't. Again, I don't know a bunch of stuff about astrophysics. I'm not.
Go on Google, type in most peer-reviewed research wrong, and see what happens.
Is this the thing from PubMed?
Yeah.
Santa Dagas? Okay. This why most published. Okay, so this is an article. How many citations?
All right. So speaking of peer review, a guy, PhD in optics, Dr. John D. He came across this idea about using measurements of the Earth to determine whether it's globe or flat. So he used a dual band laser system and he reproduced the test. He didn't just review it; he reproduced it. And according to him, and he actually published it on YouTube, and you can watch it. He found that after accounting for everything and using his dual band laser, which he did for a reason, which is so that he could get the accurate refraction index because different wavelengths refract at different rates. And he basically concluded, after being a globe earther and applying his physics knowledge to measuring the Earth, that the Earth is indeed flat. It's not a globe after all, because just like the other laser test, the Earth measures flat.
And you said he's a science. You said he's a physicist?
Yeah, PhD specializing in optics. And not only that, but there's been numerous other tests. People have done it over 35 miles on land, et cetera, et cetera.
I mean, I'd have a
You can do it.
Why do you choose to believe that certain physicists and not every other physicist? Like, don't you think that's cherry picking a little bit?
Because none of those other physicists did any tests.
So what would you consider a test to be then? Like, what would qualify as a test for you?
He just described it to you.
Yeah, okay, that's a type of test, but like it's not a test in general. You have multiple types of other tests. Like, why that test specifically is the only valid one?
Oh, because it's a direct measurement of the surface. That's why.
It's what?
It's directly measuring the surface.
Okay, so wait, is it measuring the surface, or is it measuring the curvature, or is it just like not measuring anything and just determining if a curve exists?
Yeah, dude, it's the same type of methodology that you use in building things when you want to make a level surface with a laser.
But like, yeah, but the point
you get the laser.
Yeah, no, I get that.
You level the laser, and then you get the differentials between the parallelness of the beam and the surface. Right? Pretty standard method.
Wait, what is this? Sorry. Right? Yeah, no. But I mean, like, what's okay? But my question is, why do you believe this certain physicists, not every other one? Like, what makes
because they haven't done anything. I already answered that.
But that's my question.
There's no contrary data, brother. Don't you understand? There's no contrary data that anybody's gathered to say, "Hey, this is wrong."
What do you mean? No, there is though. Because if there wouldn't be any contrary data,
okay, then show us. Post it in the chat, dude.
No, I can't post anything in the chat. It's not like I have.
Of course, because it doesn't exist, dude. 6 years ago, we had a guy come in here with 3 PhDs that said, it stands to reason that because there's more globe earthers than flat earthers, there must be more globe earth laser tests. And as such, that means, and he went to go look. And now it's 6 years ago, and he's never been back.
Look,
so, listen.
I just really want a paper about this test, specifically, like this globe test, like not a YouTube video or a documentary, because I'm not going to watch that. I just want a paper, like an article I can read.
Like I just posted one. These are the measurement results. Are you under the impression that peer review replicates the research?
No, I didn't say that. I've never said that.
Okay, then what is the point of peer review? What is the point of peer review? What is the point of peer review?
I don't get why you're being aggressive with me. If you're going to talk,
what is the point of peer review? Why can't you just answer? What is the point?
I'm not going to speak to you if you're going to be aggressive.
Listen. I want to know why you're appealing to peer review, because it seems very cowardly.
No, it's not. I don't think it's cowardly, but again, I don't want to.
It is cowardly because you don't want to address any evidence by just saying it's not peer reviewed. Should we publish it in an open access journal and then just go put a flag up and say, hey, now we got something peer reviewed? So what? Then you'd say, hey, this isn't the right journal.
Are you going to let me speak now? Is it okay if I speak?
Yeah, you're just trying to make it impossible. You're just trying to make it impossible for us to present any evidence by having an impossible standard that can't be met.
No, I literally didn't say that. Okay, I'll accept a non-peer-reviewed article. If it's an article that's published somewhere...
Would you accept if you did it?
Published.
If I did it?
Define published. Hey, bro, define published.
We didn't define published in a journal, in a scientific journal. Is that good?
Does that make it correct?
I'm not saying it's correct. I'm just saying I want something.
Then what good is the peer review if it doesn't mean it's correct or not? Why are you using that as some gatekeeping device?
I never said that.
Why are you using it as a gatekeeping device?
We're published in a scientific journal.
No, here.
Why
let's do peer
do we
review.
need that, dude? I'm going to ask you like for the 10th time. Why is that important?
I'm not going to respond to you if you scream at me. I'm not going to do that.
Dude, then answer. You're not responding when I asked you
nicely. I'm not going to be doing that. I'm sorry.
Hold on, Citrus Fruit.
You didn't respond when I talked politely to you.
No, hold on, Citrus Fruit. I'm going to handle Indio real quick. I'm going to peer review whether he's yelling at you is justified. I reviewed it. Yes, his yelling is justified. Now that it's peer reviewed and published, you could accept it.
I don't get what you guys are acting like.
Can't you do the peer review?
Anything mean to you?
Yeah, listen.
No,
go ahead.
I'm really open to discussion. Like, I really want to talk to you guys. But if you're going to scream at me, we're not going to go.
Doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, listen, brother. I'm going to ask you now for the 11th time. What is the importance of peer review? Why is it useful? Why does it need to be applied?
If I answer that, do you promise you're going to stop screaming at me?
Okay. I'm going to ask you for the 12th time. Peer review. Why is it important? Why do we need that? Why is it the arbitrary truth?
All right. I never said it's the arbitrary truth. First of all, peer review, yes, can sometimes go wrong. That is a fact. Some articles are peer reviewed, but in those cases, sometimes it just doesn't work. That's why we also look at other parts of an article in order to evaluate its quality. Like when you're looking at an article, the first thing that you look at is you look at the journal that it's published in, right? You look if it's peer reviewed. You look at the number of citations, publishing date, and methods used.
Why?
Because that's the way in which you can assess an article.
Why? Why do we do this?
Sorry, to determine I told again, if you're going to be aggressive with me, I'm not going to talk. So, can you let me finish? Is that fine?
Yeah, I want you to tell us. I want you to justify why we should. Brother.
That's how I speak.
Brother. Okay. You know what I want, and you're being obtuse on purpose. Okay. It isn't going to work.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You know you're being obtuse. Yeah, we can hear you giggling. Don't mute me. I'm a mod. I'll ban you. Okay.
I'm not talking to the other.
I'm going to ask you again. Why are we using peer review?
I'm sorry.
You're still just talking over me, so you don't have to listen. Is that your plan?
Okay, cool.
I'm going to ask you again.
Article someone sent.
I think this dude muted me. So
I think
he's
someone
going
said
on.
that this FeeCore thing is published somewhere, right? Is that?
Dude, unmute me. Or just stay the way you are.
Hey, Citrus Fruit. We don't take kindly to people muting each other because then you just talk while the other person's talking. Doesn't work. So unmute Indio, right? And then instead of being obtuse about answering his question, just give him a straightforward answer. And then you solved your problem. You can continue the convo. Plenty of people listening right now that are wondering why, when asked, since you're supposedly the scientist, you can't just give a simple answer why peer review is necessary. And to say that peer review is necessary because the first thing I have to do to legitimize something is see if it's in a peer-reviewed journal, that's just circular reasoning. That's not answering the question. And for goodness sakes, and for the love of God, please just answer the question.
Yeah, we just want he's probably not even listening. We want a justification in case I'm going to assume I'm unmuted. We want a justification for using that as some step in the process. Why should we use it? What does it say about? Yeah, we know you can't talk. So why is it important? Jesus Christ. Now you're unmuted. Am I muted? Did you mute me?
No, you're not.
Yes or no?
You're good.
Okay, so really simply, I'm going to state it kindly, and I'd like you to answer. Why are we using peer review? Why is that an arbiter of the truth? You know, peer review is a new invention. It's only been done since about the 1970s. Prior to that, there was no peer review. They didn't do peer review. Well, it's true.
Okay. And
if you want do you want the history of peer review and how it came about into the modern era? It was actually Ghislaine Maxwell's father, his name's Jordan Maxwell, that monopolized all the journals so that he could sell them to the government. And that's how he became a billionaire. He owned Elsevier.
Wait, so
right? So that's a whole nother story. The point is, peer review is a new thing, and what is its utility? I just gave you an article that said most peer-reviewed research is wrong. So if you are going to have some gatekeeping thing where I'm not going to consider it unless it's peer-reviewed, I'd like you to justify that.
No. Again, I didn't say.
Still talking over me. I'm going to ask you what I just said to you, okay?
I won't be treated like a child. I'm sorry. Why are you treating?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you what I just said to you to make sure you just heard me. Well, I won't be interrupted rudely either.
You did that already to me multiple times, though.
I'm not going to be treated like a child, but I'm going to ask like a child. But you did it first.
I'm sorry. I don't.
Grow up, bro. Like, seriously?
I didn't. I'm sorry, dude. If you want.
Why are you laughing?
We can talk.
He's laughing because he's a child. He thought he's going to bullshit his way. You don't have a degree in goddamn anything. Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay.
To be fair, you're supposed to know this stuff because you said you appealed to it in your field, and so everyone's listening is hearing you not just answer the question.
You're a university student that thought you could bullshit your way through this, and you can't. Okay.
You want
to listen?
I can answer.
Yeah. So. Okay. So give us a justification
as to why we think peer review is important. Like why we
the justification on why you won't look at the research that we're providing to you because it's not peer reviewed. That justification.
First of all, I didn't say that. I'd happily look at anything that's not peer reviewed if it's an article. I just said I won't look at a fucking documentary because I don't have that time. That was my whole point. 1, 2, peer review is important. Yes, we look.
Why?
Because it's other scientists in your field reviewing your article. Like that's the whole thing.
That's not a why.
It's important though. It's important to have other experts in your field look at your
that's your claim. Why? That you're just restating the same claim. I'm asking you why. The justification.
Because, for example, if you went wrong in your work, you can have someone else say, "Okay, you went wrong there. That's why what you're doing is wrong." Like it's someone else looking at your work over again and just like saying, "Okay, sure." That's where you went wrong. That's where you did good. Like, that's it.
And what are they looking for?
They're usually looking at your methods. So your methods specifically, like what's most important? Is it coherent? Is it in line with your topic? Does it actually prove a point? And then they're also looking at other like minor.
Does it prove a point? Really?
Yeah, does it prove what you set out to prove? Yeah. Like if you have, does it prove what you're trying to prove?
First of all, science doesn't prove things. Okay.
It does though. Like that's the whole. Like that's how a research paper works. You have a title.
So you graduated university, but never took philosophy 101.
Yeah, no, we don't do that where I live. We don't have philosophy classes and stuff.
You don't take philosophy 101. It's pretty much a required course in every university going back probably 200 years, if not 500.
Every science degree, as far as I know.
Not in France. I did my whole.
Oh, no wonder. Oh my goodness, there explains it all.
Yeah, no, I did.
Not in France, so they don't have philosophy in university in France.
Yeah, no, you don't do philosophy in a STEM degree. You just do STEM courses.
So the starting point of Descartes' skepticism and all that crap, which led to the problem of induction, which plagues every scientific endeavor. Somehow they don't teach that in France. Yeah, I just find that hard to believe.
You can look it up.
No,
I can give you the name of my.
Well, science doesn't prove things. You can Google that too. Just type into "science prove things." It doesn't because it uses induction, which contains a logical fallacy of affirming the consequent. Okay, so it doesn't prove things. It actually science, other than natural science, can't actually prove anything because it's theoretical. So you can have a hypothesis.
Not all science is theoretical, though. It's not all theoretical.
You can't eliminate alternate hypotheses, dude. This is the problem.
I mean, you can't say science is theoretical. That's not true, though. You have stuff that is like actually practical. You can look at it and say that happened. Like if I put a shit ton of ethanol over a bunch of cells, they're all gonna die. I can tell you.
Okay, citrus fruit, real quick, brother, real quick. You're making a classic mistake, and that is the mistake of, I'm a scientist. I'm a real scientist doing real science with real tangible results, samples, and experiments. Therefore, other people who are called scientists are doing the same thing. That's not true. These astronomers and astrophysicists are not doing science, brother. That's what we're trying to tell you. They're making it up.
I don't think you're getting my point. I never said I'm trying to like say their work is good. What they did is correct. What they did is like the complete truth. I never said that. We're just talking about science in general. Like, I'm not specifically trying to defend astrophysicists. I'm not trying to defend their work and say it's good. Like, I never said any of that. Yeah, I guess this was just turned into a whole discussion about.
Okay, so there's two parts of. Okay, so you should know there's two parts of a published paper. There's the experiment, and then there's the explanation part, right? Why you got that result. Now you can you can do your chemistry experiment, right? And you can have no clue why that happened. And you can do it over and over and over and over again. And I agree with you, that's the actual science part. But the part they call science in modern day is the theory on the why that happened, right? The how and the why. And they come up with, mathematical models and, claim cause and effect relationships, yada, yada, yada. The peer-reviewed part is only the explanation part. And they'll look at the experiment for sources of error, confounding variables, shit like that, right? Which is the actual only utility of the peer review process is just like, hey, man, what is something maybe they didn't take into account? And what is the source of error? What are the starting assumptions? These types of things. That's all peer review does. But you don't need somebody else to tell you that. You can evaluate that for yourself.
Not really. Peer review doesn't. It's not. Peer review isn't people calculating like statistic constants on your paper. It's not really what they do.
No, what I said is they'll evaluate the experiment, right? They'll go, what are the sources of error? What are some confounding variables? What are some variables that they left out for some reason, right?
Yeah.
Did they apply the right statistical method for processing the data? Is the data over-processed?
Sure, yeah.
Do they have all these freaking floating parameters that they can just freaking move like little slider bars to fit whatever theory they have into the observation? So this is the stuff they review, right? So this is the stuff they're reviewing, but this is a straightforward measurement. All we're doing is measuring something. Now, anybody can evaluate the methodology of measuring. Hey, what was the equipment they used? What was the distance? What does the goal predict? What was measured? Like, you don't need, it's not a complicated thing. It's simply a measurement.
Right.
Right? You can, you go to the doctor's office, anybody in the doctor's office, the receptionist, the nurse, your doctor, can measure your height, right?
Yeah, sorry, wait, I don't think, what's your point? I don't get it.
Because we're just measuring something. We're just measuring the distance that a laser increases or does not increase from the surface of the Earth. Because with distance, the further the laser goes along the surface of the Earth, the farther away from the surface of the Earth it should get.
All right.
Right? Because the Earth's supposed to be curving and the laser's going straight, right? So they should separate.
Can someone send me a link to what you're talking about, like the experiment thing? Maybe someone sent it.
I'll show you. I'll show you a diagram so you can visualize it. Okay, how about that?
Yeah, or maybe that's like article or whatever you're talking about.
I already posted it a while ago.
Can you send it again? Because I can't.
Oh, shit. Wait, so look at this diagram, right?
Right.
See, as the laser goes along the surface of the Earth, it should increase in distance. And all you have to do is measure its height from the surface of the Earth to see if the distance is increasing along the height of the laser. Now, the globe model is going to make certain predictions. For instance, at 40 kilometers, a laser should be, if you start at 2 meters above the surface of water and you shine a laser 40 kilometers, it should be 127 meters off the surface of the Earth. At the other end, 40 kilometers away.
Yeah. Wait, is this
Does that seem like a lot to you?
Wait, no, sorry, wait. I think I know what you're talking about. Is this the experiment they did like a while ago and the guys got proven wrong? Is that it?
No, not Netflix, dude. Come on, man.
Okay, like YouTube's any better? I'm sorry. Wait, no, is this... Wait, I think I found a video of it. The one where they put, like, they flashed light between two like boards with circles.
Holy crap. Hey, brother. Hey, Citrus Fruit, real quick. Okay, laser, flashlight. One starts with L, one starts with F. So if you're bringing up something about a flashlight, it's not what we're talking about here.
Great. Thank you. I would have never known.
Okay. So this was done in the Netherlands, right? At Lake IJsselmeer. It was done, if you read the report, which I just posted.
Okay.
They had meteorological stations at both ends. They took all the weather data. They just did it once. They went back 3 weeks later and did it again. They have 5 measurement results, right? So they did horizontal pans of the laser. They did increasing distances. And the thing is, the globe makes certain predictions on how high the laser should be. The results here are not within the range of what the globe predicts. They're off by 2 orders of magnitude. It's not close. That's why we use this as an example, is because it's not close.
But who is this company, FECOR?
They're a nonprofit.
Okay, and who are they exactly? Like, who's?
Why does that matter? Why does that matter?
It's relevant.
That's a genetic fallacy. That the information is right or wrong based upon who it comes from.
I mean, don't you think that's straight up? But you're contradicting yourself, though. You're saying the articles.
What are you talking about?
You're saying the articles written by physicists are wrong because other physicists in the field review.
I never said that. I never said anything like that.
Yeah, that's bogus, brother.
I never said anything like that. I think you're
some people.
I'm fully convinced now.
Check this out, brother. Check it out, Citrus. We said that some people are wrong because these measurements disprove their claims. Had nothing to do with who they are whatsoever.
No, but I'm sorry, but you're saying the results like scientists post on like in known journals, you're saying those are fake because they're posted by scientists.
No one said that. Why are you saying that again?
We were talking like a few minutes ago about how the data they found on Uranus is false. And now you're saying that the data posted by a company that's visibly like...
No, I didn't say it was false. I said there's no way it can possibly be true because we know that on Earth, the max precision that we can get from elemental analysis is 3 parts per million. Okay? And they're claiming an order of magnitude greater than that. Okay? Which is
what I'm looking at right now... Wait, I'll just show you guys what I'm looking at right now just so you... Oh, okay. Wait, I can't share screen. Oh, okay, fuck. That's awful.
Funny how you keep
address the laser, dude.
I can.
Before you address the laser, Citrus, it's just funny. Hold on, brother. Hold on.
I'm very down to talk.
No, I'm going to point something out. I'm going to point something out, and I want you to reflect on it.
Go ahead.
Everything we have said is about particulars of the tools being used and the scope of their abilities. Where you keep bringing it back to the people. Why is it that you're so focused on the people and not the accuracy of the tools?
Because it's relevant. It's part of the scientific process. Like I can look at your data. I can look at your data and make like a conclusion based on it.
Yeah, but you're trying to look at their biography.
I'm just telling you.
You're trying to look at their biography, though.
The data can be.
That's a good one.
You're proposing.
Yeah, brother, you're not talking about
a certain conclusion that isn't necessarily true because the data in itself isn't true.
Yeah, but you're not talking about data. That's just a lie. You're talking about their biographical fucking information.
Because it's relevant. If I were to post a study...
No, it's not. Their biographical information changes the test results.
You can't...
What if it's you and me that go and do this, Citrus?
Sorry.
Citrus, what if it's yourself and myself that go out and do this test? Is now it null and void because we're freaking nobodies?
No, if it was between me and you, sure, I'd believe that. But since it's something from the internet, I don't know who made it. I don't know the source. You have to analyze.
Well, how about instead of poisoning the well, you assess the information first, then get back to us?
Okay, sure. Let's look at the information you're proposing. Let's look at this 121 slide thing. Cool. Okay.
It's in big type. I think you can read it quickly. There's lots of pictures. You can do it.
Yeah, there's a preface and initial data, and then there's 17 tests. So you can just skip to the end of the last test, and then you don't have to read all the previous 16.
Okay, they're using a camera and a telescope. Okay. Cool, closer distance, blah, blah. Measurement procedure, so...
All right, while you're reading that, just read to yourself calmly while I help the audience understand what the scientific method is. So Step one of the scientific method is establish who it is that's conducting the experiment. Until you establish that, you can't go any further.
It doesn't work like that. It's about the validity of stuff you're saying. You're saying they can't prove certain things, like in other papers, because maybe they have a different agenda, because they're paid by someone to do that research and like.
Dude, how long is that straw man bullshit you're gonna make?
It's not.
Nobody said anything. That's the third time.
Okay.
The third time.
So does that mean you don't believe?
Nobody said anything like what you're saying.
No,
not even remotely close.
So
we did not appeal to who they are. We did not. We talked about their data and the instruments they're using and their methodology. Why are you over talking me? We talked about the There we go again. So with the instruments they use, their methodology, what they claim they measured is out of whack with what we know is possible terrestrially by an order of magnitude. They don't actually have a sample, and it's a model. It's a model of what the spectrum should look like instead of actual. Why are you constantly over talking, dude? What the fuck is your issue?
You've been over talking me multiple times, by the way. I don't get it.
So you're doing it for revenge?
Sorry?
Are you doing it for revenge then?
I'm sorry, what are we talking about?
You're a
no wonder it can't track India.
Let's go on mute, bro. Let's fucking go on mute.
Dude, what we're talking about is that you can't get your head out of the fact that the personalities aren't relevant to the veracity of the data. The data is either true or false. And for some reason, you keep projecting that onto us as if that's what we're doing. But really, you're just admitting your epistemology is based on faith and personalities rather than the veracity of the data. I mean, that's my conclusion. I think that's pretty well founded based on what you keep saying. It's like you can't get away from it for some reason.
It's not a company, dude. You can try that again. It's a nonprofit. It was paid for by donations. Good try, though. So I already told you it was a nonprofit, Citrus Fruit, and so now why are you lying?
Oh, no, I'm done with this conversation. I'm sorry, I'm leaving. I'm just saying, if you guys are going to look at data...
Let me help you.
Look at it.
Let me help you.
Hold on. Listen, out of the kindness of my heart, I'm going to finish his sentence. So what I wanted to teach you guys is that if you're going to look up data, the most important thing you should do is verify who the person is and whether or not he cheated on his wife.
Seems legit.
How come it doesn't list what they had for breakfast in there? I want to know, because that's important. Because it's an important meal of the day.
Yes, it is the most important meal. And if they didn't have Wheaties and it's a high-performance experiment, they probably didn't do it because you got to eat your Wheaties. Oh, do you guys got Wheaties in Australia? Do you even know?
Yeah, I don't know if they're the same thing or not.
Well, they always have athletes on the cover.
Wheat Bix, yeah.
Yeah, we got Wheaties. I always get a kick out of seeing the old Bruce Jenner ones when he was like a decathlon athlete. And he's like all buff, like with a javelin in his hand.
That must be worth a pretty penny.
I know, right? He's probably trying to buy them all and burn them.
You remember that clip where he was manhandling Ben Shapiro?
Oh yeah, that's right.
It was like if you say that again, you're going to go home in an ambulance. And Ben Shapiro was like, "Oh, how very tolerant and peaceful of your view."
That's so funny, man. I forgot about that. Dude, he's huge too. Even as a woman, he's like a fucking beast.
Yeah.
Dude, like seriously, when I was a kid, dude, I thought that was like the coolest thing. I wasn't like when I was like 4 or 5, like I wasn't into like professional sports or anything like that, but the Olympics I thought was cool. And then he was like, you know, the best because he could do it all, right?
Yep.
So, anybody else catch the Shiva debacle?
Only the title.
Oh, dude, it was so bad. I mean, holy Jesus! First of all, McToon's in it, and right there, right off the rip, and he said he was banned from here, which is false. And he said there's a video on my channel showing me being banned. So I went and watched the video, and he clearly clicks the disconnect button. So after muting the entire room, so it's really funny just to blink. Anyway, the point is that my God, dude, it is just like an embarrassment that this guy ever took. It isn't academia at all. He's an embarrassment, quite honestly. There's no way to even describe it. It was basically like a 3-on-1 Glober debate of three people telling the flat earther how he's stupid and how they need to do this. We have to do this experiment this other way. It's just so fucking. It's so bad. But
so it said on there.
From Go.
What was the title again? It was like flat versus round.
Flat versus round summit.
Summit, yeah, flat versus round summit, applying the scientific method. So like right there, it's like, okay, how to apply the scientific method to just a measurement of a shape? I mean, good grief, dude! How much stupider could you be?
He said you have to express your hypothesis into a mathematical equation.
What the heck?
Yeah, bro. It's a freaking train wreck, bro. And he used the example of F equals MA.
Holy crap.
Yeah, dude. Dude, that's what I'm trying to tell you, man. It was so much worse than I thought.
So basically, dude, we should retitle this video Examples of the Dunning-Kruger Effect.
Yeah, and his example was two competing hypotheses, F equals MA versus F equals MA squared. And it more closely fits F equals MA. Well, how did you get those variables? What did you measure to get any of those variables? The values, to know if it fits in the first place. How'd you measure the mass? How'd you measure the force? Acceleration seems straightforward. But then you would need to know what are the other two variables. Well, where'd those come from?
Just read the first comment. These people are retarded.
It was so much worse than what I thought. I was actually in the chat for a while.
It's like the first comment. I caught the live event. It was such a rich exchange, teaching and learning.
He kept saying the flat earthers, he has to teach him like he's in kindergarten. So the person that was the flat earther, I think it was Kevin Samuels. That's his name. He's not a native English speaker. So he's talking like him, but you can tell that he's having trouble speaking because he's not a native English speaker. And Shiva kept saying, "Do I have to explain it to you like you're in kindergarten?" He said that like 6 or 7 times. And that was like very irritating to me because it was obvious he was having troubles not only expressing himself, but understanding what was being said because he doesn't speak English. Which begs the question, why was he involved in that anyway? And where were the other flat earthers? And I thought they were all supposed to fly out and go in a conference room and write it all on a whiteboard. And like everything he said would happen, none of that shit happened. There was 3 Globers, because I'm counting him as a Glober. There was McToon, another anti-flat earther that did radio, so some sort of some sort of radio stuff in the military. And Shiva, the dude that was McToon, just sat there doing nothing. The radio guy kept talking about, well, there's no mirages in radio waves, and if the Earth was flat, there'd be no radar horizon, and so it's basically almost like a debate. It was almost like a flat Earth, one flat earther with broken English versus 3 anti-flat earthers debate, more than actually collaborating to get some freaking test done. But the radio guy just kept saying shit which is just blatantly wrong. Oh, water doesn't really have an effect on UHF. You could just like Google it, dude. Water is like the only thing that affects VHF, which is crazy, dude, that this guy's saying that shit. Water increases the absorption and attenuation of VHF, and he said the exact opposite of that, and claiming he's an expert in radio. UHF, rather. He said there'd be no radar horizon on the flat Earth. Oh, yeah. None at all. Just go forever. It was bad, dude. If you value your like literally, it's like puke in your mouth level bad.
Dude, I posted, why would anyone need the scientific method to simply measure a shape of an object? Perhaps we need a summit on teaching how to measure for children. Holy crap.
Yeah, and they're butchering like they didn't. What were they saying? They were like, instead of using the term for the imprecision of a measurement, like the uncertainty of a measurement, they were using a completely different word. And Shiva was using it too, and I'm like, how the frick did this guy get into like? In the university, it's called, there's two measurement things, right? There's the precision of the measurement, and then there's the uncertainty of the measurement result, which would be a bounded range. They were calling it something completely freaking different. And I'm like, man, but this guy, he's an MIT graduate with freaking 3 degrees or whatever. Like, why doesn't he correct them and tell them, these are anti-flat earthers, mind you, and correct them and tell them they're using like the wrong terminology. Like it was just, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. It was so much worse than I thought. This guy is like, no matter how bad I think it is, this dude's like going down fast. In my opinion of him, like fast.
He might have to have a special meeting with his employer.
He has his own employer. He's got a lot of grips going, I found out. He's got a lot of like donate to this and donate to that and donate to this other thing. And I'm sure he it's a legitimate employment thing in Massachusetts to start a nonprofit. Make yourself the head administrator and pay yourself basically the proceeds of that nonprofit administering the penny that's left.
Yeah. There's one corporate structure, which I don't know if it applies to nonprofit, where you as the owner are entitled to 10%. And then after that, the remaining 90% is then considered the shares. So what was one of their ideas?
I think the Globetards want to do another sun observation, which is, I don't even know, like predict where the sun is based upon some model, but they're so stupid. And I've told Nicktoon this already. That in like another thing where he starts some shit in an X thread and then bails on it. That they don't use a globe model to predict where the sun is. So that would be quite a litmus test to Shiva's veracity, quite honestly. Because if he doesn't look at the math and see, hey, in the math, there's no globe model, there's no globe in there, then that it's not and that it's not actually a globe prediction, then that what this dude was proposing, and he said it wasn't even his idea, it was to get the elevation of an airplane when it's coming down on its glide slope at 20 kilometers away, and making a elevation prediction, flat Earth versus globe prediction, which is convoluted, and they didn't like that one. And the reason they gave is because the radar measures the arc length, or the radar measures the straight line distance, but it's supposed to be the arc length. And so basically, the radio guy was coming up with all these reasons why you can't do it. One of them being the imprecision of the measurement, that it was accurate to it was only accurate to within 0.6 of a kilometer or something. I mean, that was for the distance, but that the difference in drop would be 20 meters. And then he was like, "Hey, you can just do it farther." And then they're like, "No." Then she would just literally just shut that down. As soon as he said farther, he just shut that shit fucking down right away. And of course, the other guy. And so the whole time she was lecturing this dude, Kevin Samuels. The whole time he was lecturing them. But when the Goldbergs can say any fucking stupid thing they want, and he doesn't say a goddamn word to them, he actually lectured, "Well, where'd you get that from? You have to give us citations." So in science, we give citations. When the Glober right before him just spouted a whole bunch of nonsense claims, and he did not demand a single fucking citation for any of that shit. Anyway, that's not the point. So they were like, "Okay, well, you could use UHF in a freaking airplane and get a receiver at some lighthouse far away. And if the Earth's the globe, there'll be a radar horizon where you won't be able to pick up the UHF signal. But on a flat Earth, there'll be no radar horizon." And so then they started arguing about that. Well, we don't. If this is kind of like the seeing too far thing. This is what the Glover said. This is kind of like the seeing too far thing. But there's no mirages in radar. Yeah, there is. Fucking simple Google search. Yeah, there is. They're not visible mirages. They're just not qualitative, but the same effects, right? The reflection, right? So the radio waves will reflect. You'll get multipath interference. All these things, all these problems with UHF that you'd have, that you would have a flat Earth radio horizon. And he even said, he's like, "Well, sometimes the radio horizon is real far away." And that's ducting. That's ducting around the globe, right? So he already made it so that no flat Earth observation can disprove the globe, because he can say, "Well, it's ducting. It's ducting for fucking 500 miles. So, you can't." Dude, it's I don't even know what to say. Yeah, kind of have to see it for yourself. I don't recommend it, but right. It's pathetic.
It sounds like ducting is what he had to do to pass MIT.
This is like they had two Globers. They had McToon and some guy. He worked in radar, or not radar, but radio transmission in the military, or as a hobbyist or something like that. I can't remember exactly what his background was. He was clearly an anti-flat earther, and clearly knew what he was talking about to a degree, but he was making claims that are just baloney, dude. That you literally can just Google and see that his claims were just baloney. Like I said, the water absorption, the attenuation, the lack of mirages, the no radar horizon on a flat Earth, just all sorts of crap. And then after he did all that of going back and forth, now Shiva's buying this supposedly as if he probably is buying it. Well, I brought this guy here, and he's an expert in the field, and why don't you just go with his experiment? Why? Because they poo-pooed the one he wanted to do with the plane glide slope, and then he's trying to go with he's trying to push his lighthouse experiment, and then she was trying to push that on him, right? Based upon all these other things, but like I said, right at the end, he says, "Well, sometimes the radar horizons far, and then you have ducting because of a temperature inversion. Well, you just said you're supposed to be doing an experiment that's dispositive, flat or globe, and then you just eliminated the globe as being falsifiable by this experiment by saying, in some instances, there's no radar horizon, right? And that's ducting. So if you have a no radar horizon, it's not a flat Earth, it's ducting. And if there is a radar horizon, it's not absorption or attenuation, it's a globe. It's so scummy. I don't even know it. I'm sorry. I'm ranting. It was irritating to watch that shit.
Hey, when they were talking about the glide slope, I mean, somebody could have just said, hey, how about we just get the pre-fusion algorithm Adiru rotational attitude data? Yeah, for you globers out there who don't know what I just said, supposedly there's a system on the plane that measures the reference frame of the plane relative to the Earth and its initial attitude and its flight, and it would prove that it would be rotating or not rotating as it travels in an arc or over a flat, parallel line to the Earth. So supposedly that already exists in the airplane's subsystems, and if you just can get that pre-algorithm, you'd have some data that might be useful. Too bad they hide it and then put an algorithm on it and then make it to where you can't tell what's really going on. And so the end result, the end data of the plane, this is their own language. The plane recognizes it as a static reference shift rather than a dynamic rotation. So that means that the plane is fully capable of flying exactly congruent with flying over a flat Earth. So the data is 100% congruent with a flat Earth and shows absolutely no curvature whatsoever. Man, they should have had Wolfie 6020 on. He would have set him straight. He said, hey, it's all in the black box, brother. Yeah, we all know it isn't in there, though.
Oh, why not just have Will Duffy on? I want to know how McToon fucking weasels his way into everything. Fucking everything, dude. When Witsit went on, when Witsit went on InfoWars, the Harrison guys, that dude Harrison said that McToon was fucking like in his DMs, like blowing his shit up, sending him fucking emails. He like weasels his way into freaking everything.
Yeah. You know what's funny, dude, is remember back when McToon debated Brian's logic? Part of it was, I think they were talking about some of the aircraft data. Supposedly, he was personally invited by Duffy to debate McToon. But yeah, they all work together. And wasn't it Duffy that was on McToon where he lied about not knowing him?
Yep.
Yeah, that's not suspicious.
Maybe they all have the same agent.
Well, I just told you, dude. The dude's a blatant liar, dude. You can go look at that video, look in the chat. He says multiple times that he was banned from the server. He's not banned now. He's never been banned, ever, since the server opened. It said, you can go look at it on the live stream, and it clearly shows him disconnecting from the VC because he couldn't answer a question about where he got the distance to the sun. Meme was asking him, where'd you get the distance from the sun? So what he does is he goes on mute, tells his audience, oh, they measured it with radar, blah, 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 and then he disconnects from the VC. So he muted the VC, our VC that he was in, to monologue to his audience, and then disconnects. And claims he's banned, which is a lie. Never was banned.
All right, listen, I'm back from the future, and McToon has a public announcement that although it may appear that that's what happened, he was actually hacked by the expert Flat Earth hackers to make it look like he was lying. It's funny how you can just make up excuses after the fact to explain anything away, kind of like their stupid globe. Unfalsifiable gibberish.
So I'm hearing the ether cosmology folks are putting up a bounty. Something having to do with star occultation behind mountains. They're crowdsourcing information or offering a prize or what?
I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking. I heard something about $50 for looking at stars and mountains in the northern or southern hemisphere. That's about it. Like, I don't know what they think they're gonna accomplish with that.
Yeah, just use your GPS location, your latitude and longitude, and know exactly where you are and how far away you are from everything else. Am I right? Down to the centimeter, down to the millimeter. Apparently, Jaren and Alan from Space Audits Ether Cosmology, they had a discussion recently. We've been posting the link to it here. And the discussion was precisely on that star occultation claim.
You watched it, obviously. Yoder?
Yeah. Yeah,
What do you
I
think?
watched about 2/3 of it.
Okay. What's your opinion on Jaren? Do you think he's just totally dishonest now? Is he being totally dishonest on stuff like this?
No, I don't think he is. I think he was looking for a reason to exit Flat Earth. He was never like a really strong flat earther. He was more, his strength was more in laughing at NASA bloopers.
I don't know. To me, it just seemed like kind of dishonest. Like when all that stuff went down and he was switching, I asked him, so what do you think about space now with, and NASA and all their fake stuff? And he just said, well, I'll have to relook at that. The rockets are going somewhere. I'm like, man, that's just such a dishonest answer. It kind of pissed me off.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess the door's still open, I think, for at least geocentrism.
Yeah, there's plenty of Globers who don't trust NASA, so he doesn't necessarily have to agree that NASA's doing what they say they're doing.
Yeah, but he already knows that they're dishonest. For him to say, "Oh, I'll have to relook at it," like it's just such a cop-out answer. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So he, like a lot of people in this community, they hitched their wagon to the azimuthal equidistant map without understanding what they were working with.
Yeah, true that.
The sky and making affirmed consequences about the orientation of the ground.
Yeah.
Since you've never had a God's eye view of the ground, nor do you know what the sky is doing, you really don't know what the Earth is doing. You don't know the orientation of the land. You have methods like travel methods, sailing and flying, but they've all got their own prescribed methods. And if you don't follow the method, you don't get to your destination. You're off course.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the whole sky relationship to the ground. That's the big issue. Assuming that they even know how to properly characterize what the sky's doing. But I was having this discussion in DMs with somebody we know. He was trying to understand the azimuthal equidistant map and why it's so bad. I said, well, first off, it's a globe. It's a globe coordinate system. Those are spherical coordinates, but those are displayed to you in a flat manner, just like any other map that you see that's been projected flat in various different ways. So I said, take for instance, let's say you're at 45 degrees north latitude and you were to circumnavigate using the map. Okay, so stare at an azimuthal equidistant map and look at 45 degrees north latitude. Where is that? Well, it's somewhere halfway between the equator line on the map and the North Pole on the map. All right, I said, okay, so whatever distance that is, if you look at 45 degrees south latitude, it's going to be a larger ring. It's going to be well beyond the Tropic of Capricorn. It's going to be halfway between the equator and the outer rim of the map. But you know what? According to the map, if you use it correctly, it's the same distance. And this just blew his mind. I mean, he's been doing this for years, and this never really occurred to him. So we've got a lot of work to do as far as educating our own team on what they're dealing with and what they're looking at, how to think about it. So he's asking me, well, why is that the case? And I said, well, these are coordinates, okay? And there are distances. And the scale is non-uniform. Just look at what's happening to longitude. Longitudinal lines on a spherical coordinate system have been splayed out radially from a central point, effectively making the second point of origin, which would be the South Pole on this coordinate system, effectively making that, like a ring. It takes a point and then blows it out into a ring. And the closer you get to that ring, the narrower the distances become. But oppositely, the map shows what appear to be greater distances on the piece of paper that it's drawn on. But don't be fooled. What this map is presenting you, that outer ring on the azimuthal equidistant map is not even 1 nautical mile in circumference. It's not even 1 foot in circumference. It's not even 1 centimeter in circumference. That represents a point. It's why we shouldn't be claiming this as a map of flat Earth or even calling it a flat map. It is projected flat. Like, this is a way to project it onto a table so you can work with it. But no, it's definitely not the flat Earth. That's And trying to get a spherical topology to work on a true flat world that we live in, there are going to be problems. There are going to be distortions. So, absent any corrections, the very fact that we've got flat Earth measurements debunks the distances in the coordinate reference system used in latitude and longitude. So the next question is, well, where the hell is everything and how is it actually oriented? Who the hell knows? Maybe the North is quite figured out. Maybe the North is pretty accurate from map to map to map to map and represents reality pretty closely, but maybe not the South. And those of you who are still wondering and maybe confused and are flat earthers, look, it would be so easy and so nice if we could just say, yeah, that azimuthal equidistant map is a pretty fair representation of flat Earth. It'd be so nice to think that. It'd be so great to objectify it. But that's because our brains are used to objectifying reality, all of reality. We've been presented the globe, and our brains want something equivalent to cling on to. And maybe there is a true map of the world out there that somebody has and nobody knows about publicly, but do we need that to prove that the Earth is not a globe? Absolutely not. All the globers have to do is present to us that they believe that they live on a ball, and this is a coordinate system they use, which uses spherical geometry to conform to the ball, and we measure Earth flat. Debunked. So another thing is a lot of flat earthers I've noticed are clinging to the 60 nautical mile to 1 degree rotation rule of thumb. So this is the idea that if I look at a star and let's say I could freeze its position in time or just use Polaris, and if I move 60 nautical miles towards it, then it's going to rotate upwards 1 degree in my field of vision. That relationship is a rule of thumb that came from a calculated distance on the spherical coordinate reference system. It may not exist truly that way in reality if surveyed. And I would say it is not reality. 60 to 1 is spherical geometry based off of great circle distances. If you use that in every direction that you go from point A to point wherever and start drawing out a map, you're going to be surprised what kind of object you're going to get eventually. Because what happens when you complete 360 degrees? Uh-oh. What happens when you move forward 360 degrees? Uh-oh. Yeah, you still want to use 60 nautical miles to 1 degree relationship, flat earther? I don't think so. And we've got friends on either side of us, like in the FED crew and the Aether Cosmology crew that are trying like hell to shoehorn the 60 to 1 relationship onto a flat Earth. And I'm like, no, why are you doing that? Why are you accepting that? That is accepting a globe. That's like, do you not get it? They're like, no. Well, again, what happens when you go 360 degrees in one direction? Hello. It's called a great circle on a globe. But we have a lot of education to do internally, and I think it's time that we admit this.
On
Can
what?
I get a mic check? Discord's acting weird.
No, I hear you. On what topic is the education supposed to happen on?
Shit, if I've been talking to myself this whole time.
No, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Testing.
You're coming in loud and clear.
How about, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you got me too. Yeah. I wonder why. Was it
Mic check.
Yoder now? Why he can't hear me?
Yoder.
Yeah.
Yeah, was I just talking to myself in a long monologue this entire time?
Yeah, we heard.
I was listening carefully.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, okay. I mean,
Yoder, can you hear
the
me?
latest Discord update or something, it's been acting weird.
Yoder, can you hear Crit?
Yeah, I heard him when I logged out and logged back in.
Oh yeah, I was giving you little bumps here and there as you were talking. I was wondering why you weren't responding to what I was saying.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you at all. Maybe I got a VPN on and it's doing something. Hold on.
I thought maybe you turned me down again.
No, Pete, you weren't coming through back then.
Yeah, weird. So VPN kill switches and iPhone updates don't play nicely together. Screws up the freaking network stack or something. All right, turned everything off. It might have been my end. You know, it could be about a young NASA intern. A young NASA intern who is there to change the world and contribute to outer space exploration and discovery. But over time, he starts learning that NASA isn't all that it seems. He gets exposed to the moon missions, he gets exposed to flat Earth, and over time he starts questioning himself, doubting his friends, having trouble at work. And then he just throws it all away. He realizes he's been working for a media agency the entire time, producing television shows. Yeah, there could be a lot done with this. The existential crises, the cognitive dissonance, all the things that we see Globies going through. But we could take this character through the gate, past the Guardian.
So it's Dante's Inferno for Globers.
Yeah. Night of the Soul.
There we go. Spell soul S-O-L, so it's Night of the Sun.
Ooh. All right, there you go. There's your next song, Ethergrass.
Yeah. Welcome back, Professor Triangle.
Hello. Yeah, so I fixed Trace up right there. So FM, that's just like a straight less frequency modulation. So it's just one straight line going like a slinky back and forth. An amplitude AM, up and down. The amplitude modulation just gets bigger. The wave gets bigger and smaller. So yeah, technically, flat Earth is FM.
Can't have longitudinal waves on a globe.
No, that doesn't work. You can't.
Right?
No, I can't. It hurts my head to think like that. You can't do that.
Right, because they'll say, yeah, it's a curving longitudinal wave, like it curves around the globe.
Yeah, that can't happen. So you can't even like make a demo of it with like metal and springs or anything.
That's hilarious. We got a new proof, a new flat Earth proof, Radwin. It started here.
All because he wrote that down, FM, and I explained the differences in the two, kind of, in a shorthand way. Well, everything just debunks the globe, no matter what.
Well, they knew this day was coming, I guess.
How could you not know this day was coming? That's why they were in a big hurry for, what was it, 2020, and that dry run kind of failed, and they know they can't do that one again. Now they've ruined that one. I tried warning. I told people before then, I said, this is coming and you should just ignore it because it'll go away. But if you play the game, it'll take forever to go away. And I was right. It took forever.
Right. It goes away when people stop talking about it.
Exactly. You turn off your TV and shit goes away. It's like a miracle when you turn your TV off. I watched part of They Live today.
Awesome. I haven't seen that in so long.
It's free on YouTube. Seems like they put all the ones that are actually, except for Flat Earth, of course. Seems like they put all the movies that are actually giving away secrets. They just put on for free. You don't even have to pay for them. You got Capricorn 1, you got They Live, and you got some others. Soylent Green. You got all kinds of them.
What's the green one?
Soylent Green. It's a classic. It used to be required viewing in high school.
That is a good one.
It was just on a couple of weeks ago, and then I watched it again on YouTube like a month ago, just because it was like I would hit YouTube on my TV, and it was like right there on the screen. I said, "Oh, I'm going to watch that." Click.
Awesome. The Capricorn one. Cool. I know They Live is like my favorite movie. My buddy just got the blue face tatted on him the other day. And then underneath he got Consume. It's gonna get that filled in.
The only thing I didn't like in They Live, and it's why I don't like the movie, and just because it's stupid, is the 15-minute fight scene.
Oh yeah. Well, if you got Roddy Piper in there, you gotta have a fight scene.
Yeah, wrestling moves and all this other crap. Come on, just have the regular fight. It could have ended 20 times, and nope, you got to get up and try to punch him in the nuts. All this just over and over.
That's how they have to make money.
And then the drone flies over. Yeah.
I remember when Duke Nukem 3D came out, and like, holy shit, I'm playing They Live in 3D. You guys caught that, right? Like, I can't be the only one who's like, duh.
They might know. I don't know what you're talking about.
So in the 1990s, Duke Nukem 3D came out. It was
I'm
the
all
3D
out of
version
bubble gum.
Yeah. And it was like the first like almost 3D shooter to come out that was done well.
How was it called 3D? What were they doing?
Well, they were basically doing I hate to put it this way, like the Doom engine, but you could look up and down. And you can jump, and they also had rooms over rooms, and that was like, whoa.
So it was 2D with just a 3D like we see in Worlds regular, like now?
Yeah, like
On games?
technically it's actually 2D. The whole game is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't like you had to have gray and dark gray and light gray glasses on or anything.
No, but the main character, like basically the main character is wearing sunglasses the whole time. And they've got They Live references all throughout the show, and you're just like blowing the snot out of aliens.
Schwonger and JJ, maybe if you work together, you could come up with a globe argument. How about that?
That
Hey,
might
there's
be
Cyclone, the man that still doesn't have a proper microphone.
Okay. Is that your first attempt at globe evidence? Do you want to work on it?
It's a great example of a non sequitur.
We'll put that down as your first one. Okay, so my mic doesn't sound good. Anything else you think?
That's globe proof. That's globe proof number 1.
Yeah. What would number 2 be?
What do your tires look like on your car?
It's a good question.
Do you need new tires or are they decent?
Obviously, they're spherical to navigate this spherical surface.
Well, but if they're too worn, then that's globe proof.
Yeah, that'll be the curvature.
Can you hear me?
Always.
You have a basic question. Does air have
Red or 3. Those are my 2 answers. Red or 3.
Okay. You guys acknowledge that air has weight, right?
How do you weigh air?
No, but can you answer do you think air is weight? Yes or no?
Well, how much did you weigh it to? When did you weigh it?
Well, I just want to answer the question.
Yeah, me too. Did you weigh it?
Should I repeat my question?
Well, yeah. I mean, if it has weight and you weighed it, how much did the weight change when you did it?
Do I need to repeat my question?
Well, no, because we're going to ask you the same question. Did you weigh it?
Answer to my question.
Well, what's your claim? Are you claiming the Earth does have weight, or the air has weight?
Yeah, dude, you can easily prove that air has weight. Okay, what's next?
So you do think?
Yeah, what's next?
If
Dude,
we agree,
you guys get stuck on the ABCs.
So
It's
I
like
can
you're
go out
learning
in my
the alphabet.
garage
Come
right
on.
now. I can go out in my garage right now, put 100 psi in my air compressor and put it on a scale, and then let the air out, and I can watch the scale change.
Yeah, that means when you think you're weighing air, you're weighing a container that you made denser by introducing air.
Oh, air and all the other crap that goes with it. Yeah.
Okay, so you don't think air is weight?
No, you got a container that weighs more because you made it denser.
But you don't think air itself, like air molecules?
Intrinsically, no.
Intrinsically, no. You have to contain it, and then you weigh the container.
Yeah, you're just speaking gibberish.
Yeah, you're just.
No, okay, let me
not
see.
weighing air.
All right. No, hold on. Let me see you weigh some air without a container.
Yeah, can you guys do that?
Then, since we're speaking gibberish.
Yeah, well, let me see you breathe without air.
Okay, yeah. So half of
Right.
you. So one of you believes that air has weight. Others don't.
When are you going to get to Earth is a big
No.
spinning ball in a vacuum?
I just want to understand where we stand on whether or not air
No,
has.
you cannot weigh air without containing it. And when you do weigh it, you're
not my
actually
question.
not weighing it. You're weighing the container.
Yeah, but that's not like.
your-
Yeah, but you're talking about a practical issue. Like I'm asking you fundamentally.
just
isn't
air
isn't
has weight.
everything? Isn't your
don't engage
globe
with
a
the younger
practical
guy.
issue? Isn't outer space is a
Go
vacuum
ahead,
a very
JJ Fish.
practical
Just
issue?
ignore that guy.
No, that's not a practical issue, Amish. That's an imagination issue. He's saying, I don't want to deal with your practicalities.
No,
I just want to talk about the imagination, right? AJ?
I'm sure. Look, basically, it's a basic question. I want to know where you guys stand. One of you believes that air has weight. The other.
No, nobody knows. You can't weigh air molecules, silly.
Yes, you can.
Oh my
How
God.
do you do it?
You have a container sealed with air. You weigh it.
You're weighing the container, silly. You got to weigh the air.
Yeah, you weigh the container.
No,
let me
weigh the
finish.
air, dude.
Let me
Weigh the air,
finish,
not the
retard. If you
container.
don't let me finish, I'm going to mute you.
You're not going to mute me.
Then let me finish my statement.
No, you're
literally
not going to
can't
weigh a
even.
container.
Okay,
You're going to
goodbye.
weigh air.
You're muted.
I have never seen a flat.
You're muted. How about that?
Ladies and
JJ,
gentlemen, I've come to
when
announce
are you
that
gonna
flat
get
earthers
to-
are retarded.
When are you going to get to the globe bit? All right, Lars, you're up. What you got for the globe?
I have come to announce that flat earthers
Lars,
are
what do you
retarded.
have for the globe?
Okay, yeah, Lars, hold on. Yeah, we get it, Lars. We're done. We're dumb because we don't believe in the globe religion. So maybe you could show us some proof as to why we should believe in the globe religion.
You don't have to believe in it. You're just retarded.
Okay,
Lars,
so Lars, what was your best evidence for your globe belief?
Brother, I don't even know if the Earth is round. You're still retarded.
Okay. So you don't know the Earth's a globe.
Oh shit! All right, who else do we got that knows it's a globe?
Welcome to Flat Earth, Lars. That was easy.
Nah, I'm not
That was the
associating
fastest
myself
one.
with you.
That was the fastest
No.
one ever, Cyclone. Yeah, that was pretty
that'd be
quick.
awesome.
I never seen you do that in like 45 seconds.
You made him
No,
retarded.
I am not part of your report. No thanks.
Cyclone made him retarded.
Welcome home, Lars.
A couple of questions is all it takes. See, Lars, it wasn't that hard. Now you know that you don't know that the Earth's a ball.
And you're now a retard.
Yeah, but I don't know that it's flat either.
Lars, well, let's do a follow-up. Have you noticed that in your everyday reality, when you go outside, you don't experience the ground to be spinning?
I don't care, to be honest. I just think y'all are a bunch of.
So you experience emotionless.
I don't think he has noticed that. He's like, I don't care. I don't think he's noticed that the ground's not spinning, dude. Do you fall down a lot?
Okay, let's say I haven't noticed. Okay.
Okay, so you experience emotionless Earth. Okay, have you seen the horizon before on a beach out at sea?
Yes.
Have you noticed that the horizon is horizontal?
Yes.
Okay, so you realize that you experience a flat, motionless Earth in reality, yes?
Yeah, if you don't count the clouds.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. We're talking about the Earth, not the clouds. So you experience a flat, motionless Earth. You don't know that the Earth is a ball. So I guess all you know is that the Earth is flat and motionless. Welcome to reality.
Maybe you're right.
Yeah, I am. Welcome.
No, he's very right. I'm glad you're figuring it out. That's a good sign.
Yeah, but I still don't want to associate myself with this thing.
You can't help it. You came in here. That's your fault.
You're a flat
But
earther.
now it doesn't matter. Now it doesn't matter what you want to associate with. Every time you go outside now, you'll realize, oh, yeah, the Earth's flat and motionless. I don't know why I ever thought I lived on a globe. So there you go.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Flat Earther.
You can be a closet flat earther and then always walk around saying, I don't want to be associated with them, even though I know it is flat and stationary now. Damn it.
Yep.
Actually, you know what, Cyclone, you actually pose a good argument. I have to give you that. So I would lean more towards the Earth being flat, but still, this whole community is
Is correct
problematic.
about the Earth being flat, not a globe. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
that's
Maybe
what,
you guys are making.
we're not here to be like Mr. Popular and get friends. We're here just to let people know that the Earth isn't a cartoon spinning ball like they've told everyone and like they're teaching all the kids. And sounds like we've done that with you, so you're welcome. It's a free
Maybe it
service.
isn't. Maybe it isn't. It's highly likely that it isn't. However, why is it like such a big deal?
Why is reality a big deal? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Why do you think reality might be a big deal?
I don't think it is. Like, if
If you don't care for reality, continue living in delusion.
the point, sure, yeah. The point I'm trying to make is, does it really matter at the end of the day if the Earth is flat or round?
Well, yes, the nature of reality certainly matters. This is why human beings have spent their entire existence pondering the question. If you're not sure why it matters, I suggest you think about it. Should become a parent.
Actually, I am retarded. Whatever. I'm gonna be part of you guys, I guess.
But we don't want you.
Feel free to hang out, and if you have any more questions, don't be afraid to ask.
You're welcome to hang around, listen, ask questions, learn. That might be a valuable use of your time, or you can just continue stomping around the internet insulting strangers.
You can be my retarded friend.
Yay.
Yay. It's like a globe counseling service. You come in, you say, hi, my name's Lars, and I believe in the globe. We say, hi, Lars. Why do you believe in the globe? And you say, actually, I don't know. Maybe it's flat.
No, but I think the thing that you said that I liked the most was when, like, I do rely on my own senses more than whatever some random scientist says.
Yeah, the cartoons from the government that contradict every experience every human being's ever had. Yeah, that's all bullshit. What you experience is generally what the Earth is. Flat, motionless, luminaries, sun, moon, and stars moving above us. Yeah, that's it. What you see is what you get. You no longer have to ignore reality and think, oh, I don't even know. They say it's not actually this. The stars are doing this, and the sun's doing that, the Earth's doing this. You don't have to waste your time with all that nonsense. You can just go outside and experience reality. So that's cool.
Okay, now that I am a flat earther, though, why do I have to go and convince other people?
You don't. You came in here, dude.
Yeah, I did. I came in. Yeah.
Lars, you'll probably only get yourself in trouble if you try and talk about it.
I know. I came in
didn't.
here.
Hey, Lars, I didn't catch you running down the street and grab you and pull you into a room and say, "Sit down. I got something to tell you." I didn't do any of that. We were all sitting here talking about how silly Globers are, and then you asked a question and you told us that we're basically retards and all this other shit. You came in here, remember?
Yeah. I admit that. I admit that. But now that I've realized you guys are correct, should I like spread this truth to other people?
No. You'd only hurt yourself, Lars. You should just go and study, and you should listen to this channel that you're in right now. You should spend a few days, a few weeks, a few months, might even turn into a few years, listening to the conversations that take place here. And you'll learn more in a few weeks here than you have in your entire adult life of education as it comes to the globe.
I have a genuine question. I just realized, What's the biggest misconception that Globers have about flat earthers?
They think that we think Earth is like a disc in space. When it's
Dude,
not.
that's gross.
Then what is it if it's not a disc?
Well, it's the ground beneath your feet. It's a topographical, motionless, planar surface. We're not claiming a shape. Flat isn't a shape. What shape is a lake? What shape is a
Lake
tree?
shaped, tree shaped.
Yeah. Why? Who says it would have to be some geometric shape that humans have thought of? A square, a circle. Says who? You'd have to go and explore the entirety of the thing to know what shape, quote unquote, it is. You have to be able to see it from a
Oh,
distance that you can't see it from. But we know it's not
yeah.
in space. So.
You're basically saying it doesn't have to be a disc. It can be like a brownie. You know how brownies are like square?
No, he's not
It
saying
could be
that at
Earth as
all.
well.
Why do you need to have a cube in space? We said it's not in space. How's this? Let me tear your band-aid right off your eyebrows. How about
Wait.
space?
Hold on.
Space is fake, so Earth is not floating in space.
Wait, okay, now that's going too far. I can accept flat Earth, but saying it's not in space, bro, what is this?
Yeah. You've got no evidence for space either. It's just the government space cartoons, remember? You've never
But I
seen
can use a
space.
telescope.
Yeah,
All
you've
right,
seen the
Captain
night
Picard.
sky. Yeah, you've seen the night sky, and they've told you, hey, beyond that sky is a vacuum. Right? What evidence did they give you for that wild claim?
Yeah, you
Not
see
much,
what's the
honestly.
biggest. You see
Yeah,
what's
no
the biggest
evidence at all.
because you can't wrap your head around it. It's the biggest misconception. You still can't get over it.
So, in actuality, we're not in a vacuum flying around at millions of miles an hour for no reason from some random explosion. That's not the situation. It's actually more like we're in a giant terrarium. You ever heard of a terrarium?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically a sealed container that generates its own gas and water cycle once you put earth, dirt, and water into it and seal it. And it grows life. Plants flourish.
Wait, we
in
can
this
observe
sealed
other
container.
planets.
Earth is not a planet.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
another thing
maybe
they tricked you
maybe
about.
Earth isn't a planet, but we can
What?
observe
Well,
other planets.
yeah, planets are lights in the sky. The Earth is the surface beneath your feet. So yeah, they're not the same thing.
Do you think planets have land on it like Earth?
Maybe, but my point is we can use telescopes to see that there's an orange
There's a
orb,
little dot of
probably
light.
Mars.
There's a little dot of light against a dark backdrop.
I have a
What does that
question.
tell
Why
you?
did you call it an orb?
Because if you look at Mars through a telescope, it will look like an orb.
Nope. Check again.
Nope. Bro, you just
No.
told me that I should believe my eyes,
Yeah,
and now you're saying
your
I
eye
shouldn't believe
doesn't
my eyes.
see. Your eye
Describe an
doesn't see
orb.
a
Describe an
sphere.
orb to me. Describe what an orb looks like.
A globe, something round. I don't know, like a football.
Now you might see a little circle of light, a little blob of light in the telescope, but you don't know that it's a sphere. You can't travel to it and around it to know what shape it is. You don't know what it's made of. You don't know how far away it is. You don't know what medium it's in.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so not only are the lights in the sky not necessarily balls like you've been told, but even if they were, there's no logical reason to assume that that would dictate what the ground is, the Earth. There's no similarities between them, observably.
You're right. You know, guys, look, I know I came in trolling, but genuinely, I think you are making sense. But the thing that I'm curious about is what do these Globers what's their intention behind lying to us?
People lie to themselves all the time, dude.
Why would they lie? Good question. Why do people lie?
Usually to benefit something like money or pussy
Yeah,
or I
very
don't know what.
good, very good. Benefit something. People lie for some benefit. So, what benefits might they get from controlling a worldview of the entire world?
In this scenario, I genuinely don't know what they would benefit. I don't see
Well, you
them
said
benefiting.
money. You said money. Let's start with NASA. They get about $70 million a day. Would some people lie for $70 million a day? Arguably. But that's not
Okay, yeah,
really.
that's fucked up. We should use that money to help people, build hospitals and schools.
Yeah, exactly. But instead, they've got adult children looking at sci-fi on TV, thinking that it's real, and sending their imaginations into space. So that they just think, oh, well, I guess they can fuck around and do whatever they want on Earth, because we could just leave to Mars with Elon Musk at some point. So you just give up on Earth. You just leave it to them. And they do what the hell they want to do. And look around you. They're doing it.
Yeah, I agree. I believe we shouldn't use resources to research things that are outside of Earth because it doesn't benefit
Actually,
us.
I'll tell you why I think the real reason, although there's arguably many, if I had to speculate, I would say the main reason is that they're hiding intelligent design.
Like aliens, you mean?
No, like the environment we live in, the Earth, everything we experience has been created. It didn't come about by a big bang and explode into matter and then coalesce into balls. It's intelligently designed.
Okay. Another question: do I have to be religious to believe in a flat Earth?
No, it's empirical. So you can measure it.
Earth is flat, then comes religion. Not religion, then Earth is flat.
Yeah. You realize that the Earth is a flat, motionless, contained environment, and you realize for there to be a container, something must have contained it. So you realize that the system that we are in is not this accidental ball that exploded out of nothingness for no reason. It's actually an incredibly complicated, incredible, amazing terrarium beyond our comprehension. And we just know that it's flat, motionless, and contained. And there's a lot of questions to answer. So get involved. Help us out.
And I think it's safe to say that there are no Mormons or Scientologist flat earthers, from what I can tell.
But like of this entire community, how many percentage would you say are religious? Any
Depends what
religion,
you mean by
Christianity,
religious.
Islam. Someone who follows Islam, Christianity, I don't know, anything.
Yeah, there's a lot of Muslims, there's a lot of Christians, there's a lot of people who just say that they understand there's a creator, but they don't necessarily ascribe to one particular mainstream religion.
That's me.
But what it does do is it tells us that there is a creator. Whatever you think the nature of that creator is, yes, many people will call it God. But that's a personal thing, right? That's up to you to contemplate and decide. So we're not telling people what to think about that. But yes, obviously that question has to come up. If this is
Can
a
I be an
created
atheist,
environment, you created it.
There are many people here from all walks of life,
Yes.
all backgrounds.
Yes, you can give
Can
it
I
a
be-
try. You can try to be an atheist flat earther. I just wish you luck. Go ahead. That should be interesting.
Wait, why would there be a contradiction in that?
Because this place is contained, and you can't have a container holding air in unless somebody made it. Is that simple enough?
Most
yeah, I guess.
atheists subscribe to Lemaitre's story, so they prefer the fan fiction of the church.
Yeah, debunks the Big Bang. That's what we're telling you. And the Big Bang was the only other story alternative to intelligent design. So with that out the window, and with what we know about the nature of this Earth system, we know it has to have been created.
That's why I said good luck. I mean, give it a try. Be a flat. You know it's flat and station. You already know it for a fact because we're telling you, and this is the top. This is the pinnacle of flat Earth. You've reached the top. You think those flat earthers on YouTube are the top? They're not. They're in here. Anyway, so you know it's flat and stationary, and then you're a flat earther, and you can try to be an atheist one. That's why I said good luck. I don't know if you can do it. I'm just saying, give it a try. Let us know. I would write a book about it.
I'm not actually an atheist, but just a random thought that popped in my mind.
All right. Well, on that note, I'm going to drop off. So good chat. Good luck in your quest. If you want a link to resources, someone will send you a link to our home server. We've got terabytes of information in there, videos, papers, all kinds of stuff. So if you want to learn, this is the best place to learn. But if not, good luck. Have a good one,
Thank
boys.
you.
Good to hear you.
Stay blessed, Cyclone. Watch out for zombies. Mars, the link that he was just mentioning, if you check my profile in my About Me section, I have a link to the home server. Feel
Also,
free
the
to join
YouTube bots
Okay,
have
man.
links. The YouTube bots have links that you can go to also.
Yep, that too. And we can go ahead and get you VC verified if you'd like.
Yeah, if you click on the other server and go there, one of these guys will just give you already verified so you can't get hassled.
I just joined it. What do I do?
I got you.
Have fun with the
I
side
think
chat. We've got channels of all kinds of interesting content, like long distance observations.
I suggest hanging out in the lobby.
But to be open with you guys, though, I think the thing that made me initially hostile to flat earthers is I find there to be a high degree of dogmaticism behind it, and I have a really hard time with dogmatic people, no matter what they believe in or what they come from.
What kind of dogma?
As in, the Earth is flat, and there is no other possibility of it being any other way.
Well, it measures flat.
This isn't a shape conversation.
And
Flat's
also planes are designed in their book to fly over, quote, a flat and stationary Earth, end quote.
I mean, for all we know, we could be existing inside of a large terrarium that was built by an ancient race of super beings, and they submerged us under the ocean of their much larger world.
Well, we know there's larger, or even today, I mean, the earliest back as in the 1900s, that had in Japan, they were walking that Titan down the street, and he was about, I think they measured him at 16 feet tall then.
Wow.
He looked like he looked Japanese too. But he looked like he just looked. If you ever can see it, I don't know if I can find it again. But when you see it, it's like holy crap. You can find clips of it in the ones that talk about the mountains and shit. You'll
Oh,
see
I know
him
what
in
you're
there.
talking about.
Yeah,
He's like walking around in a Japanese diaper thing.
yeah, like in a parade.
Yeah.
He's walking in the parade like, yay, I'm walking with the guys. Not
Yeah.
like I'm a captive. That's nothing like that.
It's like a 1920, 1908, something black and white. Oh, yeah, something to explain. So Cyclone mentioned this before he left. We live stream all over the world. We've got YouTube bots at the top. If you see them here in this channel, it means that we're broadcasting to a much wider audience. And those YouTubes are also being restreamed to places like Twitch and Rumble.
Oh,
Sometimes,
that's cool.
yeah.
You get a lot of viewers.
Well, we used to know, but then they froze our viewer count.
Yeah, it only goes so high. Same with subscribers.
It's probably became so much like it didn't even count anymore.
Well,
No, it's because
censored.
they're shadow banned.
Oh,
We have video from C-SPAN. C-SPAN is like a news channel in America where they set up a camera inside the Capitol building to watch Congress. We have a video of them bringing the heads of social media companies in for testimony. And in this clip, they're asking them what they're doing to censor flat Earth. It's crazy. We're just describing the world as we experience it. What you see is what you get. And they
Yeah, I
censor.
mean, everybody was demonetized. I mean, people went a different route and are able to get money again, but not like they used to. YouTube demonetized flat Earth channels. No money for you.
Yeah, like if you go to Google Trends, you can search for how popular certain search words were. And you can see how flat Earth is climbing up the charts. It was more popular than Justin Bieber at the time. And then after that C-SPAN clip, after they brought social media heads in front of Congress to tell them to censor flat Earth, you see that trend line go straight down to the bottom. So yeah, we don't really know how many people we're reaching. It's a mystery.
here's one thing that came up in my mind though that makes me a bit skeptical. So if I apply this logic of that I should only rely on my senses, then for example, vaccinations, like looking at it plainly, it's a
Oh yeah, we
fucking.
don't have to go. We're not doing that on here because we're live streaming right now, and we're not sure we can get away with anything talking about vaccinations or anything. So we're just going to kind of stay away from that.
All right. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah,
Cool.
the reason it's a good reason. We're on multiple platforms. They all have different levels of TOS, so we have to go with the strictest one.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't want to ruin it for you guys.
Yeah. Thank you.
Then all that, I think everybody should get that anyway. Myself, I'm for all of you guys getting it. So, not me though. Don't ask me to.
As often as your doctor may recommend.
Hallelujah. If it's 8 times, I would get 16 of them, but not me personally. I just don't like those things.
Yeah, it's okay to not like needles. Like, what's wrong with not liking needles? It's completely normal. We should probably get off this.
Actually, I have another example that might be TOS safe. Let's take soap. So, when we wash our hands, with soap, it removes the bacteria and we get clean hands and we don't get sick.
That's not good for you.
But if I only rely on my senses, like soap would be worthless. Like it's just this jelly thing that I sploosh on my hands, and I might as well just use water,
Well,
Oh,
when the Earth is round, then why are my balls like? You know what I mean? Like
Oh,
if the Earth's
yeah.
flat, why are my balls round?
Yeah, right.
Like
Geez.
why?
Oh my goodness.
Flat balls.
Yeah, when we say that you should trust your senses, we don't just mean like your unaided senses.
If the Earth is flat, then why are my balls round?
Dude, you kind of interrupted a conversation here. You can put your balls away. We can talk about them in a minute.
Hold on, he's Glober. Remember, they're degenerates, and that's all they think about is other guys.
Yeah, let's scroll up in text chat. Hold on.
Yeah, we're not showing you elbows. Sorry, mate.
No, I just know like if the Earth is flat, then why are my balls round?
All right, look, 23 minutes past the hour. I typed in text chat, why are all these globies degenerate for balls?
Oh, there you go. And he fell right in the trap. He just came in and said that, and it just proved our point. That's every 20 minutes or so.
Flat earthers can see the future.
I just don't get it. If the Earth is flat,
sorry.
you know, you should explain why my ball's are round.
So
How
you
can
want
you have
us
balls
guys?
on
You
a
go. You
ball
want
Earth?
us guys to talk about your balls, right? You like guys
Absolutely.
touching
When you
them. You like when
Absolutely.
guys touch them.
when you say round, do you mean like a circle, like a coin, pixel?
It's like an oval, I would say.
Oh,
So
so it's
beaten with
not.
a hammer
It's
flat?
not a ball then. It's not a ball then.
Oh, not a ball. Okay.
Nope.
And not a
Definitely
circle.
round.
So it's something else.
Prove it.
Yeah. So I think the Earth is definitely an oval. Then you're right. I think it's an
Yeah,
oval.
like your balls are a pancake.
Nope. Yep. Can't have an oval either. Can't have an oval. Can't have a pear. Can't have a banana shape. Can't have anything
I
that's
feel like
got
it should be
those.
such a simple.
I know. You feel
It
like
should
it
be
because you
super
think your feelings.
simple.
You think
It
your
should be so
feelings
simple. Are
are
you
how
having a
you
visceral
control
reaction?
things by having feelings about it doesn't work.
I really just think that there should be an explanation of that. If the Earth
No.
is flat, then why are my balls
If
round?
the Earth is flat, then there is no ball Earth because space is fake. So we don't even have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah, if you think that Earth is a ball, then what do your balls and Earth have in common?
I'm not saying the Earth is anything. I'm just asking if the Earth is flat, why are my balls round?
No, Earth is flat. You already see it that way. Why would you say if
I'm
it
just
is the
saying
way
if it is.
if it is the way I already see it? Doesn't that sound weird? Because that's what you're doing. If it is the way I already see it and experience it, then why this? Crazy. Globers just
So
are all out of control these days.
So would you say that if the Earth is flat, God exists?
Your
But
balls
what
were
does
made
that?
from flat Earth.
Listen, what does that has to do with the price of rice in China, though?
See, that's my point. You know, I can get behind Earth being fat, then God exists if it's
Air
flat.
being fat,
Then
yeah,
I'll definitely
fat is good for
then
you,
I'll
though.
definitely
You should
accept
eat
it.
some fat.
If the Earth is flat, then God is real. Okay, I'll accept it. But you have to
Just
tell
go
me.
back to the other guy. Just go back to the other guy. This guy's not serious.
I'm being dead serious. Doesn't
Yeah,
the Bible talk about the firmament?
Nah.
He's a troll.
That's the wrong channel, dude. This isn't the firmament
Oh, okay,
channel.
so the Earth isn't flat. I knew it.
Yeah.
No, well, you missed it. You missed it because the firmament was referenced by Copernicus. Do you know who that is? Have you ever heard of Copernicus?
No, he ran away with a red microphone.
Oh, okay. It's like, hey, flat earthers, your model has a Copernicus in it. No, it doesn't. That's your model. That's yours has a Copernicus, not me.
Yeah, that's the story that I learned in school too. So somewhere it changed. Somewhere that guy was invented also.
Do you remember what his name is? I'm gonna link him the Copernicus model that shows firmament.
Wise guy.
Yeah, he's spiraled out so many times. Like, it's like was it the blue happy face sort of look?
Yeah. Uh-huh. All right, it looks like I've got this should work. Looks like I've got a way to fall over if I lose my cable internet, fall over to cellular, and don't have to really pay for any of this.
Hey, Radwin, that guy you was talking before, he sounded pretty reasonable. Is he still here?
Lars? Yeah, he's here.
Okay, cool. I didn't want the new people to run away because of the Harper's trolls, glow believers.
Yeah. No, I don't mind. It's fine.
Lars turned off his troll. Thank you, Lars.
Yeah, Lars, we end up having to deal with that kind of crap all the time.
It doesn't bother me. That's my hobby, shutting those guys up. I've done it many times.
You've become very proficient at it.
I love peeling the Band-Aid off. The space is fake. And then people go, what did you I can't deal with anything anymore, and then they quit.
It's a.
Here's the thing, though. Like with this newfound information, I don't know what to do with this.
What are you supposed to do with it?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Oh, so, well, I guess you figured out that you can't get hit by an asteroid anymore. You don't have to buy that insurance when it comes available on TV for $39.59 a month. I'll have my infomercial done by the summer, and I should be selling that insurance to Globers soon. But you get a lot with it. You get a pair of sticks so you can measure the globe. We're giving away a couple other things with it, like a T-shirt that points to "I'm with stupid" and it points at a globe and shit like that. It's funny.
And
can start
you stop
laughing about
believing.
that.
You might have a better foundation now to stop believing in certain absurdities. You know, it's absurd to believe in the fantasy. So you don't if you don't believe it anymore, that might be a plus for you. Maybe, possibly.
Yeah, more content.
You know, certain groups of people have been convinced to live in absurdities and told to commit atrocities, and they've done it just by believing in an absurdity. Having a good foundation of reality might be a good thing to have, possibly.
Yeah, exactly. Now you know you're not spinning as you don't feel it. So now you know it. Now you know you're driving over a plane instead of thinking that you're driving over a ball. It's reality. You've just become more in tune with reality and your senses.
And the question that you had about your senses, though, it's not that we just believe in our senses. There is, equipment and things that extend beyond us we can sense, and it already confirms what you already know. So your senses are there for its purpose, but it's not just believing in them. It's acknowledging reality for what it is and not making up stories about what it's not, and building a misrepresentation like the fantasy that has been fed to everyone, the TV, and a lot of people believe in. A misrepresentation of reality. Do we still believe in gravity, though, or is that also fake?
Lars, did you see that was posted for you? The CNN where they're telling them to censor flat Earth, so you can tell that we're not bullshitting. And then you can wonder, why would the U.S. government give a shit if people wear tinfoil hats and talk about the Earth being flat? That seems kind of silly to ban that kind of stuff, doesn't it? You don't ban Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster and UFOs.
Yeah, but like, what is the force that is keeping us down on Earth?
Don't need one.
It's just it's
Sadness,
it's density.
sadness and depression.
The necessity for that comes from the reason why you asked that question. It comes from the globe thing with the vacuum of space, but we have no need for that. Gravitas, it's the weight or seriousness of something. The buoyancy and density of you within the medium is what keeps you down.
No, wait, could you simplify that? Like, what is like? Why am I not just floating around?
Okay, things go up, things go down. Do you agree with that? Apple falls, right? Apples fall down, right?
Yes.
Okay, so they fall down and then they land in the pond that the apple tree is next to. Then what happens to it?
It rots.
No, it floats. It actually doesn't rot. Not for a while, not sitting in water like that.
The reason why the apple fell is because the tree grew and then bore fruit, basically carrying the elements up, and then the apple got too heavy for the stem that it's on, and it fell. It returned to a state of equilibrium.
Yeah, the stem's like the umbilical cord, and it just gets rotted. It turns brown because it doesn't work anymore, and then the apple falls off. It's all done.
Yeah, so we don't need to go beyond this, but people want us to go beyond this for some reason. And it's because they might think that flat Earth belongs inside outer space.
Yeah, you see, the apple fell because it's more dense than the air around it. And then the apple floats on water because the water is more dense and the apple is buoyant.
So the apple goes up in water and down in air. That was what I was getting to.
Yeah, like rocks will fall from mountains because geologic processes pushed up the mountains, lifting the rocks up from their previous state. Structure gets loose and the rocks return back to equilibrium, energy restored.
Yeah, that makes sense. But what about like, is there an edge to Earth?
Ooh, philosophical question now.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we told you space is fake. Did you hear when I said that?
Yeah.
So where would an edge be in no space?
Where would an edge be in no space?
Yeah. Kind of sounds ridiculous. So it's like asking, where's the edge of the Big Bang to somebody who believes in that? You know, what's the Big Bang expanding into, huh? So what's interesting is we know that there's a limit. The limit that we know is defined by the fact that we're breathing air with our lungs. If it was limitless, then the air would expand in an unlimited fashion, freely.
Well, I don't get it. So you guys mean there is no limit, or there is no edge to Earth?
Well, we don't know. We don't even know how to define or describe an edge, but we know that there is a limit, at least when it comes to how we're experiencing the air that we breathe. So gas expands freely in all directions and does it without doing any work whatsoever. It happens, gas will expand infinitely. It's almost like perpetual motion. Gas is weird. So there's a reason why we have a gradient. The reason why we have a gradient of gas pressure, where it's more pressurized down here than up there, is because there's a limit, there's a container for it. And there's a temperature difference too. Like it's gets pretty cold on those mountain peaks.
Well, I just realized another implication. So if space is not real, then does that mean satellites are not real as well?
Yeah, satellites may exist some way that we don't understand. We do know that the early satellite program was exclusively balloons. We also know that when Sputnik was claimed to be in a self-sustaining orbit, that it was controversial. The head of the US Department of Defense, Charlie Wilson, said, and I quote, "Sputnik is a cheap scientific trick." There's you can read old newspapers, people writing in letters to the editor of the newspaper saying that they think Sputnik is a load of BS. There's no way that they could have done this. This idea that everybody
If you
just
look,
universally accepted that Russia made this achievement is actually not quite true historically. It was not met with immediate acceptance at all.
if you look in text chat, you'll see how they can keep the transceiver up there for long periods of time.
Yeah, that's a good picture. I got to save that one.
They've claimed to put balloons at extremely high altitudes. Like we're commonly told today that balloons have a maximum height of 120,000 feet or so, maybe 130,000 feet. But we know that they also claim, they being the government, that they built balloons in the 1960s and 70s that could go hundreds and hundreds of miles high. We're talking higher than the ISS. And they would launch them with rockets and deploy the balloons up there. We've actually got some footage of those balloon deployments from rockets from the 1960s. It's in our home server.
Under what?
Satellites.
Okay. I can never find it. I didn't know if you had them under NASA or what, because sometimes people put things in the wrong spot, and I try to tell people, hey, this needs to be moved, but I think it's all straightened out now.
Yeah, satellites has a lot of the satellite gravy specifically, including balloons, most importantly. So, but that might not be the only thing they're using. This is just one thing that we know is part of the historical narrative.
Well,
So
I'm going to guess that they're using it a lot since NASA is the largest purchaser of helium in the world.
Yeah. So Lars, we have a member of our team. His name is Majin, Maigin, or Jin. Majin. He runs a YouTube channel. He just started it, and what he does is he clips out conversations that we have that he thinks are noteworthy and educational and enlightening. He clips them from our streams because we're streaming 24 hours a day.
Yeah. If you're asking if I can be clipped, by all means, go ahead.
Okay, great. You can also subscribe to Majin's channel, which I just linked. It's called On the Level, and you can peruse his clips of important conversations. Because even though we record 24 hours a day, that doesn't mean we've got great content 24 hours a day. I can tell you that. I mean, for all I know, in a few minutes, some guy will come in here and start screaming N-words and talking about his balls again.
Yeah, no, that's I understand.
It is
So
kind of in here. Sorry, go ahead.
say our community's been around about 10 years, and our community seems to be at the top of whatever this flat earth thing is, because most of the content that we see on TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, other places, a lot of it was borrowed from us and in many cases badly represented.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's common on the internet. I'm curious though, what is it that made you guys first interested in the flat Earth perspective?
Long distance observations. So what really kicked us out for people in this community was the coming of the Nikon P900 camera. This camera featured 83x optical zoom, and you could have it for $1,000. So people bought this camera and would take it to the beach and would zoom in on distant things like ocean liners, big ships way out at sea. They would zoom in on distant beaches and shorelines. And it didn't take long for people to say, hold on, if Earth is a globe, why am I seeing all this? That should be way below the curvature of the Earth. That's what started a lot of this for us.
Mine was the eclipse, the 2017 eclipse.
Yeah, you mentioned that. That's a good one. Eclipses, people think are globe proofs, but when you educate yourself on what's going on with these, they really aren't. They contradict what the heliocentric model purports itself to be. The geometry's all effed up.
It's not even, I don't even know if you can call it a contradiction. It doesn't match anything.
Yeah.
That's another thing you'll find out. Nothing can be proven about the globe. Everything is imaginary, or some other guy knows about it, or there's no way you'll find anything. You can look and look and look all you want. You're never going to find anything on who measured it and what method was used. And people from 3,000 years ago don't count because we don't shoot satellites because of somebody 2,000 years ago measuring shit with shadows and sticks. But if you want to buy my insurance, you'll get a pair of sticks with that. You can measure the globe yourself.
What about this then? Do you guys think that there are areas where flat Earth and globe Earth views can align with each other?
Well, I would say
Or
many things
overlap?
in things that don't involve using the globe. And a lot of times when globers think they're using the globe, they really aren't.
Yeah, we can align on cake decorating, gardening, auto repair.
No pineapple on pizza.
Maybe overlap. I meant to say overlap, not align.
Yeah, on IIoT automation, industrial automation, we can overlap there too.
Yeah, pretty much anything in engineering and applied physics overlaps completely. So it's not like we're out here saying that we have an alternate view of physics. We operate using the same laws of nature.
Well, actually, what we say is we're actually using physics laws versus imaginary physics laws. We actually use the ones that are like written in stone, and the other people use ones that you imagine and you create inside a computer, and then you model things with those that you created.
That's right. Yeah.
That's why they have to change it. They have to put astro in front of it. They just can't use physics anymore because it breaks the laws of physics.
Yeah.
So they say it's not physics, it's astro or theoretical physics. It's a new type of physics that isn't testable, isn't repeatable, observable, measurable, none of it.
Reminds me.
The same type of physics you use to say how Superman spun the Earth the wrong direction and saved Lois Lane from the earthquake. That type of physics. That's what globalists are using.
Reminds me of Hannes Alfvén, who was a NASA scientist. I think he was from Sweden. He gave this amazing speech back in the 80s where he's basically ripping the NASA organization a wide asshole. He's telling them that you guys are a bunch of phony frauds and you don't really know what science is. He did this address and then released a paper after his talk describing the plasma fields above Earth and how space is like 99% plasma or something. Really brilliant guy. He pioneered something called electrodynamic propulsion, which may be a technology that's being used up there that most people don't know about. But he wrote this, he said this in his speech. This was also in his papers, like 300 pages, but this is in the beginning. So he said, the conclusion here is that astrophysics is too important to be left in the hands of the astrophysicists. The billion-dollar telescope data that we acquire must be treated by scientists who are familiar with laboratory and magnetospheric physics and circuit theory, and of course with modern plasma theory. At least by volume, the universe consists of more than 99% of plasma, and electromagnetic forces are 10 to the 39 power times stronger than gravitation.
Oopsie.
Yeah, you guys are a bunch of phonies, is what he's saying. You guys think gravity is like the primary force of outer space? It's so insignificant as it may not even be there. 10 to the 39 times stronger than gravitation. That's electrostatics. That's like the Coulomb. That's like the charge between electron and the nucleus. And that's what's binding reality together. How do you determine how much at a molecular level is gravity besides, electrostatics, electrodynamics? How do you filter out something that is 10 to the negative 39 times weaker
The
than
situation
all these
part.
other forces? You can't do that. That's why they've never found the graviton.
No, yeah, it's called the situation particle.
The situation particle, I love it.
Yeah, it doesn't have the electromagnetism. Like, there's no electromagnetism. Doesn't have that. The gravity of the situation, though, gets on the goblins for sure.
That's hilarious.
The situation. That's Jersey Shore right there.
Oh yeah, I did like that. I did like that. Hey, you like the situation? Anyway, sorry for derailing. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. It's funny. I mean, they'll come up with a particle for any situation to shoehorn it into a cosmology that they already accept as true.
Something
Yeah.
is. So I looked at how CERN's put together, and just going down these little tubes, basically. So what I'm really wondering is what's really going on there now? What did they need? That whatever they built was to say, here's we're going to build this, and it didn't cost what they said. They drilled somewhere else. They went somewhere else, or they had to have tunneled somewhere from there, because that's the kind of equipment they used.
Mhm.
Yeah, I got some really good shots of CERN. It's looking at their fluid systems, if you know what I mean.
They're digging tunnels, you said?
Not sure. I mean, it took a long time, and what it doesn't make sense to me that little tiny tubes, the two tubes that I saw going round and round, needing that gigantic space to do all that. So that's what doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I've never really looked into it.
And what are you going to prove with that? Nothing.
Yeah, I was thinking when you guys were saying earlier, how they're not going to ever find any proof of this globe. It's hard for me to understand a person who realizes there's a question, realizes that we're here 24/7 asking for evidence. People come in, aren't really able to provide it. Anything they do provide is easily picked apart and doesn't follow the classical scientific method, isn't testable, repeatable, verifiable, etc. Like, isn't serious science or mathematics in any sense of the word. It's just like when I realized that, and all of you guys too, I'm sure it was the same, like, it's shocking. You realize, oh, yeah, they just claimed this, and there's actually no verifiable evidence to back it up. Like, that's it, right? Like, that's the end of it. You don't start imagining there's evidence. You don't start, like, making stuff up. You don't start thinking, oh, I guess science fiction images are good enough, even though they're all widely contradictory and can't be replicated, and so on. I just don't understand the person who starts to see that and then is still defending the globe. I still don't get it, you know? Like, I get people who haven't ever looked into it, which is a lot of people, right? That just assume someone else smarter than them figured it out. But these people that come in here that recognize there's a question and are still trying to defend it despite having no legitimate evidence, like that, I don't understand. You know, people who are just, I guess they're just pseudo intellectuals, right? They're just pretending to be people who are actually thoughtful, and but they're really not. They're just zealots, right? That's what it is. It's very odd.
Dandelion always gets dandelions from me when she starts talking, so that's her intro for the YouTube stream.
I like that one. It's nice. Yeah, that's like a bee's eye view or something, right?
That's how you know she's in the house. The dandelions show up on the screen.
Make a wish, Shaggy says. Yes, I wish that liars would stop lying. Do you think you think my wish will come true?
Yes.
As long as they think there's a globe.
As long as what?
As long as they think there's a globe, it won't.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they want to believe. Like, those people I like. You guys know I like them. Like, we had one last night that he said he was going to go to Mars. I don't know if any of you were here for that. Like, that's what I've been wanting. I've been wanting like a real person that seems to be a person that, you know, has a voice behind the microphone that actually thinks they're going to go to Mars. Was anybody here for that last night? He said he thinks he's going to go to Mars within 10 years, this guy. Like, an actual human being came in here, and I just wonder, like, are people really fooled by this? They actually think that? And we found someone that does. It was exciting. Like, that guy, you know, he was kind of dim. Another charlatan came in who was more, you know, dishonest and you know, just dishonest. Let's just say that. And this Mars believer was swayed by this pseudo intellectual, because I asked him what he said that made him think he was smart, because he said this pseudo-intellectual was smart. He said he used big words, right? So, like, that guy I get, like a guy who's just like, I want to go to Mars in 10 years. And that guy used big words, so I think he's smart. Like, that person I can accept. You know, it's kind of like, okay, well, you're just like living in a fantasy world. You're an adult child. Like, I can kind of feel sorry for you for being fooled, you know. Those kind of people, I like them. They just believe, right? They just believe. They just snap their heels 3 times and say, I want to go to Mars. And then the magic fairy Elon Musk sends them there, right? It's a cute little childish fantasy. They're cute.
Yeah. Well, you'd think that if you could go to Mars in 10 years, then there would be, you know, commercial flights to the moon at this current time. You know, we're going to the moon. We're sending the public to the moon. Whoever wants to go. But Mars is just around the corner.
Yeah, I That's what I think it was India or somebody called him out. They're like, "Oh, so you think you're going to Mars? So yeah, where are the moon flights?" Yeah, it's kind of like it's just outrageous. I mean, according to their fairy tale religion, like, yeah, we don't go to the moon anymore. We lost that technology, and it's painful to bring it back. But yeah, we're gonna go to Mars. Yeah, just around the corner, guys. Just around the corner.
Guy will be 70 years old saying they're going to go any day now.
Yep, he just wasn't believing hard enough. It's like the end of Elf. I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen Elf, where like Santa's sleigh's failing because there's not enough belief in him and not enough Christmas spirit. So if we sing Christmas carols and believe, then Santa will be real. Yep, we need some Mars Christmas carols, right? And then it will come true. That's what we need.
Yeah, the same kind of people that think there's a rover and they're controlling it from Earth. Like, if there's rovers on Mars, then it would be like, a couple thousand on the moon by now.
No, there would be a couple 100,000 just running around on the streets being controlled by AI at this point, but they would have been controlled and running around by the tens of thousands throughout cities for years than just being controlled by people in the buildings, because they're amazing what they can do, when in reality they don't show you that they got a cable behind them. They're just running that thing on a cable, powered, all that shit.
How about that Lunar Hilton?
Yeah, we're 50, well, 60 years out from when they said they went to the moon. I mean, this isn't like they did it just like a week ago and now there's a bunch of plans. You're talking about multiple generations later. Nothing. I mean, it's getting to the point where there isn't going to be anyone left alive who was even witnessed it. I mean, people who witnessed it are now in their 60s. They're children. If they were in their, a toddler, they're in their 60s now.
Yeah, Grandpa, tell us about when humans used to be able to go to the moon before we lost the technology and it was too painful to bring it back. Tell us all about those amazing times, Grandpa.
It's like one of my favorite memes is like you got this 80, 90-year-old astronaut telling little Timmy, "Hey, little Timmy, did you know that we flew to the moon with a computing power equal to your Game Boy?" And the little Timmy says, "What's a Game Boy?"
This guy, Scooby Snack, in the side chat. Shaggy, go get him.
Is Scooby Snack a globe believer?
Probably.
Yeah, totally.
I've never met the person.
Oh yeah, we need him in here. Yeah, we totally need the Scooby Snack v Shaggy globe versus flat debate. That would be so fun.
I just remembered something. Somebody actually programmed Doom, the video game, to be played on the screen of a pregnancy testing kit.
That is hilarious.
So, is it safe to say that, hey, little Timmy, did you know that Grandpa's friends went to the moon using less computing power that's in your mom's pregnancy testing kit?
Nice. Yeah. 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 Let's just fly the pregnancy testing kit to the moon, guys. That sounds great.
All we need is the electronics of a pregnancy testing kit, and we can send another man to the moon. It'll do all the computing power for us.
Test.
Huh?
Little Tim is gonna ask, "What's a pregnancy test?"
Yeah, because he was born in a pod.
Remember the MASH episode where the rabbit died? And did the rabbit die or live? Either way, yeah, Margaret was worried she was pregnant, and then the rabbit like lived or died, and it meant she wasn't. I don't know. Must have been. Did the rabbit being dead mean that she wasn't pregnant? I don't remember. Some kind of rabbit pregnancy test back then. None of you guys know what I'm talking about. That's fine. I'll research it for you. I'll get back
I
to
kind of
you.
remember the episode, but I just remember what's his name in drag was like crying over it or something, right?
Klinger, yeah.
Yeah.
Was it his rabbit that they killed? I bet you're right. I think it was dead, yeah, but she was happy, so it must be the dead rabbit meant she wasn't pregnant. I don't think she wanted to be. I don't know. She never had a child in the show.
I think the rabbit dies both ways. It's just they check the blood or something in the rabbit.
Oh, okay. So the rabbit is sacrificed either way.
Yep.
Okay. I got
Yeah,
you.
there's not like it's like 50-50 and then you get to live again and then you're playing Russian roulette and your buddies are all in the cage too. No, they all die every time.
Schrodinger's rabbit. Yeah, I got you.
Or was it the Colonel with the rabbit?
Somebody's rabbit was sacrificed. Yep. I'm going to look it up. It was Radar's rabbit. I would have gotten that if you guys would have given me a chance. It was Radar. Pet rabbit Fluffy.
Radar's rabbit. Okay.
Yeah. But I guess what I was trying to say about our friend last night, gosh, I wish I could remember that guy's name. I guess if I looked at the live stream, I could find it if I cared enough. Answer, I don't care enough. But I care a little bit because the guy who was so easily fooled by the charlatan, Harris was the name of the charlatan, I do believe. He had a profile picture very similar to the hyphen above me. And so what I think is sad, though, is that there's all these people who do believe so easily. And it's like, I was thinking about this earlier today. I get it. It's like some people, they have to believe in authority, they feel like they have to, right? To like function in the world because, and I don't want to say that, I don't want to diagnose this person from last night. So now I'm moving on to a wider topic, not necessarily connected to the true GOAT believer last night. A person who is of, average or below average intelligence is kind of like bewildered by the world, right? Especially the world like at the complicated level that it is today. And like, to some extent, they feel like they need to believe in authority, right? And like, it's just very sad that these people are taken advantage of. And because the kind of loyalty that inspires, right, I think could be, in theory, lead to a more stable society, right? If the leaders were ethical and if they were actually working for the wider good of the people, like that kind of loyalty from a large number of people could lead to stability in society, but it doesn't, obviously. It just leads to the people in power who are actually devious tricksters gaining more and more power and advantage over the people and actually living off of the energy of these people who rely on them because they're they are like, slightly unable to actually determine what's going on for themselves or to make determinations of truth for themselves for whatever reason. I don't know, but it's very sad that kind of loyalty and subservience and belief is being taken advantage of on such a wide scale, and these people just don't even know it. It's very sad. Oh, AG's endorses my idea, the 1v1 Shaggy versus Scooby Snack. I totally want that. Yeah. Did he say he was going to do it? Well, he's not here.
We're waiting for.
Yeah, we're trying to get him to join.
That would be totally fun. We need that. And he says he has free time.
Sounds like the perfect time to do it would be right now.
Yeah.
Yep. Can't have any excuses.
Oh, yeah, it says here in the episode description, Margaret suspects she's pregnant, but in order to be sure, a pregnancy test must be performed. But in order for the test to be done, they need the ovaries of Radar's female rabbit, Fluffy. Meanwhile, a disgruntled patient holds Charles hostage until he's allowed to be sent home to Ohio. Yeah, so they got to take the ovaries. Gosh, you'd think they could just do the surgery and rabbit could still live without their ovaries, right? I might have to do a rewatch.
Welcome to whoever just joined in. Not sure who that was.
I don't know either.
I just heard the notification go off on my phone.
Update Scooby Snack. I've been in VC before, maybe 3 to 4 times. If I'm going to do it, I want to make sure I have lots of time. Oh, so he's one of those. He's a perfectionist. Gosh, we'd take even a 5-minute 1v1. My goodness. Right now, I'm waiting to pick up new puppy from one of those puppy classes. They came free with the dog, so I figured, why not? Yeah, why not? I agree. Puppy classes. Oh, AG says you can bring the puppy. Yeah.
Speaking of bringing puppies, so when we start going to Mars, are we bringing animals with us, or are we just people, and we all just have to look at each other and want to punch each other in the face instead of having like your dog up here and saying, "Yeah, me and the dog, we're taking off. See ya."
Only parasites are allowed.
Aw.
Oh, yeah, because haven't you heard? Oh, now you're Scooby-Doo. I see. So we're
Scooby-Doo.
going in on a theme now. I could be Velma or Daphne. Yeah, which one do you think I should be?
Daphne. What's wrong with you?
You guys always are going to prefer Daphne. Poor Velma. I won't tell her. Anyway, they want to leave a beautiful location, filled and teeming with life, with beautiful oceans, mountains, sunsets, sunrises, amazing wildlife, great opportunities for bird watching, surfing, midnight cruises, star watching, children, families, good food, good fun, fireworks, so on and so forth, to go off into a vacuum land with no air to breathe, where you could die at any moment if any technological problem happened to go to a red rock with no life on it. Yes, Scooby-Doo, that makes perfect sense, right? And I don't think they're going to be bringing the dog.
Okay, now we figured that one out. What are they going to eat?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So we're going to leave behind Thanksgiving dinner, where all you have to do is go down to the local Safeway, buy a turkey, some bread cubes, cranberries, mashed potatoes, all the fixins, and just go home with your lovely oven and create an amazing Thanksgiving dinner for your family with really, little effort compared to what our ancestors might have gone through. Yeah, we'll just go to a place where there's no food. Good idea.
Are we taking natural gas with us, propane, or electricity, electric stoves, and electric ovens? So if we're taking electricity, we'll probably have to take a second spaceship to follow us to make enough electricity to run all that stuff too.
Yeah, that's what we were trying to tell this dude last night. Indio brought up the biodome. You remember the biodome, Doobie-Doo?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, where they couldn't even have a small number of people live in a biodome in Arizona for the amount of time. I found a funny article about it yesterday, but actually the AI overview is kind of interesting. Now I'm getting the AI overview. I'll just take a screenshot of that for you. Biodome, why did it fail? So for those of you who were not around when they did the biodome, that was supposed to demonstrate how we could create a self-sustaining environment on Earth, which would be practice if we wanted to create a self-sustaining environment, on the moon, or according to some heavy-duty globetards, on Mars. So yeah, we couldn't even make it on Earth. The Biosphere 2 project failed due to a combination of factors, including an unexpected decline in oxygen levels caused by soil microbes consuming it, and a reaction with the concrete, the extinction of key species like pollinators, the inability to produce enough food, and psychological and management conflicts among the crew. These issues revealed the immense complexity of maintaining a self-sustaining, balanced ecosystem. I think, some of these guys, I think our dude last night, our true believer, he'd never even heard of it. I think they just quietly scuttled it, and people these days are kind of like, oh yeah, that never really happened. Yeah, we're not going to talk about that. Because they showed here on Earth where they had an easy backup system where the people could just walk out the door, right? And I think eventually, before too long, they did. It didn't go on nearly as long as they'd originally planned. Yeah, they could not make a self-contained ecosystem on Earth. Yeah, and they're trying to tell these people they're going to take them to Mars and do that. I mean, come on.
But all you need to do is you take a couple of mirrors and like a Fresnel lens, and you go up to the polar cap and you melt the ice, and then it creates an atmosphere, and then volcanoes will form. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Shaggy says they needed more hippies in there. That was the other article. I'll see if I can find it. The other article actually has hippies in the title. Shaggy probably doesn't know that. They were claiming the people that were in there were already hippies, but they must not have been good enough hippies, right, Shaggy? Because they didn't get along.
Yeah, the ones they sent only knew how to grow weed. It's a shame.
Yeah, they probably didn't let them grow weed in Arizona in the 90s. Yeah, isn't this title great? This is even better. 8 Go Mad in Arizona, how a lockdown experiment went horribly wrong. In the 1990s, a troop of hippies spent 2 years sealed inside a dome called Biosphere 2. I didn't think they were there for 2 years. Wow, they lasted longer than I thought.
side of that
classical
group.
Greeks knew the Earth was a sphere.
No, that's a lie.
False.
Okay, prove it.
You prove it.
Yeah, you still didn't prove the air pressure thing.
I mean,
How would they know it's a sphere?
Even is charged up with a battery. You guys kidding me?
How would they know it's a? How would the ancient Greeks know it's a
I hear you,
sphere?
Tebow.
What could they actually do?
They didn't believe it was a sphere.
Stellar navigation was one thing.
Oh, they navigated the stars?
Okay, so that doesn't tell them that the Earth's a sphere. Try again.
He thinks Greeks had
The
spaceships.
sunrise and sunset, and the
That
phases of
doesn't
the
tell
moon.
the Earth is a sphere either. So try again.
I have yet to see someone explain.
You haven't named
how
anything
phases
about
of
the
moon
Earth.
work
You
on a
said
flat
something
Earth.
about the sun. You said something about the stars. You said something about everything but the Earth. I said, how do they know the Earth is a sphere?
That is how.
Oh, so they don't
Because
know.
there are-
Congratulations.
Yes, they do, because there are
No,
things
because
that
what
we
you're talking
observe
about,
that
you
only
listen,
work if
listen.
Earth is a sphere.
Look, bro, no, you're claiming that, but that's not true.
And you
So, it's real-
explain lunar
I don't need to
phases
explain
on a flat
anything.
Earth.
You
Yes,
need to
you do.
demonstrate.
You
need
are
to
making
demonstrate
a
that
claim
it's
lunar phases work on a flat Earth.
Okay,
Can you
so
explain
again,
how?
once again, the moon. We're not talking about the moon. We're talking about the Earth. You said they know that the Earth is a globe. Okay? Everything you're talking about would be an inference, and inferences aren't knowledge. So I can look around my neighborhood and see all brick houses and infer that my house may also be made of brick. But that doesn't, I don't know my house is
Seeing
made of brick
the
until I look
moon
at my,
go through
shut up,
phases and
shut
saying,
up,
"This
dude, let me
doesn't
finish
work
the
on flat
fucking
Earth," isn't the
sentence,
same
dude.
as going all
So,
the
dude, just go on fucking mute, bro. Really simple. Let me finish my fucking sentence. Okay? You can look at all your goddamn neighbor's house and they're made of brick, but you don't know if your house is made of brick until you look at it. So, how do they know the Earth is a sphere? Go
By
ahead, dude.
observing things that are impossible on a flat Earth, as
Okay,
I've
you
said.
don't know if they're impossible on a flat Earth. You haven't demonstrated they're impossible on a flat Earth. You just believe that.
They have been demonstrated as being impossible on the flat Earth.
By who?
Okay, show
Name
us.
one scientific experiment. Please.
Demonstrate that they are. That's the
No,
what I'm
that's not how
asking.
it works, dude.
There's a
So
burden
there's
of
things
proof
like
that
called
you're creating.
exclusionary. There's called exclusionary proofs, right? So Fermat's principle, Fermat's last theorem, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. It is a limit. So
Explain this,
hold on,
you're
dude. No,
indirectly making a claim that it is possible on a flat Earth. That is your indirect claim.
That's my indirect
I think you'd
claim.
be smarter if you listened to people when they were educating you.
Yeah, he can't. He's fucking locked in. The fact remains is the Greeks didn't know fucking anything. And nothing they can observe about the heavens will tell them what the shape of the earth is because it's inferential.
Okay, so
This is just a matter of logic, dude.
How do you
Period.
know? How do you know the Earth is flat other than it looks flat?
Okay, measurement.
This is how you sound. Can I have a minute?
Such as what measurement?
Measure. Oddly enough, you can measure the surface of the earth with a laser.
Indio, can I have a...
Hold on. He asked the question. So you shoot a laser, and if the Earth is a globe and the surface of the Earth is curving, that means as you go along the laser, the surface of the Earth should get farther and farther away from the laser as an exponential function. So such as 40 kilometers, the laser should be 420 feet or 400. Who's interrupting me?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I don't think so, dude. So, the laser at 40 kilometers away should be 400 or should be 127 meters off the surface of the Earth. And when we do this test, that's not the case. It's 1.5 meters off the surface of the Earth, the same height it started as. That means the laser and the surface of the Earth are in parallel. This is measuring the Earth. And this is just one of many, many measurements of the surface of the Earth.
I gonna
Go
get
ahead,
the
Iron.
whole argument of light
forgot what
doesn't
I was
bend here when I explained to you how
Doesn't bend. Look, bro, this is off by the prediction by 2 orders of magnitude. You can't get light to bend that much.
Okay, unless you have like a fucking 170-degree temperature gradient, which is unphysical.
You probably have like a 10 to 12 degree gradient on the surface of water that you're shining a laser across. You might get some refraction or diffraction, or
Well, if you apply standard refraction at this distance, you'll move the laser down 5 meters. But you need to move it down another 100. Hold on, you need to move it down another 122 meters. So where are you getting that from?
Expect a difference of like 10% maximum.
No, that's not how it goes, dude.
No, for atmospheric.
It's not a linear relationship.
No, I'm saying if I were to do this experiment myself, I would expect a 6 to 10% degree of variability based on atmospheric conditions, or the temperature of the water versus the air right above the water versus the temperature of the air 10 feet above the water. There could be some shit to there. I wouldn't expect it to be exact, but I would expect it to be within one.
How are you going to measure that?
Well, it's all fantastic because the results here are 1,000% off.
Right, my point exactly.
2 orders of magnitude.
Ascribe that to atmospheric refraction or anything like that. It has to be because it's so far off that it cannot be, oh, the wind blew.
Well, I mean, it would be very odd that not only because they actually did these tests 3 weeks apart, so it would be very, very fucking odd. And they had meteorological stations that not only did they not measure the frickin' weather condition with 2 meteorological stations at the endpoints 3 weeks apart, and they had the identical magical weather conditions 3 weeks apart that let them frickin' see a globe. Yeah. I'll post in the chat.
I'm on your side.
Well, I mean, it'd be very fucking odd they did it again 3 weeks later.
I think the ideal version would be if the temperature of the water and the temperature of the air were the same magically on one day. That's the day you take the measurement. That's most clear. So you don't have that distortion of the temperature difference above the surface of the water across a lake or something like that. I think that's the ideal.
That's just one of many. I mean, we got Salt Lake one. We got frickin' Salt Lake on the land, on the water. Like every way you can frickin' slice it, it's been done.
I agree. But some people still can't see it.
They don't want to see it.
They want to argue with you.
The Salt Lake one that DJ shows all the time is pretty cuckoo. You can see 21 miles to the other shoreline, and at that night they went and they shot the laser across the same distance, 21 kilometers. And not only do you see the laser, you see the reflection of the laser off the water, which
oh shit,
that's impossible.
Indio is bouncing the laser back to the original observer. Is that the way to prove it even more?
No. Check it out. If the laser is supposed to be behind the curve, right, on the other side of the curve, how could you ever see the reflection of the laser off the water?
They're always trying to hit a target across.
Think about it. Hold on, dude. Think about what I'm saying for a second. You got a hill. How can you see the reflection off the laser when the only place the laser can bounce off is the other side of the hill?
You can't.
Yeah, you can't. But we do.
I want one of those lasers.
Would it be a good proof if you shined a laser across the lake and had it bounce back across the same lake to you?
I mean, they did a triple mirror flash at the Salton Sea, where they made basically a giant frickin' triangle, right? So one mirror operator could see 2 other mirrors at the same time. In each point of that triangle, each person could see the other 2 mirrors, which are also see like 128 feet under the curve of the Earth.
So
that reminds me of the Michelson-Morley experiment a little bit.
Just wondering, Did they have multiple vertical arrays recording temperature along the entire path of the laser?
Why would they need to do that, dude?
What do you mean? Why would they need to do that?
Yeah, I'm asking why
Because
you're asking
refraction.
me. Because that's a red herring.
So I guess
No, it's
the
not.
military can't use line of sight anymore.
No, it's
You
not, because
understand that you
refraction
need
isn't
to move the
something where it's,
laser.
This big area has this refraction.
Yeah,
It
but you need to.
changes for
Yeah, that's
every.
a cool story, but no one's ever demonstrated that this type of refraction actually exists. Okay.
Hypothetically,
can see.
if there was
Okay, because I already told you that the drop was supposed to be 127 meters. Now, if you use standard refraction calculation, that only moves the laser down 5 meters. So now you have 122 meters to make up. So you would need some crazy, abnormal day, not only just once, and not at just one distance, at 7 different distances, with 3 tests done 1 week, and 2 more tests done 3 weeks later. In the same crazy refractive condition, a 20 times deflection refraction condition that makes the Earth looks like it has a radius of 65,000 miles, that would have to exist.
Yeah, he'll cherry
By random, 2 weeks apart, and it didn't show up on their meteorological station somehow.
he will cherry pick an example that says, "Oh, look, the math matches up for me right now."
No, I'm not cherry picking. It's people that know what the hell they're doing.
You just can't say the magic word refraction. You need to justify how it even applies. You need to actually justify using it.
Refraction applies to everything that you do in the
Oh,
atmosphere.
yeah, that's your claim, dude. That's not a justification.
So refraction applies
If
when
I
I
drop
want
a
to fly a
bowling
plane.
ball off a cliff, and I say, "Hey, dude, that's fell at 10 meters per second squared," and you say refraction, and I go,
Why are
"Dude, you
you
need to
comparing-
justify why refraction affects a bowling ball," and you're like, "Refraction applies to everything."
Refraction applies to light, not solid objects.
So you understand now why your
Okay,
observation.
why does it apply to
of
light in this case?
Because you're over water.
Oh, okay. So water causes refraction?
Yeah, there's a higher refractive index over water.
Okay.
Why?
It's not how it works. You don't know what you're
Nothing
talking
to do
about.
with temperature variations.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's the variation because the water is there.
Because the water's there, that makes
So
the light.
yeah, so let's get this straight.
There's a difference in
Grumman,
temperature
slow down.
between
You're
the
going to
air
fry
and
your
the
brain.
water.
Grumman,
Yeah, we know
silence.
they measured it.
Oh.
So let me get this straight. When we go to the salt flats, there's zero miraging effects because there's zero water.
No. I said there's
So it's not water of this cause and effect relationship.
I said there is a more.
Look, brother.
By what differential?
You would need the water in the air to have a 70-degree temperature difference.
What do you think that the temperature difference between the air and the atmosphere and water that's like
hold up
in the Gulf of Mexico?
That's what causes
Time out.
All right, are you cocked or something, dude? You drinking, brother?
The temperature difference between the
Yeah,
air and the
yes.
atmosphere? Really?
Between the water and the air will cause a temperature gradient, right? And that temperature gradient, which causes the refractive index gradient, which in turn would cause the bending of light. Now, to bend light, the amount you need it to bend, you would need a 70-degree temperature difference in 1 meter, which is unphysical and has never been seen on the fucking Earth.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that that's what it is.
Meter above
But
sea
that's what it would
level.
have to be.
Oh my god.
Not what I'm saying it is.
But that's what it would have to be to get this result.
As you've said, the temperature gradient changes per meter.
Yeah, great. Like 1 degree, a half a degree.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that you need something to measure the temperature across the entire track of the laser.
No,
because that
we
half a
don't.
degree, yes, because that half of a degree
No, you don't.
matters.
There goes line of sight for the military again.
Yeah. So, hey, Grumman, check it out. If you were to shoot the laser and then you were to walk along it, you and me, we've set the laser up horizontal, and then we go down to 21.8 miles, and we're standing either side of the laser. Where's your refraction?
See the video that I sent?
Where's the refraction? You're standing next to the laser. Where's the refraction? You're not looking along it. You've walked along it to make sure that it's making its way, that there's nothing in the blocking its way. Where's the refraction when you get 21.8 miles down the other end?
You can see the fucking cannon looking at you. It's going to kill you.
No, hold on. He's got the laser. We've set it up horizontal.
Crazy.
We've gone down the other end, 21.8 miles.
Horizon's not physical, dude.
Okay, so
where's your
that's a
refraction?
claim.
Yeah, that's easy to prove. If the horizon was physical, could it move around?
Nope.
Does it move around?
Yes.
No.
Oh, no? You sure
No,
about
it
that?
doesn't.
The horizon is dependent on the observer.
This dude just said the horizon don't move around. That's crazy, bro.
I heard that.
If
That's
the
going to be a
observer
good
moves,
one.
then the horizon moves.
Wow, dude.
Well, I mean, that sucks, dude, because we live on a ball of 315,000 mile radius.
Dude, the horizon doesn't rise to your eye level. That's proven by
I said moved
No
around,
one
dude.
said it does. No one said it does.
Dude,
Only you
you
said
have like
it does.
2015 arguments, man.
In what way do you mean the horizon moves?
It'll appear at one distance one day and another distance the other day. In fact, it'll appear at different distances within hours.
During the same day, yeah. A couple different times.
Visibility.
So in the...
Yeah, that's called refraction. That's
so it's not
something that
physical.
we've brought up. No,
So you've just claimed,
the light from
you've just shot yourself down, Grumman. The horizon is not physical. It is now refracted. So you've just sold away any opportunity you thought you had of proving Earth curvature.
Issue, the horizon will not move.
The horizon is non-existent if you beg for refraction, you knuckle dragger.
And now you're contradicting NASA because NASA says the higher you get in altitude, the less defined the horizon becomes.
NASA's
No, the more defined the curve becomes.
Yeah, where'd you read about that?
Wow, he just says anything, doesn't he?
Dude, you're just a freaking...
Where did you read about that? No, dude, it's stuff that I've seen.
It's a published NASA
'cause
paper,
I've been
by the
in
way.
airplanes before.
Oh, did you see the curve of the Earth from an airplane? You can tell us that now?
That's what he said. He said, yeah. He said out the cockpit window, you can just see this big curve. And so that means we live on like a 500-mile radius Earth.
No,
that's crazy because in the chat it's supposed to 315,000 mile radius Earth.
Yeah, I've never heard.
No, that curve is exactly what's expected to be seen if you run it through.
There's no curve from an airplane.
Yes,
no
there
curve.
is.
No,
Yes,
there isn't.
Yes, there is.
No, there
isn't. Okay, so you disagree not only with geometry, but every other freaking person that's ever talked about it. Every other scientist, every other optical scientist, every other fucking person.
Who?
Hundreds of thousands of pilots?
You realize the Earth is supposed to have a diameter of 8,000 miles, and you're saying being 10 miles above it, you can see the curvature of the Earth. 10 miles above an 8,000 mile diameter ball.
Yes.
Think about what you're saying. You're 1/800th above the surface.
Yes.
Indio.
There are people
Isn't
that
the
can
radius 3,900.
There are people?
There are
Indio.
If you had a ball... Okay,
3,000
you're
people
fucking
have
cock or
spoken,
something.
you know.
You're just saying random shit, man. So, Grumman, if you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, an airplane would be 1/100th of an inch above it. Okay, you don't know what you're talking about. You're talking out your ass.
I've seen it from an aircraft.
No, you haven't.
So, yes, I
dude.
have.
Well, then you're a tiny earther, dude.
You're a liar, dude.
Yeah, you are a liar. Dude, not even 128,000 feet. Not even 250 miles, dude.
Felix Baumgartner said that he saw the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah,
So if you're
and
gonna pull that argument,
Neil deGrasse
And how are you going to back that up?
in Neil deGrasse Tyson, right?
Is wrong.
He's wrong.
Yes.
Okay, so tell me, in the images he posted, right? The GoPro. So what is that? Planet Mexico?
No, that's a fish.
You can't even see the border of New Mexico. How can that be the horizon? How can that be the Earth?
Called a wide-angle lens.
Oh, so that's not the curve of the Earth. He didn't see the curve of the Earth from his fucking balloon.
Felix Baumgartner did.
No, he didn't, dude. No, he didn't.
Oh, his eyes.
Hey, check it out. He also saw the curvature of the Earth from ground level. Look inside, chat. 34 parts the hour. Not even off the ground yet. That's him getting into the little shuttle thing.
Do you not understand the difference between human eyes and a camera?
What's that got to do with your claim?
Was he looking for a visor?
The
And sometimes
visor
people-
that distorts Jack all because that's.
Oh, doesn't it? How do you know? Have you worn it? Have you worn it?
Yes, I have worn
What about the shot from inside the pod?
Holy
What about the
fuck.
shot from inside the pod? What about the shot from inside the pod?
Where you're looking through this tiny thing? Yeah, of course that's not going to show fucking curvature.
So it doesn't look like it's curving. So it doesn't look like it's curving.
Even defished images. People that have defished.
Is that a word? Into that either, bro.
Yeah, that's something that you can do.
So look in the chat. Which one of these circles of the circle the horizon for Felix Baumgartner? Which one?
The wider one.
Which of these circles? It's the fucking yellow one, dude. The yellow one. In the center. The yellow one is the complete, if you could see 360 degrees, his horizon. The biggest circle would be the ISS horizon. The ISS would only see 3% of the Earth. Now, you're trying to tell us that seeing 1,000th of the fucking Earth, you can see the curve. Get the fuck out of here, bro. 1,000th of the Earth, dude.
Why don't you
It's
ask
probably less
Felix
than 1,000.
Baumgartner yourself? Oh wait, you can't because he's fucking dead.
Yeah.
So what are you trying to push his claims for him then? Because he's fucking dead. Hello, McFly?
Anyway, I'm gonna send you a photo here.
I thought he wasn't dead. I thought we've determined he wasn't.
No, he died in a paraglider, I think, is what it was.
Maybe he told somebody, "Hey, I really think it was flat," and then they were like, "Shut up," and they killed him.
Gando, I sent you a couple of photos because I can't send images in this.
So if you could see the whole circle of the horizon, it would be 0.094% of the surface of the Earth. So that's a 10,000th, okay? And that's just assuming you could see the entire circle, which you can't because you only have a certain field of view. And your actual focal field of view, what you can actually focus on, is only 5% or 5 degrees. So he can see 1/100th of the surface of the Earth and see the curve. You're a retard, bro.
Here, I ran a photo through a Earth curve calculator. And that's the expected curvature at that height. And it matches with what the photo is showing.
You mean Bisman's Earth curve calculator? With the sliders? So you can just slide them around until it matches any image that you post?
If you know the refractive index, that's what you're getting. And that's also, first off,
if you know the
before you go stroking yourself over about the refractive index.
Without refraction.
Yeah, Grumman, before you go stroking yourself about this refractive index, how about you...
The normal.
How about you supply us an image?
Refraction.
How about you shut up for 5 seconds and stop talking through people, you rude little turd. How about you, instead of stroking your ego about this refractive index, supply us with an image, right? And all I want is the known refractive index. I wouldn't do that again if I was that person. So how about supply us with an image that you know what the refractive index is, and then we'll run it through Bislin's little slider fun factory and see if it matches up.
Already supplied Indo with one.
It's Indio, not Indo.
Way, supplied him with one. If he wants to send it.
So you supplied the refractive index
yeah,
with
I
it.
see it. Hold on.
If he's laughing, this is going to be good.
Yeah.
Then there's Horizon out at eye level at Rainier.
Yeah, but you got Horizon at eye level at Baumgartner. How's that possible? And the Horizon should never be at eye level unless your face is on the ground. The level of your eye.
I'm looking at photos here with a Theodolite app that show in an airplane the horizon is not at eye level.
Planes fly tilted
We
up,
know.
nitwit.
Out the side, they fly tilted, banked over?
Well, I don't know if it was banked in that instance.
Well, because the photo that I'm looking at is out the side window.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
So if you want to try the excuse of it's tilted, you would.
It is.
you would
It
have
is
to be
tilted.
banked
Go get the
over.
negative degrees, dude.
Oh man!
You know how one of this freaking thing works? Do you know how a plane works?
They're pitched up. Pitch and roll are different. They're pitched.
Yeah, I know. It's -3 degrees on one side and -0.3 degrees on one side and -0.5 on the other. Do you see it? Think you measure the fucking dude? You gotta be some kind of idiot, dude. You really, honestly, have to be freaking an idiot. These is
So-
2017 lameness, dude. So there's your image. You know this one that says -0.3? That means the phone is tilted.
Yeah, and so -0.3 degrees is barely tilt.
And the first, but it is.
Now he's going to make excuses for how little it's tilted. So it's tilted. You agree with that? Excellent.
First of all, the expectate that doesn't even look like a real fucking photograph. First of all, and that just looks like a shit overlay. This isn't a photograph. This come from a video?
No, it didn't.
Where did it come from?
Me.
And why would you expect Mount Rainier?
It's Mount Hood.
Mount Hood, whatever. Why would you expect that? You know he's tilted up, right?
By 0.03 degrees.
Yeah, but he's 5,000. He's at 5,000 feet, and if Mount Hood is higher than he is, he's gonna have to be tilted back. He should have to be tilting down. Because I don't know how far away he is, right? Because
yeah, what's the distance?
How far away is
to the
he?
mountain from that observation?
Well, we can calculate how much he's supposed to be tilted down, because he should be tilted down, but he's tilted up. See how the crosshair is centered on the peak of the mountain? So that peak should be 5,000 feet higher than where he is.
Yeah, and then you take into account distance.
If the Earth was flat.
Take into account distance.
Yeah, then there's a drop. If we only knew the distance. What is the distance? Any clue? And where did he get his altitude from?
GPS altimeters exist. They're
Oh my
used with
God.
mountaineering. Something I use when I go hiking.
Okay, he's inside of an airplane, isn't he? Pressurized
No,
cabin?
that doesn't look like he's inside of an airplane.
Well, I don't know what this is. It's impossible to evaluate. To be honest, the image looks like it was color corrected, and this looks fucking overlaid. This don't even look right. I don't know if he's in an airplane, but he can't use a GPS altimeter. You know that the GPS's vertical values are the worst known. They can be off by hundreds of meters.
In my experience, they haven't been, because I use them when I go hiking.
Anecdotal evidence isn't.
It's not anecdotal, it's personal.
It is anecdotal. You said,
No,
in my
it's not.
experience. As soon as you said that, makes it anecdotal.
No, it doesn't. It makes it personal experience.
Yeah, anecdotal. Do you not know what that word means?
Not anecdotal. I'm muting this guy. These are apps that you can download on your phone. They're theodolite apps.
Don't mute Indio or you'll be banned.
Not muting Indio. I'm muting the guy.
Anecdotal, not necessarily true or reliable, because based on personal accounts.
If you mute anybody, you're going to get kicked.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm going to unmute you, Iron Bear, dude. Try not to have verbal fucking diarrhea.
I was never trying to diarrhea anybody.
Just he played this
Oh,
game.
you're not following the conversation. You're just interjecting random shit, dude. Try to follow along. What's up, Casey?
How you doing, you alright?
So haven't you noticed, Grumman, that you haven't presented any measurements of the surface of the Earth?
That photo that is a measurement of the surface of the Earth.
Well, how far? No, it doesn't. If we don't know how far away the goddamn mountain is. See, if we know how far away the mountain is, and we knew his elevation, we could calculate how much he's supposed to dip down because of the curve of the Earth. For some reason, he's tilted up. So if you look at the right-hand side, that's his tilt. Okay, and he's tilted up.
Negative is down.
Oh yeah, he's tilted down. So half a degree.
Half a degree over 30 miles
half a degree,
is a long way.
Half a degree would be 0.5. That's 0.05.
Over 30 miles?
So, according to calculations, thanks to ChatGPT, because I'm too lazy to do any of them.
Hey, Hellcat.
Roughly 80.
Why are you on here spewing the same stuff that you've been spewing on Spaces?
Calculations. Thanks to ChatGPT, because I'm too late. Also, I love that Platter posted that photo. I'd love to see a fighter jet go Mach 2 at sea level without ripping its wings off.
Like at sea level, like on the sea level, or like 10 meters above? Or
how much do you think the air pressure changes?
To be a boat? You want it to hit the water at sea level?
Photo that he's showing, it's basically skimming the waves.
Are you trying to say that that photo is fake?
No, I'm saying that the premise of at Mach 2 is incorrect. At most, it's going transonic, which is what that cone is. That's a transonic cone.
Supersonic.
No, that's transonic.
So, can you explain to me, because I'm stupid, the difference between transonic and supersonic, real quick?
Transonic is between subsonic and supersonic. It's basically commercial airliners fly at speeds that are in the transonic zone.
So, like, right at that speed that's not quite supersonic, but above sonic? Like, what are you talking about? You sound dumb.
Like 500 to 600 miles an hour.
Yeah, 500 to 600 miles an hour.
Yeah. Speed of sound is what, like 780?
Yeah, it's a range called transonic. It doesn't mean that you're
that
above
sounds like
the speed of
some gay
sound.
made up shit.
Sonic and supersonic are also completely made up things, as is the speed of sound.
Stupid marketing words, dude, that they made up was that they were developing airplanes. We got a transonic airplane. Oh, I got a supersonic airplane. I got a hypersonic airplane. I'm even better.
Well,
dude, I got a thermometer. I got a thermometer that measures 0 degrees, but it calls it trans zero. It's not below 0 or above 0. It's trans 0.
I'm trans 0.
It's
I got a
in between
trans PSI pressure gauge, man.
Oh yeah.
How are you talking anything if you're still not
Can you say something interesting so we don't have to listen to buzzwords?
This is
made up bullshit.
This is aerodynamic. This is basic airplane stuff.
Yeah, basic airplane stuff.
Typically between Mach 0.8 and 1.2, or transonic flow is seen.
Oh, I get it. You're trying to say that a plane can fly subsonic and supersonic, so it can transition between supersonic and subsonic flight? Is that what you're saying?
Transonic is that transition.
Oh, okay, cool story. How is this relevant to anything we're talking about?
Not.
All right, thanks. Then quit picking at it. Yeah, I want to actually hear a conversation that progresses somewhere.
Any plane that can fly supersonic speeds can also fly at subsonic speeds.
Holy fuck! Get muted, dude. Yeah. How about that?
Fucking warned him, dude. Were you in here when I just warned him? I just unmuted him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude. Dude's on his own shit, man. Dude, go start a guest room. Trans units. You might get a different crowd than what you're expecting, but
based off his picture with his coordinates at the top of it, your mountain from where that was taken, you're looking at 83.32 miles.
All right.
Yeah, buddy. Let's say the horizon is below, like perfect level line from the midline of your vision. Let's say that's true. Whoopty frick. The cloud is below you. It's supposed to be below you. What's the problem? Now let me put this in a logic form so you can understand. All right. The ground below you is below you. Therefore, it's below you. All that, very simple.
I can barely understand you with the roboting.
Oh, my bad.
You're not roboting, you're just crackling, your mic's a little fucking broken up or something.
Oh, man.
I thought we called that roboting when the mic is...
Roboting is when you have a bad internet connection and the packets don't arrive in sequence. He just has a freaking... I think your Bluetooth is dying.
Man. All right. I give up.
The X-Sound sound good then. Maybe you're
Yeah,
just
you
too far
sound
away
good
from your
then.
device.
All right, that's it.
And
I'm
now
back. Oh man.
Dude, I heard a hint of crackle. And sorry, my ears are sensitive to stuff like that. I did orchestra for like 4
That's
years.
great, dude. All I need to know is if I'm wasting my time talking.
I wouldn't say you're wasting your time, but you might want to get
Am I trans crackle?
Yeah, you're crackling on some things, and then you're
transitioning to no crackle.
Yeah.
All right. I'll say this one more time, dude. The horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground. The ground is below you, in case you didn't know that. So, at all times, the horizon's below you. I mean, I don't understand what the problem is. Like, is there a problem with the horizon being low in your field of view? Is that an issue?
I mean, there's a claim that's made by a lot of flat earthers that is that the horizon always rises to your eye level.
What does that mean?
It means that you're going to see the horizon in the same place in your vision, like directly in the center.
You sure?
In the center of your vision.
Whoa, bro. Rises to and in the center of don't jive. So, for example, if I say I'm going to the store, I've not yet arrived at the store. If I say I'm in the center of the store, I'm in the store. So maybe it's a language problem. Just because flat earthers say that the horizon should be at the midline of your vision, if anybody has, they're wrong. So why would it matter to show people who aren't the people making that claim that the horizon is below the midline of your vision? Like, what's the issue? What's the problem?
Because that's something that we expect on a sphere.
Dude, okay, let me help you out, friend. The ground is below you, no matter what, right?
Yeah.
We all agree, right? It's not like when you go up high in the sky, the ground gets taller. Right? So I don't know what aspersions you've been cast by some moronic flat earther that may or may not have told you the horizon should be at the midline of your vision if the earth was flat, but that's stupid.
The point is the horizon drops away from you as you get higher.
Yeah, no duh, dude. The ground is below you. The higher you go, the more it's below you. Holy moly, bro. Duh.
So there's something physical about the horizon.
Holy crap, one more time for the slow kids in the back. The horizon is where the surface of the earth appears to meet the sky. So yeah, there's some part of it that's the ground, and the ground is below you all the time. Unless you're at the base of a mountain, I guess. But if you get higher, then it's going to get lower. What's the issue?
So the horizon is a physical thing.
Holy crap, dude. Painful.
It's been this way for like an hour.
Dude, the horizon's an artifact of the fact that you see everything by acquiring light from the outside world. That's all it is, dude. Because you don't have a supercomputer plugged into the matrix so you can see all floating points simultaneously in an orthographic and transdimensional representation, dude. Yeah, you have eyes, you have to see. You have an angular field of view. So maybe you're under the misapprehension that if ideal artist perspective existed in reality, which it doesn't, that everything would, if the earth was flat, go into infinity to a point. Well, that's not even possible, dude. Because in reality, you actually have to use light to see, not ideal lines that you draw on a piece of paper. And light actually has properties. It takes up space, it has wavelengths, right? There's angles involved. There's near field diffraction, far field diffraction. There's all kinds of things going on. There's no such thing as ideal perspective in the real world. Kind of like there's no such thing as platonic shapes. I mean, this would be as stupid as me saying the Earth can't be a globe because it's not a perfect sphere. Would you take me seriously if I said something like that? The answer is no, you wouldn't. Because I'd be arguing from an ideal, which is nonsense. I mean, if you want to say the Earth can't be flat because it's not an ideal form represented in artist perspective, I mean, I don't know what to do here.
Not what I was saying, but okay.
Well, then why does the horizon being lower at the higher you go have any merit to talking about the Earth being a globe or flat then? As if the
Because
horizon has to
it
be
is
at the
a
midline of
claim
your
that
vision.
has been made that it rises to eye level.
Okay, fair. Okay, so it's a bunk claim. It's a stupid claim. Do we both agree? Yeah, we both agree.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So now that we know it doesn't prove the Earth's not flat, whoop-de-doo.
Then the photo that does show the Earth curving was just dismissed as, oh, that's fake.
What Earth curving? That photo that you showed where the horizon was lower than the crosshairs that you put.
No, not that one.
Okay, then where's the one we're showing it's curving?
One that had, what's his name, Bislin's calculator overlaid.
What? That's wait a minute, dude. Are you basically go ahead? But are you basically having an image where you can't see the bottom of it, and then you're doing like a blink test, or this bottom is sunk under a horizon line, and you think that because you can't see the bottom that you're looking at curvature? That's not showing curvature.
No, it's
dude.
because you can see it from side to side.
Side to side. Oh, all right. Yeah, post that.
How much curve are you claiming to see from side to side? Do you have a number?
Not very much.
So it's just like it looks curved, it must be curved, but with no data to go with it.
Yeah, it's a 3-degree dip angle.
I'm pretty sure this is going to be bogus nothing. What? Dude, you just sent me the same image you were talking about earlier.
No, the image that I was talking about earlier was this one.
All right, you must have done it accidentally.
Oh, that's
no,
the
you
same
posted
way.
the same thing.
I just posted the same thing. No, that's not what I meant. I forgot to copy the correct image. That's
no worries.
That's the photo.
Holy crap, dude! That's not a photo. Are you telling me this is an overlay on an actual photo?
Yeah, the second one that I posted is an overlay. The first one is a photo taken with an app that does the overlay.
Holy crap. One X iPhone camera? Holy crap. You think an iPhone doesn't have barrel distortion because you just put on fisheye?
What barrel does an iPhone camera have?
Dude. All it says is 1X iPhone camera. What does that mean? The first iPhone?
No, it means that it's not zoomed in or distorted or anything.
Yeah, which phone? Which iPhone?
I don't know.
Well, then who cares? You can't even go to the particulars of the lens.
Well, it's an iPhone camera. There's
Okay, how about I post my picture from the side of a plane showing the wing and an upward curved horizon. So I have a picture of an upward curved horizon. You have a picture of a downward curved horizon. Who's correct?
I also have a photo of a downward curved horizon of my own. Let me see.
Hey, Grumman,
Actually, I
are
think
these
it's on my
pictures
other
these
thing.
pictures you're posting going to be authentic?
Something that I've used before, and then people are always like, why is the wing curving up and stuff? And it's like, I mean, that's how that airplane is designed.
Oh, yeah.
Really interesting, like the 777 or 787
know, dude. There's no way to even validate this is even a photo, dude. So I don't even know what you're doing here. But whatever. I will save it. Let me save it here. $43,000 feet. Okay. Oh, at 43,000 feet, the distance to the horizon is a certain distance, right? Whatever it is, correct? Let's just call it one horizon distance. Okay, makes sense? Now, if you're on a ball and the horizon's a curve, then that means the horizon is the same distance, 360 degrees around you, correct? Not only that, but it's the same angle. From your altitude down, it's the same angle, 360 degrees around. So it's the same angle and the same distance. So where's the curvature information coming from to be rendered in the image? Think about it. In order for that curved line in your image to be the curve of the Earth, then the left and right have to be either a further distance or a shorter distance, or a bigger angle or a lesser angle. So that would mean that what you're looking at is changing distances and changing angles. How's that happening if the Earth's a ball? You know what's interesting about a flat thing is that to the corners is a diagonal distance that's greater than the center distance. You can't get that on a sphere, dude. So we got a problem here. So my question is, in your image, the curve is higher in the center and it's down in the left and the right. So which portion is longer? Like which way? When you look left, is the Earth longer, or when you look right, is the Earth longer, or when you look straight ahead, is the Earth longer? Which one?
I would say left or right.
Why? Well, let me ask you this question. It's to ask of a glober, because the glober is claiming that this arc represents you're on a sphere, but it's the same distance and it's the same drop angle. So that curve is the same distance and the same drop angle. And if the z-axis in the distance and the y-axis up and down is compounded on the same axis in a two-dimensional image, which it is, then what's going on? How are you getting a curve at all? Wouldn't it have to be more of an angle to the left and to the right?
Wouldn't images on the left side also be tilted away from the images on the right side if that was Earth curve?
Well, we still got a problem that it's the same drop angle. Same drop angle, same distance. So if you're looking straight ahead and a same drop angle and the same distance causes the quote unquote alleged curve of the Earth to be rendered high in the image, then why is it not causing the quote unquote curve of the Earth to being rendered in the same height on the left and the right?
Why?
What's that?
I said, I'm asking why. What's the answer?
Oh, because it's optical curve, not physical curve. That's why.
That's what I was gonna say. I knew it. I knew it. Damn fisheye lens.
I bet the CIA invented the fisheye lens too.
But if you're above the Earth and the horizon is a circle, okay, that circle, the bounds of that circle is the same distance, same radius all the way around you, and the same drop angle. So if a portion of it's coming in at you and it renders at a certain height in your field of view, then the rest should as well, because it's the same. So pick any point on that line. Just look at the image he posted. Well, wait a minute. Did you guys see the image he posted? Let me post it.
Yeah, we saw it.
This one, and he
while
posted
back.
this one here.
Yeah, we saw those. The second
Okay,
one is
so put your finger on any point on that apparent curved line that he's claiming is a curved line. Pick any point.
Mm-hmm.
Put your finger there. Once you got it locked in, tell me what the distance of the drop angle is. Someone already posted the distance. We'll just use 3 degrees for the drop angle. So -3 for the drop angle at 13,000 meters. Okay, you got it? 13,000 meters, 3 degrees drop. Now pick a different point. It's the same, 13,000, 3 degrees drop. Okay, so if you picked a different spot, why is it not rendered in the same position if the values from the one rendered it at a certain point in your field of view? Why are the rest of them not rendered the same? Because all the light's coming in from those points at the same distance and the same angles. You know, there's a thing out there that people think there's distortion-free lenses, and that's not true. Lenses just manage the distortions in different ways. So they preserve one quality at the expense of another, like rectilinear lenses. People say, oh, rectilinear lenses are distortion-free. Well, that's not true. In fact, if you go to an actual camera website, an actual photography website, you know, not somebody's blog or some Wikipedia article, they'll actually explain it to you. Funny enough, the way that the rectilinear lens works on preserving the distortion, if you had a dark, let's just say a green bottom half of a page and a red top half of the page, in the far field, the further you get away from the origin, from the center of the image, the red and the green would separate because the values increase on the y-axis as you get further away from zero. So if you actually did that and looked at it again, it would look like a curve. Kind of weird like that. So in other words, the far left and far right side of the image would look curved. And since that's how they work, and we know that, then you would expect something that's a straight line to look curved. So funnily enough, and this is weird, the globers at this altitude should expect to see a flat horizon, and they should expect that the lens is what's causing the apparent curvature. even if the Earth was a globe. You got to get a lot further away from the surface for those angular relationships to change to where you're going to have discernible curvature information. Well, it's too bad Grumman boy didn't stick around to tell me how he's getting curvature information from the same angle and the same distance, no matter which way you look. All right, friends, go back to that image where you put your finger. Now, if you spin your head, what's happening over on the left is all of a sudden going to be in the center of the vision. It's going to be high in the frame again. What caused what's on the left to come up high in the frame? If it already was at the same drop angle and the same distance, what changed? Very interesting, huh? What's funny, dude, is that a Glover said that even the ISS shouldn't see curve. He was actually a planetarium director.
Well, that's what they tell me, but now do I believe it or not?
See,
That
you're a
was pretty
smart
good.
dude
Did you
right
catch
there.
that, or was that?
That's right, dude. Freaking look, bro. You just said like everything that needs to be said in 2 sentences. I fight with these guys all the time. They're like, "Why do you believe a flat Earth?" Like, bro, it's not the situation. The situation is you're running around experiencing a flat Earth, and someone who was like, "Oh, Earth's a globe," and you were like, "Okay, I believe you." And that's the actual situation. Someone, have you been listening on YouTube at all? Sig?
What do you mean, like right now, or just in general?
No, in the past, like previous to coming here today.
I've probably come across it for a few minutes, but like no one really chats. And I was like, then I saw you guys
Yeah.
talking today, and I was like, I want to get back into where the people are talking.
Oh, cool. Well, I asked these guys, I'm like, if nobody told you the Earth was a globe, would you have figured it out yourself? And they're like, no. Every single person has said no. So it's like they don't realize that it's just like someone just said something to them and they just believe them, and it's really that simple. It's no more complicated than that. But they try to make it some frickin' crazy, convoluted, sociological frickin' web of lies. Like, it's not like that at all.
Yeah, to add to that, it's like it is really true when they say once you see it, you can never go back. It just like frees your mind up. It's amazing.
Yeah, I agree. I had that similar experience. It was like offloading garbage, man.
Like I was telling, I think DJ put up a picture of some of them were just poles, some were the windmills or whatever they call those things. And I was telling them, like, now when people, instead of it just being a picture of that and like, oh, look at this picture of these windmills, my mind automatically went to the fact that I could see water going up behind them in the distance. Like like automatic. It's weird. It's hard to
Yeah.
explain until you experience it.
Yeah, dude, it opens up a lot. Like, you actually start looking at the natural world again. with like a little bit of wonder and a little bit of curiosity, you know. Whereas before, I was like, I didn't even notice that stuff. I really noticed the sun wherever it is, dude. I'm all over that shit. Like the angle of the sun, the direction it sets, and the direction it rises, and where it goes. Like I'm always aware of it. I mean, I was always aware of it in a very rudimentary way, but now I'm like hyper aware of it. Whereas before, I kind of didn't even. I only used it really to okay, how long is it before the sun goes down? I could estimate that based on how bright it was.
Yeah, yeah. Another experience I had. It's just my own personal experience because it's looking at the sky type of thing. But for me, like, because maybe it'll help other people, but it's not like a flat Earth proof thing. It's just my personal experience. Because everyone wants to rip your head off if you say something. So I got to have the disclaimer in there that this is just my personal. But anyway, when I go outside and I look at the moon nowadays, if anybody does it, because you just think of the moon like, oh, I just go out and look at it. No, but when you actually, now that you're in this like phase of your mind freeing up, when I look at the moon, it looks like a light. It doesn't look like something like the sun reflecting off it. It looks like a light bulb. And if you really pay attention when you go out there and look at it, you'll probably never look at it the other way again. But like I said, that's kind of like, you know what I
You
mean?
said
That's
the
my
moon looks like a
personal.
light bulb?
Yeah, the way I look at the view of the moon now is it looks like a light. Because when you try
Yeah.
and visualize it when you're inside, like, oh yeah, it does look like, but literally look at it and look at it like a light, and it's like it's really bright. It doesn't look like the sun reflecting off of it, off of gray dust. You know what I mean?
I actually saw a video. It was probably like maybe a week ago. But it said that if you were on the moon, they're giving their little bullshit story. If you're on the moon, because the Earth is very shiny because it has water compared to the moon, that even in the dark part of the moon, that the reflection of the sunlight off the surface of the Earth, that it would appear as like twilight, even though you're in the dark side. So you'd be lit up and you'd be able to see just like daytime. In the phase part of the moon that we look at, they're saying on that surface, it's bright as twilight, bright as sunset. That the moon never actually gets dark in the first place because of the reflection of the Earth. Other than the side that's not lit by the side that faces away from us. This is their bullshit, dude. This is the funny thing about the heliocentric gold model. They need to just keep adding pieces and pieces and pieces, and then the pieces get more ridiculous as time goes on. So I don't know if there was this is a funny one. You're gonna like this one. So they say they launched something and sent it to the moon, and when they sent it, it was the day of a lunar eclipse. Now remember, when they landed it, right? It was called the Blue Bird or Blue Bug or Blue something or other. And so it's a rover on the moon that a private company launched. And it's on the moon during the day of a lunar eclipse. Now, from the moon, that's a solar eclipse, right? So they showed in their photos from the moon a ring of fire, right? The ring of the sun going around the moon, the Earth. What they said was the Earth, just like we see on Earth, we see the ring of fire. Well, here's the problem. The Earth is 1.7 times larger than the sun visually, and there's no way you could ever see a fucking ring of fire from the fucking moon. Like, but the thing is, they just make these stories more and more convoluted, man. Where they get like it's like a compulsive liar that forgets their lies. They can't keep track of them all because the machine is too complicated at this point for them to keep track of all to stay consistent between all the claims. It's impossible now.
Yeah, it's like I always tell people, like, um, goes along the lines of what am I thinking here? Okay, they got this sphere, right? But everything keeps changing to try and fit things. Like if it's so perfect, if you have a model and it's so perfect, why is everything changing? Why were the planets going in circles around everything? And then it turned into elliptical, and now it's like the Earth is perfectly round, but no, it's not. It's a little, the whole pear thing. But my complaint with like the bulging at the equator, that doesn't make sense to me. You're saying that even if it's billions of years, like it's insignificant that it's 13 miles or whatever they say, or 30 miles. But if it's spinning and it can do that kind of like pulling out the earth, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be standing on the earth. I don't think people realize if that's what they're trying to claim, that this spin is able to pull the equator out like that, we would not be able to stand on the earth. It doesn't matter if it's 13 miles, that's still a huge force. If that makes sense, like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, it makes
just
sense. Makes sense to me. And well, you know what they do, right? They cope. They go, well, it's not really slow, or it's only, whatever. The Earth is so big, or they come up with all these excuses, right?
Yeah, they put it into like it took billions of years to get it to that point. Then Neil deGrasse Tyson was like, yeah, well, in a billion years, it's gonna flatten out into a pizza.
Yeah, that's what they would.
Think of. I'm gonna ask one of these guys how many billions of years until the Earth spins itself into a disk, into a flat disk.
That'd be a good one.
just like, well, dude, you'll literally see the hourglass. Like, there can't be a flat Earth. No, nah, man, we just got the chronology wrong. The Earth is just freaking 2 trillion years old, man. It's a flat disk spinning in space.
But yeah, I could see them saying that. I could say, well, it's been billions of years. I even kind of figured it out in my head because I try and think what might be said. And it's like, okay, let's say they said it was a billion years. Even if it was a millimeter a year or whatever you would divide that into it or whatever, the point is that the force of it spinning caused that. No human would be able to survive that. It's just common sense.
What I have a problem with is the orbit of 66,000 miles or 67,000 miles per hour, roughly. If some object the size of the Earth is moving at that speed into gas on one side and away from the gas on the other side, there would be compression and a low pressure environment on the other side. It would be unattainable. You wouldn't be able to survive on an object like that.
Yeah, what's the one they use for that? Is that just like atmosphere and gravity or something somehow nullifies that or something? I forget.
Yeah, they don't. I have never heard any good explanation. It's just gravity's magic. It kind of makes sure not to pull too hard on one side and pulls extra hard on the other side, so it all balances out and there's nothing. You can't measure any effect of the motion.
Yeah, and then it's like, I almost think they should have kept up with circles. What was circles, like 1500s, 1600s? I thought I remember in grade school I learned that it was circles, and then high school it became ellipticals or something. But I guess the circle thing was like the 15 or 1600s. But to me, they would have been better off. Elliptical just really screws things up, especially with a 25-degree tilt.
So yeah, the reason why the Earth is a globe is because some so we say some people has traveled all the way up to space to take some pictures of the globe or of the Earth, and it's pretty much round, and it is a globe.
He's got
So,
a point. I mean, back in 1968,
this was in the 60s, obviously, so there was no the Photoshop or photo editing software back then, and they took a picture. And
That's not.
Oh, bye.
Hey Zero, how did people know that the Earth was a globe before they went to space?
I don't know, man. I was not born in that time, so I can answer your question, unfortunately.
So was the Earth flat before then?
Probably not, but you know, who knows?
Oh, and B-Man, could you tell the Soviet Union from that all of their manipulated photos that they couldn't have possibly done those, so they must have been time travelers because they couldn't possibly have manipulated photos before Photoshop was invented. Could you let the Soviet Union know that? You'll have to time travel yourself to do that. Thanks, B-Man.
I don't really know.
Yeah, they've been manipulating photos since shortly after the invention of the film and
Yeah, by
photography.
manipulating, they stitch the different parts of the image together.
Yeah,
so they
and
get
it looks it can look almost indistinguishable from a normal photo. It's still a manipulated photo.
What do you mean? But you're not really saying anything. Do you think they got like Stanley Kubrick to like make some really realistic sculpture and then take a picture of it? Like it's
No, NASA already has. We have documentaries of showing when NASA made lifelike models of the moon for the moon landings, for instance.
Yeah, that's really cool. But like the pictures there, you can look at it. It's everyone knows it's been stitched together. You can't really take a full picture of the Earth because it's fucking huge, unless you want to travel out a really far distance, and then it's going to be hard to take a photo, isn't it?
Hey, I got something for you, bro. Okay, so during an interview with what was his name? What was the guy's name that was interviewing
Buzz Aldrin.
Buzz Aldrin. It was, on this talk show, there was the host was interviewing Buzz Aldrin, and he goes, "I saw you and Armstrong land on," and Buzz Aldrin said, "No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Stop." He's like, wait, what do you mean? I guess my memory's fuzzy. What? He goes, "No, you didn't see us land on the moon. You saw an animation. There was nobody there taking the camera, like with the camera, taking a video. There's nobody there."
Okay, well, this is a different conspiracy.
Okay, so even if they claim that any footage after that, right, was real, do admit that they did forge some footage, right? Not to deceive, but just for entertainment, like, you know, for purposes, educational purposes. They couldn't take a photo or video footage of people landing on the moon because they weren't there yet, right? So they made an animation just to give them, like, you know, just to, for the audience's sake, that look, here's what we like. We can't show you what we're doing right now, but this is what it would look like, right? So much so that it fooled Conan O'Brien into thinking that he watched people land on the moon.
Yeah, I have that clip right here. I'll play it right now.
Go ahead.
I remember my parents waking me up, and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon,
No,
which
you
was
didn't. No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. So you associated what you saw with.
I have very hazy memories.
Yeah, I know.
Well, no, but what we saw was we all were gathered around the old curved top radio and listened.
Talking about you know, how many feet we were going to the left and right, and then I said contact light, engine stop, and a few other things, and then Neil said, "Houston, Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed." Man, how about that?
That was very exciting.
Not a bad line.
Yeah.
They didn't have Photoshop, right?
It'd be nice if you wore a
But I
tie. That was a
didn't.
tribute to me.
No, this is my.
Did he just say not a bad line?
Look.
Oh.
That doesn't really mean anything, but yeah, they could have not a bad line doesn't really mean anything. You could say that about anything. I could say something really cool right now, and someone could.
You want to hear him admit to a little girl that they didn't go there?
It was a different culture back then. Okay.
Hold on a second.
You're trying to
Before we
use your
start playing
2025 brain and project it how fucking 1920s born people talked.
Yeah, that's cool, but I don't really care about the moon landing stuff.
Just say nuh-uh. Just say nuh-uh.
I don't
Well,
really
just
care
say it.
about the moon landing stuff. That's that's another conspiracy, and that one has a bit more merit to it, I guess. But if you're talking about manipulating photos and videos and stuff like that, you could have said the moon landing video could have been a set. We don't know. We've been making movies since what, like the 20s, 1920s?
We can actually know because you can use stereoscopic image analysis from all because we have so many pictures from the moon landings, and you can use stereoscopic image analysis where you overlay images which are looking in the same general direction but from slightly different angles, slightly different shifted positions, and so that relative perspective shift can show you how far away the distant background is, and it literally shows they're in a studio, and an expert has basically done this analysis, and I can give you a link to it.
Okay, so some guy's done this, but again, I don't really care about the moon landing because whether that's true or not,
I love how
it
you
has
just turned
completely
his
different.
expert into some guy.
I
You
don't
think
really
you're slick,
care.
bro? You're not slick.
You're not slick either, Indio.
Yeah. So, the expert said, "Oh,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
some guy."
continue speaking.
Yeah.
So
Not
I don't
some
really
guy. He's not an
care about
expert.
the moon shit, okay? Because that has completely different motives to it, whether that's true or not. That's nothing to do with the Earth being curved. They wanted to land on the moon because of the Cold War and whatever. And if they wanted to fake that shit so they could, say that they got there first, it's nothing to do with the curved Earth. But yeah.
Yeah, but because you started by saying, well, they saw the Earth from like outer space. The only people who've ever gone outside of low Earth orbit, according to the whole paradigm, are the people who went to the moon. And so the rest of them have just stayed in low Earth orbit, according to the calculations. That's too low to the ground to see the Earth as a ball.
Pictures from low Earth orbit. Let me see this. Oh no, you can.
So the only
You
people
can- you
that
can- you
even
can see
claim
it.
to have seen the Earth as a ball in its entirety
He found the
are
curve.
Apollo
Post it.
astronauts.
Post the curve.
Can I post
People on the
images in the
ISS
chat? I
would
don't know
only
if I-
see 3% of the Earth.
No, they can't post. I can't post, Jimmy. They don't let me.
So the people on the ISS would only see 3% of the Earth if they could see the entire circle of the horizon, which they can't. They can only see a section of that, like a pizza slice of the circle. So they see less than 3% of the Earth, significantly less. Probably like fucking.
I'm looking at some
1/10 of
pictures from
1%.
what space station is this? Let me check. It's not showing me. I'm looking at some pictures from low Earth orbit right now. They look pretty. It
Yeah,
looks pretty
I'm sure
round
you
to
are.
me.
I'm sure that's
put a
exactly what
link
they
in the
said.
chat.
These are pictures from low Earth orbit. I'm sure that's exactly what they said they are. But they're not from low Earth orbit.
1 second.
They can't be
Post
from
the
low
link.
Earth orbit because they depict a
There we
scene
go.
that is impossible to be where they say they are. So from
Hi.
250 miles above the surface of an 8,000 mile diameter ball, we can figure out what that would look like, and it don't look like that.
I don't know, man. He posted a very convincing link. I might be converting.
Hold
on. It looks so real.
I'm going to pull a picture from that. So here's the picture. Here's the picture.
Wow. It's so real.
So now let's just work this out. So 200, if you rescale it, 250 miles above a ball, 8,000 miles in diameter, is the same as being 2.25 inches above a ball, 6 feet in diameter. Now imagine that you took your little iPhone and you had a ball that was 6 feet in diameter. You took the little iPhone camera and put the little camera 2.25 inches above the surface of the ball. Would it look like that? Of course,
they're not using
It'll
an
be
iPhone
way
camera.
closer to the surface than that image.
So what are you trying to say here?
If that was low Earth orbit, Earth would be tiny.
Okay, what?
Wouldn't look like that, dude. You understand?
They're probably
3%
using
of the surface of the Earth.
Probably using
If you could
special
see the
lens on
entire
that one.
circle. Now, let's say this field of view is 90 degrees. That would be something like, I don't know, 0.5% of the surface of the Earth.
Okay.
So in
Well-
the side chat, right? Drace posted that. Now, the guy in the image is a professional planetarium director. So he gave a presentation on this about what the ISS would see. This was a flat Earth presentation. Now, obviously, he's not a flat earther, but this is what he showed. That white circle on that ball, this is to scale. That would be the entire view of the ISS. You could see 360 degrees, but you can't. So you would see a tiny sliver of that. Okay. Now think about the picture you just showed, bro. You think that little ball picture that I just took from that website would be the same view as the scale model of the Earth that this guy's holding? That those can be somehow equivalent views. So that white, like I said, the white circle is the horizon line. In his scale model, this is to scale, physical model. Just think about it for a second. Could that possibly be an actual image of the Earth? No. But the key thing isn't whether it's an image of the Earth or not. The key thing is there's impossible for you to tell what an authentic image is and what an authentic image isn't. You don't have the reference. You don't have any reference to go, hey, that image looks fake. Hey, that image looks real, because you've never seen the Earth from that point of view. So you have nothing to compare it against except for other images that people also claim are real. You can just compare them to each other. So you're in the realm, completely stuck in the realm of, you can't judge the authenticity by looking at the image itself, because you have no framework from which to judge it. The only way we can test these images is to see, hey, what's in the image? What do they depict? Okay, they depict a bunch of things. So we can go on the Earth, the places that are in the image, and see if whatever that image shows, that thing is actually there. So in the case of these images, we can test if the water's curving. If the water's not curving, then this image is impossible, because that's ocean. If the ocean's not curving, then this image is impossible. It's the only way these images can be evaluated.
The ocean has a bulge.
A water hill.
Water boner.
I mean, just complete the circle for a second. Here, I got a side view. It's even freaking worse than this, man. And the other one Jace posted, that's the this alleged Chinese space station photo, and they're only 23 kilometers lower than the ISS. Their horizon is completely flat. Why is that?
That one definitely looks fake.
They all look fake.
Just saying.
I just think that the Chinese are better at math.
Well, one more, and this is the last thing I'm going to leave. So this is a GeoGebra construction to scale in kilometers. So that little dot above that ball, that's where the ISS would be relative to the surface of the Earth. Now, mind you, that dot is obviously gigantic because you wouldn't be able to see it, but it's barely above the surface of the Earth. But that's not what that looks like.
Yeah,
that looks like if you
because the
pan
Earth
down,
is
you
really
could see
big.
the entire width of the Earth.
No, you can. The Earth is big, and you can take a pretty good photo from that angle. It's a pretty good vantage point.
250 miles above an 8,000 mile diameter ball. How are you going to get that in your field of view?
You're not going to get the whole thing, are you? Yeah, and
Yeah,
that's,
but you
that's
could,
not the whole
according to
thing.
this image, you could definitely get the whole thing.
It's just the horizon, is it not? Anyway,
Well, let
I'm
me
not
ask
going
you
to
this.
bother with photos because no matter what photos I'm going to send, and you guys are going to say are fake.
If
So.
they're because you can't, you applied no evaluation to them, dude. You typed NASA.gov, whatever it was on there, you just believed authentic. Oh, it's on NASA.gov, it's authentic. That's your evaluation. Well, how else did you evaluate them?
Tell me this. Can you make predictions with a flat Earth model?
Oh, God.
Yes.
What predictions do you make with a globe Earth model and provide the model,
Yeah, why don't
please?
you show us the,
I'll give you one.
model?
You can predict exactly.
Let's make a prediction based
Hold
on
on,
the,
let him talk. I want to hear what they can predict. Hold on. What can you predict?
Back in 2017, whenever there was a solar eclipse or
Yeah, they don't use a globe Earth model for that.
America,
Next.
they used the globe Earth model
No,
for
they don't.
the prediction. Yes, they did.
No, they do
Provide
not.
the model.
Yes, they did.
They
Provide
used
the model.
cycle.
Provide the
They
model.
use
If you
something
said
called
that they used a
cycle
model,
cycle.
sorry, India.
No, you
If
go
you
ahead,
say
Jack.
that they used a model, provide the model.
1 second.
It's another example of someone having to search for what they already believe to be true. No,
yeah, I'm thinking so.
afterwards they look for the evidence, but they already believed it. That's the crazy part.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Kepler's laws. That's what they use. Planetary motion and the Earth's orbit to the Sun and the Moon's orbit around the Earth, which is tilted at a 5-degree angle relative to the Earth's orbit.
Who told you that?
Projection
ChatGPT?
process calculates. No, a really easy Google search.
Yeah, go
when
on
three
NASA's
celestial
website.
bodies-
That they're the one. Hold on, all the eclipse predictions that are on NASA's website are by a guy named Fred Espernak. He used the Saros cycle. He didn't use Keplerian orbital elements. They don't actually work because, according to them, there's too many perturbations of the orbit to actually accurately predict when an eclipse will happen. You can just use the Saros cycle, which has been used for thousands of years, to do it. It's very simple. So I'm going to post in the chat a video from a guy that teaches at Cambridge University. He's a mathematician. He goes all through the whole reason on why the heliocentric model cannot be used to accurately predict eclipse times. So they don't use that. They've never used it because it doesn't work. You just think it works. This is another myth that's spread around. Oh, globes predict eclipses. No, they don't. They don't use that shit.
So are you going to examine the evidence, B-Man 92, and concede if you find that that your claim is inaccurate?
You're quite optimistic.
Well, yeah, I mean, you gotta have some.
Every single conversation always ends up to some YouTube video that some guys made.
He's not just some guy. He teaches physics at Cambridge University. He's a professor.
Where's your source? Where's your source?
Like earlier,
He Googled it. His source was Google.
Like earlier, I gave him a
NASA.gov is a
PhD.
Soros cycle.
I gave him a PhD previously of the Department of Physics and Technology of Kharkov State University in Ukraine.
There we go.
Doesn't the
But you need
globe
to-
model have
hold
a
on.
3-body problem? So how would you
Okay, cool.
predict anything like that?
I don't really
They
know.
can't.
I don't really know what that is. But don't you need to include the?
You
the
can't
Earth's
predict the
rotation
orbits of 3 or
in the
more
solar
bodies
cycle?
than when you know the initial starting condition.
You need to include the Earth's rotation. Predict
Yeah,
future
but
solar eclipses.
bro, you
In a
cannot
solar
predict the
cycle, the
orbits
one that
of.
you're talking about.
What about it?
No. There's no Earth
You need to
rotation in the
include
Saros
Earth's
cycle.
rotation.
So what they do
Yeah,
is
you
they
need to
take a
include it.
plane.
You need to
It's
include
called
it to
Bazillion
pixel-
orbital. Listen. It's called Bazillion elements. So what they do is take a plane and then they figure out where the shadow projects on the plane. In fact, Shane St. Pierre, Mortawan, who's a fucking anti-flat earther, had to pay him $1,000 because he said you can't do this on a flat Earth, and he did.
10,000.
It wasn't 10,000. It was 1,000.
It was 10,000.
It wasn't 10,000, dude. It's 1,000. Shane even said so in the
Yeah,
post.
sounds like after the fact exaggeration.
The point is they use the Soros cycle. If you just type on Google, since you're familiar with your alma mater Google, if you just type in NASA Soros, you'll get
Yeah,
the
where do you
NASA
get your
cycle.
information?
Okay.
The same place he's directing you to.
Jesus fucking Christ. Books. You ever read one?
NASA.
Why? What's wrong with
But
YouTube?
you get your information from YouTube. What's
I
wrong
get
with
some of
Google
my
then?
information
Google
from
owns
YouTube.
YouTube. Yeah.
Who cares?
So yeah, exactly. Who cares? So stop dissing Google, bro.
Well, no, but Google, the
Huh?
way Google indexes information has nothing to do with the truth. See, I actually, I can go on Google and go to MIT OpenCourseWare and take entire fucking courses on physics. So can you.
Yeah.
You can't do that on Google. If you could use Google, it's going to direct you to the thing I just said, or I can go right to it. The point is that if you
can do a bit
go
digging,
on,
you can get
if
the
you
exact
go
same
on,
thing that you're
dude,
talking
you're
about.
deflecting from the point. You're trying to change the subject. If you go on Google, type in NASA eclipse website, it's going to take you to eclipses in the Soros cycle. Tells you all through how they predict eclipses. If you go all the way to the bottom, it says all these eclipses are predicted by a guy named Fred Espernak. He gives talks on how he actually does it. They don't use a globe model. You just thought that. In fact, nobody ever told you that. See, people just fill in the blanks because they're shown a diagram of how eclipses, a diagram explanation of how eclipses are supposed to work. And then they fill in the blanks like there's some 3D model where they're predicting eclipses. They just filled that in their head. But nobody actually ever told you that. None of your teachers ever said, hey, man, they use a 3D model of a globe, a moon, and the sun to predict eclipse times. And that they use Kepler's fucking orbits to predict eclipse. No one ever told you that. They couldn't do it because of the three-body problem which someone laid out. When you actually have a shitload of bodies, because the sun's supposed to be wobbling because of the orbit of Jupiter and blah, 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 it would never work. And they say it doesn't work. Now the question is, does it not work because it's wrong, or does it not work because of perturbations of orbits? That's the question. But the thing is, we know how to predict eclipses. You know you can predict eclipses using nothing but pi? I got that video too. Which is from the same guy, which is a math channel from a math professor.
Okay,
One of the best universities in the goddamn world, which you could never get into. You couldn't even get into this university, dude, with an infinite amount of.
I fucking know. I never said I was.
Okay,
I
then
would
why
never
you
said I was a
going?
scientist. And I just said, and I just found out there now, they did not use the Soros cycle. They used calculating eclipses done using the ephemeris. It's a mathematical model describing the motion of celestial bodies. Utilizing the ephemeris, we can figure out the position of the sun and the moon at a time and then calculate the angle, separating them to determine if an eclipse happens. For the 2017 North American total solar eclipse, NASA used their supercomputers to predict it. Using their immense computing power, they even account for the elevation data for both Earth and the Moon. This is impossible to achieve from the Soros cycle.
Which one are you talking about? Is that the one they changed 4 times?
He's talking about the ephemeris, which is essentially a celestial model. It's about as old as the Earth itself, the ephemeris. You don't need a supercomputer to, decipher the ephemeris, for crying out loud.
You can use an anti-interfering mechanism.
Anyone can do it.
And that's a cool story, but I want to see the actual model they used, as in the formulas, the actual model. The model is like the formulas and the calculations and the variables that are plugged into it. I want to see that. Just saying you did that without evidence, right? Yeah, we did it this way. Yeah, show me.
There's
Show me
some
the
source
formula
code that you guys can use. There's some source code.
The source
You can
code for
look
the
through that.
supercomputer? What language is that written in? Lisp?
I think that's Python. Anyone can do it.
Supercomputers are using Python. Oh, Jesus.
No.
Christ.
Anyone can do it. I know the NASA used supercomputers for whatever they were calculating, but anyone can use this ephemeris, or whatever you call it, to
Ephemeris,
predict
yeah.
a solar eclipse. Ephemeris. The script uses Pytheme to determine the positions of the moon and sun.
Where are you reading this?
Debunking flat Earth misconceptions.
Oh.
Wow.
Well, that's what you guys do. You debunk globe misconceptions.
No, I okay. Now we're gonna freaking go all in on this. I want the actual model they used, where they said this is possible. No, I want the actual model, the mathematical model with a globe in it.
Okay.
With a radius of 3,959 miles, all that shit. Orbital distance to the moon, orbital distance to the sun, the projection of how it should look, all that shit. I want all that. I want that model.
NASA uses GPL development ephemeris.
Okay, we don't need you to play catch up. Just give us the model you said exists. You said you asked me what's our model to predict eclipses.
Do you want a little
You
picture?
said you had a model to predict
Like, what do you
eclipses.
mean?
I want you to substantiate that.
Why are you asking us? This is your claim. You should know what it is.
I wanted you to substantiate it, as in put
I
some
just
meat
sent
on
it.
the bone.
They use a mathematical.
Yeah,
fucking
great. I want
equation
meat,
over that.
but yeah, you can claim that, but that doesn't mean that's what you did. So I want
Okay.
meat on the bone. Cowbell? I can jump over the Empire State Building. That's a claim.
Yeah.
We use the gold model to predict eclipses. That's a claim. Now let's see the evidence.
You jumped over the Empire State Building?
Yeah, of course. Do it all the time. Oh, fuck.
Brother, in the link you provided, there's no model in there. You're gonna have to do better.
Do you want a little fucking
Where's the
picture?
variable for the
No,
solar
bro.
distance in that?
You
Where's the
claimed a
variable for the
globe
size of
model.
the Earth? Where's the variable for the moon distance? Where's the what are you showing us?
I'm fucking.
Maybe we're asking the wrong question, Indio. Hey, friend, what is the globe model? What is it?
It's a big globe.
You really should read before you post things, dude.
Where is this big globe of yours?
Your measurements are being taken from the center of the Earth. Place observer in the center of the... That's crazy, dude.
Place the observer in the center of the Earth, so like, what, hell? Is that how you reify your globe into
Oh
existence?
shit! I stand corrected, Travis. It was $10,000. I must have my brain must have not even comprehended that shit.
Good job.
How do you explain the different constellations from the different hemispheres in a flat
Hey,
plane?
you want to bet Shane $10,000?
Yeah, this could be quite lucrative. We need more globers like that.
I mean, I could just repackage it and regift his bullshit, but give 10 G's for myself. Now, what were you asking about constellations?
Yeah, he wants us to explain why when he goes to different places, he sees different things above his head.
Fuck hey.
Well, if we're in the northern
Look, when
hemisphere,
you're in a
I
house,
see
you're under a
different
ceiling fan.
constellations
When you
too.
walk
If you're
around
in
your
the
house, does the ceiling fan stay there? Just follows you around.
fucking stupid, man. If you're in the northern hemisphere, you see different stars to whenever you're in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No shit.
Different parts of
Sorry,
space.
no shit. The ones in the north are circumpolar to the north celestial pole. The ones in south are circumpolar to the south celestial pole. So when you move between the two and when you look up, you see them. When you go here, you see
Run a
these
flat
ones
plane, you
defined, as you said, the ones in the north. And then when you go to the south, you see the ones that are defined by the south, by their circumpolar rotation.
Well, if you were if you're on a flat plane, you'd still be able to see the North Star, wouldn't you?
Why?
Really?
Do you understand how perspective works and things above your eye line with distance from moving away from underneath them appear to converge towards the horizon? Right? That's why the clouds appear to touch the horizon at distance. Right? Why the star, why the sun looks like to you this convergence of the sky and the earth beneath. That's perspective. How you see the world. So when you move from, let's say, you are underneath the North Star and you move away from being underneath it, you'll notice it starts declining towards the horizon. As you look forward, you see the stars that are in front of you coming upwards from the horizon till eventually you've gone so far that there's one above your head. Well, there's none there, but you get to the south and you look up and there's a celestial rotation. You obviously can't see the north one anymore because it's gone downwards towards the horizon beyond your ability to see it.
We go.
Yeah, like why the ceiling appears to get closer to the floor when you look down the corridor. It's not actually getting close to the floor. The floor's not actually ramping up to meet the ceiling at the midpoint of your view. That's just the way you see the world. That's why those street lights at the end of the street look smaller and lower than the one you're standing next to. So the reason why you see other things is you've gone to a different location where they do different things.
You literally said
defined
it. You said it yourself, man. The stars they disappear because they go below your horizon as the Earth curves away.
No, does the ceiling go below the floor when you look down the corridor?
Further south you go, the lower Polaris gets in the sky until it completely vanishes.
Excuse me, do you think the ceiling goes below the floor when you look down the corridor?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Perspective.
What the fuck are you talking
How things above your eye line with distance appear to converge to the midpoint of your view. It's why the mountain far away looks smaller, why the street lights at the end of the road look smaller and lower than the one that you're standing next to. You're talking about a star. When you stand underneath it, you look up and it's there. You walk away from being underneath it, and with distance, it starts descending downwards towards the horizon. It's not actually getting lower. It's how you see the world.
Yeah, because the world is curved.
Oh my God, he's just
On a
because
flat plane, moving south shouldn't
just
make
started
Polaris
chanting.
slide down. It shouldn't make Polaris slide down the horizon. It should always be visible. You're literally watching
right.
curvature.
No worries, brother. You made a claim there. Let's get that out of the way. That's kind of the crux of the matter anyway. So can you show us where the Earth curve has been measured?
Oh my God. Fuck me.
Yeah, I know. What a ridiculous question, right? Who would ask such a stupid thing about a globe? Who has measured the curvature of the Earth? How ridiculous.
Shatner?
If you believe astronauts
Like
actually
William
exist.
Shatner?
I don't know who that guy is.
Captain Kirk of Star Trek Enterprise.
Oh.
When he went up in the rocket 2 years ago. Floated around and then came back down.
Yeah, so yeah, I get it. I mean, if you don't believe that
He was 83. He was 83, I think, when he did that.
Man, if you don't believe that any of that happens, I guess that there is.
Well, you said, and then he must be like Superman, because if you got to be in great physical shape, my mom's 83, and she ain't going up in no rockets.
Well, there is a guy in Britain with, I guess he has 92 years old, and last year he broke the world record in the World War II fight airplane, and he went to Mach 2, which is most people will lose their conscience, and this guy made it. So there are people with extraordinary physical conditions, even at all age. That's not the point.
So William Shatner got all of his experience from being in space during the TV show Star Trek. So he might be able to do it.
I don't know who this guy is. Who the name of the guy? I don't know who is. I don't know this astronaut by name. I'm
Just
not.
an actor, just a TV actor, just a TV actor. Played on a space show.
And he was 93 when he did that. 93, not 83. 93.
Oh, 93. There you go. Yeah, so he's 93. He's up there floating around and having a good old time.
Yeah. For example, there is a difference between. I mean, space exploration is not the same thing if you go, for example, in orbital distance, or if you go to the International Space Station. That, for example, Neil Armstrong going to to the moon. You know, it's different distances, different dangers, and there are people who have died. They actually died in accidents.
Talking about flying through all that radiation, like how did he not die?
Yeah, radiation is a concern.
Who died?
Actually, yeah, there are people who died in NASA trying to go to space.
Oh, you mean test pilots? Yeah, just test pilots. But that's normal. That's what they signed up for.
I mean,
He's talking about the Challenger.
Oh no, yeah, no, those people are alive.
Oh, alive.
No,
Yeah.
their twins are still alive.
That's a big statement. If these people are
No,
alive,
it's a true statement, though.
What's the proof? What's the proof?
Well, they either
How about
all had twins, or they're all alive still, or were up until they died. A couple of them a few years ago.
Well, that's it's like big big statements. Nick needs big proofs. So
Okay, is that that's a good point. Listen, you've been very respectful. I appreciate that. You're better than most people that come in here, so thank you for your reasonable decorum. Okay, now listen. You are repeating to us things that you've seen on TV and in newspapers, okay? You have never challenged any of the things that you've been told. And you're here telling us that it's a very big statement for us to deny things that we don't have any evidence for, other than someone claimed it happened in the newspaper. No, we do not believe the things that we read in the newspaper or see on TV. Most people do. I understand that. But how come you're not asking the people that are making these very large and ridiculous claims to you, and you're not scrutinizing their claims? If they tell you that space is a vacuum and yet we live in air pressure, how is that happening?
Well, I guess it's a very good question, because I mean, it's a question about trust. You know, how do you trust a third party? Because obviously you cannot verify everything for your own. You have to trust somebody at some point. You have to.
Or you just do it yourself, like I do. I don't have to trust anybody. I've been doing everything myself since I was little.
So the amount of trust that you're extending to the governments of the world, who have notoriously been lying to their constituency about basically everything, you think we should trust the people that are essentially murdering their own citizens? You think we should trust them?
No, we shouldn't.
Okay.
Given a blank check to anyone, no government or institution for that matter. We have to verify. If you
exactly. Right. So that's what we've been doing. We've been trying to verify all of these claims, because we kind of figured out that, well, they're nothing but a bunch of lying assholes. And so guess what? We found out that they're still lying assholes, and everything that they're telling you about the Earth and the cosmos is all incorrect. I don't know what else to tell you. We've tested the claims. They come up wanting. They're incorrect or they're lying. Either way, it's not true.
Yeah, I'm just trying to practice my English and try to understand different viewpoints.
You're doing very good at English.
Yeah, you're very good at English.
I try.
You're understanding us, and we're talking pretty fast, so.
Thank you. I try. So it's a very interesting thing because you absolutely have to have doubts about what the government tells you because the government has an history of using information to get leverage of citizens, but you still have to trust somebody. Having checked everything on your own, for example, your cell phone or your computer. I'm a computer science graduate, and I didn't understand completely how my computer works. I understand the principles, but I actually don't understand how the actual little tiny circuits works. I cannot understand the chemistry about that. I cannot tell you the chemistry about that. I have to trust a
And
third
little
party.
tiny logic gates, dude.
Yeah. So that's a principle, but in fact, you have to trust that.
No, it's not a
some
principle
magic.
because I took programming from the beginning, and you learn with like 1-bit, 2-bit, 4-bit, 8-bit, 16-bit, 32-bit logic. You just learn all those, and then it all gets put together, and you say, "Huh, it's super boring when you look at it from this point of view." And then you're working in binary and shit, and then that becomes super boring. So you move on to other things like I did. But yeah, I took from the how they were made with vacuum tubes, transistors, all the way to circuits. So yeah, I know how they work.
Yeah, even if I mean, obviously you have some background in technology, but even if we have an understanding of how this works, you don't actually have all the details of. You cannot replicate it. You need some guy very specialized in order to build them, or some knowledge or somehow to, because it's a very complex thing. You always have to rely on third party to corroborate stuff. I guess it's like
There's a difference here, though, dude. Okay, think about this. If you wanted to, you can technically build a circuit from the ground up, starting from scratch. Okay, and I can tell you firsthand because I have. Very crude, very basic. I've created a logic AND gate using basic components. Now it's slow and clunky as shit, but the principles that we're taught, right? We don't have to just trust them. We can actually apply it and see that they actually hold, right? In this situation, you have nothing but pure trust in someone having told you, yeah, they work because we've done it, even though you can't replicate it. You see the distinction? Like, there is no way for you to duplicate something that they say has been done to prove something. Whereas in the other case, I mean, it's kind of inconvenient and shit and whatever, but it can be done. Right?
Well, I was gonna ask that. Yeah, sorry.
Just a moment. So I would agree with you, right? So in this particular topic, I've learned a ton, but as far as physics are concerned, and even the mathematics and all that stuff, I am essentially still what you would call a layman. Okay? So I have decided to scour all of the other third-party information that exists about the Earth and the cosmos and so on and so forth. And we've actually spoken to people who are supposedly experts in these fields. And the problem is that they don't actually have the answers for the questions that we're asking. In fact, they are just regurgitating the same surface level puke that you are regurgitating to us. It's the same stuff that you will hear or learn online or in an elementary school classroom. It's just claim stacked up on top of claim. There's no evidence for the things that they're claiming they have evidence for. So it's all speculation. It's all guesswork. In fact, Michio Kaku, I don't know if you know who that is, one of the world-renowned talking head astrophysicists or quantum physicists, whatever, is telling people that all the things that they're doing when it comes to gravity or the cosmos or dark matter or all that stuff, even the Earth itself, is guesswork and leaps of logic. So they don't have any experiments. They don't have any reasonable observations to draw conclusions from, even for the claims that they're making. We have talked to the third parties. They don't have the answers. Look, man, I get it. From your position, you're a normal dude. You have some background in tech. That's all great. I'm sure you've got a very technical mind, so you understand how things work. Terrific. Well, apply that. Make sense out of the world that you live in. If everybody's measuring it flat and everything that we do is predicated on top of a flat earth and the water's level and it's not moving, you know, from a technical linear thinking mindset, you should go, well, even though I'm told it's this one thing, I experience another and I measure the other thing. Maybe I was told something that was incorrect and I really need to actually scrutinize what I've been told. Ultimately, if people leave here and they go out and they start to challenge claims that they've been given about things, where they have all kinds of explanations, right? It's even very elaborate, and this is how it works, and it's all very, there's a lot of moving parts, but all those moving parts actually don't exist, then you know you got ripped off, and that's okay. We all got ripped off. I believe the same thing that you believe, but I just went ahead and decided to challenge all of them. Most of us did. I don't think there's anybody in this room that started out as a flat earther. We all got the same story. We just challenged the claims. And that's up to you to do. Maybe you don't care. And if you don't care, then don't challenge it. It's no sweat off my back.
Well, I don't know how much I care, but it's definitely a very important question because I guess it's a too big question to be ignored. If because it will be consequence if yeah, it will be consequence in very large scale, because if everything everything is a lie, the consequence will be
nothing.
Yeah, will be a lot of consequence because
What? Who are you gonna yell at?
Well, for example, I mean the entire space thing with all the years, careers, and hundreds of thousands of people working for this. How this, for example, if we take that everything is a lie, you have to take that there has to be some logical, you know,
No,
objective.
they'll just tell them what they've really been building. That's all, and they'll just keep working on it.
Mm.
One of the other things that people don't consider is that, you know, why the lie, or what's the purpose of it, blah, 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 blah. And I don't really want to get into that because there could be a lot of reasons, and it could be all of them, or it could be none of them, because they're my speculations. But the things that I do know about how all of the governments around the world, all the corporations, the nation states, who they're owned by, and what their ultimate goal is, according to their records, is to create economies where they create debt slaves, and the debt slaves earn money, and then the banks just essentially extort the people for the tax money, and they keep that, but the money's not even the thing that they're after. It's about you wasting your time working on stuff that essentially doesn't matter, right? So if they can get you to work on things that don't matter, then they'll keep you a slave forever, because you think the thing that you're working on matters, but in reality it doesn't. And at the same time, they're extracting the value of the work that you're doing, meaning they're taking the money. And they'll just keep doing that. They'll decrease the value of the money. You have to work harder, right? That's how these slave masters work. They just want the slaves to work. They want them to shut up. They want them to be ignorant. And they want them to work on things that essentially don't make a hill of beans difference. In fact, most of it's all fiction. Imagine all the people building these machines for, you know, NASA to put up in the sky, right? And then you find it's not going to go to the sky.
Flat Earth, though?
Because people think that they're working on technology that's predicated on the Earth being a globe. and there is no globe. So they're working on things that don't benefit anybody, essentially. They're just wasting time and money.
Well, what else would people be?
What else would people be working on? I don't know. Their own families, their own lives, instead of working for somebody else.
Well, in defense of the space career, there are many advancements in science, like material science and polymers and stuff like that, that we get to because of the space career. But of course, that's the indirect benefit of the technological development, that it was necessary to put a man in space. You can believe that that's true or not, but there is a lot of achievement in science and technology, even in software, in material science, new components and stuff like that, that was developed by the technology was developed by the space agencies in the world.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
But how do we not know that stuff would have been designed or created anyways? All of that is just engineering. That's people fiddling with stuff and making it work, right? So why do you need a space program for engineering? You don't. Because number one, you can't send any of these materials into the region that they're talking about. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, they could do it in other way. If you, I guess, if you join the resources and the people and the minds, I mean, I don't think that there is anything discovered that is like, magical thinking or something like that. They took what there was in science and they made developments. So I guess if you put hundreds of brilliant minds to work together, brilliant ideas comes from them eventually.
Right. So you put a bunch of reasonably intelligent people together to solve problems, and they're going to get that done. Now, what's amazing is they're solving problems for things that aren't even actually existing in reality, like space vacuums and Van Allen radiation belts. Those don't exist, but they have developed things that potentially, I don't know, could withstand certain amounts of radiation and yada, yada, yada. Well, we kind of needed that anyways. So if that was a problem that we needed to solve, I'm sure the engineers would have figured it out. Meanwhile, there's a lot of practical issues on the Earth that we could solve problems for, but we're wasting time and money and resources on things that don't benefit us in the end. So I would much rather, if the governments were actually worth their salt and actually had the interests of the people in mind, that they would be dumping a bunch of money and manpower into things that are practically useful for us on the Earth, but they're not doing that.
I've got some new stuff to talk about if you guys are interested.
Oh, you got our sweet.
Well, I came in here the other day and we were conversating on the laser test, and I was disputing that. Why I thought that was kind of, could be argued that it was incorrect. But I have two things. I have a question for you guys about a claim that I saw online. And then the second thing is I have devised possibly a test myself. So anyway, the first thing is have you guys seen the YouTube video about the sailboats racing around Antarctica?
Bro, you're going to have to be a little bit more specific than that. There's probably 10,000 videos about that.
Right. So, I mean, it's new information to me, but I didn't even know they had a race that started in France and then they sailed around Antarctica and then back to France. So, from what I've learned from it is that, you have people that were on these sailboats claiming specific places, a specific amount of time in between the places, and then a specific amount of overall time that it took to do the race. So, I mean, it's from my point of view, it looks pretty clear that the flat Earth map that is provided by most flat earthers is.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Well, I want to see this
Hold on a
map
second.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this a map that we claim or that we have agreed to?
Not necessarily that you agree to, but you know, I don't know what else someone who would claim a flat Earth could possibly want to argue if they don't have a map, right? If they don't have an
so
idea.
this is your subjective position where you're going to assume that if the Earth is flat, this is the map that we would have to use?
No.
No. Okay. So what are we talking about a map for?
Oh well, that's what I'm saying. The whole race thing, we don't have to bring that up. I was just interested to know about what y'all's thoughts are on it. That's the main reason.
No, I have no problem with the race, but what thoughts about what race and what's the context?
Well, the context is that the timings that they talk about between different points in the race or the whole race in general is extremely plausible on a global map, and there's
Dude, a global map. Where does that global map come from?
Let's just say Google Earth for an example. Sure.
Well, Google Earth is a flat map. Did you think because they showed you a giant globe in CGI when you enter or open the app of Google Earth that somehow is the actual map that they're using? No, it's a rendering. And that rendering is not of a global map.
Right. Well, it is in the sense that if you go off one side, you end up on the other side.
Holy cow. So if they give you a projection or a reification of a globe, and then they show you graphical waypoints of where these boats are going, and it goes around a CGI globe, that all of a sudden the CGI globe is reality, you think that's how it works?
No, not at all. I'm just saying it stands in testament to people who have sailed those same directions.
Did they sail around a globe?
No, I'm not saying sail around the globe. I'm saying sail from point A to point B, whether it be from France to Africa or Australia to Antarctica, wherever they're sailing to. No matter if they have maps or not, the sailing time is still consistent to what it would be if you did use the map.
Sorry, are you comparing a globe projection with maybe an azimuthal equidistant projection? Did you realize that the azimuthal equidistant projection is a projection of a globe? So it would be exactly the same, since they're the same map, except the scaling is different?
No, sir, I don't know what the azimuth, whatever you said, is. So,
well, what map is the flat Earth map that you're trying to compare it to?
No, I'm saying there is no flat Earth map that would compare at all that we have available in any sense on anywhere on Earth.
You're saying the times are correct. You're saying the times are correct. Do you have the distances and the times that it would take on a sailboat in the ocean?
No, I have the times and distances it took these people claiming to have sailed around Antarctica on a race.
Are the distances in miles?
Miles and kilometers, either one.
Okay, so those are both straight, flat distances. So you're going to show us a flat distance traveled?
Well, no, you get the distances from the amount of time it takes and the speed they're going. Right.
Okay, so flat and straight then. So this is all straight and flat then.
No. What I'm saying is
it's curved. If these distances are curved, I would need to see the curve that they are navigating over.
Okay. What I'm saying is they're not measuring distance like with a ruler. They're measuring it with their speed and time.
Yeah, I know. And that's not a great way to do it. You want to know why? Because speed and time are not going to give you distance, especially over water or air, for that matter.
Yes, it does.
Okay,
And
so
arguably, on water, like you are right, it is not precise as it is on land. I mean, I will give you that. And that's why, like, for example, in this race, you've got over 50, 60 boats, all doing their own measurements.
Is the speed like kilometers or miles per hour?
Either one you want.
Okay, so did you know that miles and kilometers are both straight, essentially flat?
Not necessarily. They don't have to be.
Oh, really?
I mean, you mean to tell me you can't measure a zigzag? Like if you were to bike down multiple roads that turn multiple times?
That zigzag, are those straight?
Or go up like a mountain?
Up, like straight?
I mean, I don't know what you're getting at, because you're not measuring, like, if it doesn't matter if you're on a boat, on a bicycle, you're not measuring like in lengths. You're measuring in time and speed.
Yeah, speed is time over distance, right?
Right, but you can also calculate
What's the
speed
distance?
with time to get distance.
What's the distance then? The actual distance traveled.
Calculate the distance with time.
Oh my gosh. You have to know. You can't get your speed without knowing the distance.
Right. So on a boat, there's ways of doing that.
Okay, how would you do it?
Through knots.
Are these guys hanging knots off are they tying off knots into the ropes? You know where knots come from? Because they would tie knots and put it in the ropes and then hang it off the side of the boat. Is that what they're doing?
No, that's how modern processes of instruments copy the measurements of what knots used to be and how they used to measure.
What instruments?
What
instruments?
That.
What instruments?
Instruments on boats. Like we have instruments that are on the bottom of boats that measure how much water they pass.
Instruments. Are those little paddles? Because I have a boat, and my speedometer essentially counts how many rotations, right, that little wheel does as I'm passing over water. The problem is that there are ocean currents, right, and that little wheel that spins, it's fairly arbitrary. It's sort of assuming that the water is stationary.
Well,
and you and I both know that's not the case.
Right, and they're not using that. So let's just get off that topic, right? They're
So
using
what
GPS.
are we using then? Oh, now they're using GPS. Okay, GPS.
In the race.
Okay, in the race they're using GPS. What's
Right.
GPS?
Well, I don't want to use the GPS as an argument right here. I want to say that, like I said back, many other vessels that did not have GPSs have used this before and get the same.
What are they using?
GPS knots.
What are they using? Knots. Okay, so they're hanging ropes off the side of the boat, right?
Right.
Okay. So you know that these guys in this sailboat race are apparently hanging really long ropes off the side of their boat, miles or kilometers and hundreds of those. No, they're not doing that. So what are they using again?
They're using GPS in the race.
Oh, GPS. Okay, so what's GPS?
No, what I'm saying is the same places that they have traveled have already been well documented by hundreds or thousands of vessels that have used knots.
Terrific. Terrific. So you have distances now. Are these distances over a curve?
Well, a curve is no different than a straight line.
Really? Can you draw me a curve and a straight line and tell me that they're the same?
Yes.
Okay, great. Draw me a curve and then draw me a line, and then you can go ahead and violate the law of identity by saying curve and straight is the exact same thing.
It is. I mean, you could take a string, measure it, bend the string, and it's still the same length.
Oh, so you have to bend the straight thing, and all of a sudden it's not straight. Okay, what curve are they navigating over? Can you show it to me?
I'm not saying it is a curve. I'm saying no matter if it's a straight line or a curve, you're still going to get the same measurement.
Really? So if they're both the same, then how are we going to determine which one is correct?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, now it doesn't matter. So why are you going to this diatribe about sailors and Antarctica and distances and strings and times if it does not matter?
It matters in the sense that if you have a straight line between point A and point B, and you want to argue whether that's a curve or not, versus the distance someone is actually measuring. You see what I'm saying?
Are you arguing that it's a curve, and who has measured it?
Like I said, you could measure it right now. If we went on a sailboat, we could measure it with string.
We can't measure with string on a boat, bro. How much rope is on these sailboats? It's a race. These are small craft. I'm pretty sure they don't have a lot of room for rope.
I'm not talking about. We're off of the race now because we changed topics.
Oh, so we're not on the race. So now we're talking about strings and curvature. What curvature?
It doesn't matter if it's curvature or not. You're still going to get a measurement.
Okay, what's the measurement? Is it string?
Yes.
Okay, what string? What boat?
There's thousands of boats that we can look at that have measured distances. Thousands.
Okay,
From
show me.
Europe to the United States.
Show me one. I love these grandiose claims. Thousands. Really? Show me one. Then silence.
No, dude, I don't have that in my pocket here. This is not the conversation I wanted to talk about. Remember,
you wanted to compare maps earlier, and you were hoping that the distances discrepancies, although you didn't know, one map and the other map are the same map, they're just different projections, and you're hoping that the straight line is actually curved, and you don't understand that distances are straight lines. They're not using a doggone fabric tape measure. You're lost in the sauce.
Measure a circle?
Of course you can measure a circle.
And then you can measure a curve.
Okay, what curve are we measuring?
It doesn't matter if it's a curve or a string. You can
it doesn't matter.
You're not looking to see if it's a curve or a straight line.
Actually, we are looking to see if the curve, that's the thing that we're looking for, is the measured curve, not distance, not time, curve.
No, because I'm trying to compare two maps.
Oh, we're back to maps. You said the maps didn't matter. Now you're back to the maps. What two maps are you comparing again? Are any of them maps that we've claimed?
Any flat map.
There's a lot of flat maps. Which one do you want to use?
Any of them.
Pick one.
Whichever one you want to pick. It's fine with me.
This is not an example. I'm hoping that you will pick one so we know where to start.
Any of them.
Pick one. This is your example. I want you to have the advantage. Pick a map that you like the best. Which flat map? Do you want the Mercator projection? Maybe you like the azimuthal equidistant projection. Which one do you like?
Well, first of all, I did not want to bring this up into an argument. The only reason I brought up the boat race was just to get y'all's opinion on it. There was something else.
I've been asking you. Asked us about my opinion. I kind of need more information to give you an opinion about a boat race. People raced boats across the sea level. The sea level is freaking flat.
Yeah, but again, if they're measuring a distance,
are they measuring
flat or curved?
What are they measuring it? GPS or strings, knots, ropes hanging off the boat? What are they using?
Again, it doesn't matter if it's curved.
Now it doesn't matter. See, you're in a circular loop. I ask you specific questions about the claims that you're making. I get, it doesn't matter, I'm not using maps. And then you go back to how they measure and then what maps we're comparing. Dude.
1952, the SS United States, you've got 1938, RMS Queen Mary, held records of speeds around 30.9 knots westbound from England to New York City.
That sounds like a great time. Seems like they probably set a record. What does this have to do with anything?
Well, you said there was no boats that have ever done it.
I didn't say that there was no boats. I asked you which boat. What did they measure? Speed, time? Which one did they measure?
Distance and time, yeah, to get speed.
Okay, great. So can you verify the distance that they traveled?
Well, they claim that they went a certain amount of knots
I'm
on
sorry.
average.
You know what's weird is I asked you to verify the distance that they traveled, and you tell me that they claimed something, and you can't verify that. So you can't verify the distance that they traveled, but you can give me what they claimed. Can they verify the distance that they've traveled?
We don't need to verify. We need to look at multiple sources.
Yeah, multiple sources.
get
Okay,
an
how did they get their distance, and how did they verify it?
Right. So they use knots. Okay.
They used knots. So they hung knots off the side of the boat.
Yes.
Okay, great. Show me that.
You want to show how they do it?
No, I want you to prove to me that they were hanging ropes off the side of the boat between one point and another to get their actual speed.
Brother, if that's what you're looking for, then just go do it yourself. I mean,
no, this is your claim. I'm asking you for the information that you're providing. I want to see the really long rope. How long? How far did they go?
No. Time out. If you're
how
going to
long rope did they have?
If you're going to get into an argument about whether or not someone actually did what they did, then this is
This is not an argument. This is not an argument. I'm asking you to prove the claims that you're making, and you don't want to do it. You want to talk about maps, but not maps. Distances, but not distances. GPS, but not GPS. You're kind of all over the place, bro.
No. First of all, if you want me to claim that what someone is claiming from 1938 that they actually did it, that I have video footage of it, that's not possible.
I didn't ask for video footage either. I don't know putting words in my mouth at this point. I didn't ask for video.
What proof do you want that they did it?
I want you to show me the length of rope that they hung off the side of the boat from point A to point B so that the knots are correct and the distance is correct. It's very simple.
Well, again, I wasn't born in 1938, and I don't have the exact ropes to use. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. So I'm supposed to take everything that you're telling me at face value.
No, I want you to take multiple accounts, thousands of accounts at face value.
We did. The Earth is flat. We did. 1,000 people said the Earth is flat, so now it's flat.
Yeah. I guess we can appeal to consensus like you do. We can just say a lot of people say that the Earth is flat, and so apparently that's what makes it correct.
You're going to find more people say the Earth is flat than they say it's a globe, dude.
This is the reason that I wanted to talk today. Let's get off of that topic. The second topic that I wanted to bring up. Let's move on to that, please. Anyway, so I think I've devised a test in which we can actually test whether or not the Earth is flat or round. Okay?
Yeah, go do that. That would be great. And video for us too. Make sure you use like 2 cameras. That's the best way. So you get a camera of you doing it with your camera. Then you got 2 points of view. Yeah, that'd be great. Post it in here when you're done.
I think drop over distance would be the easiest, right? To just go ahead and see if the Earth is dropping over a distance.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
No, that's got nothing to do with it.
Well, isn't that what curvature is?
Well, I'm not trying to find curvature.
Oh, then never mind.
Isn't that the thing that you were talking about? We're trying to figure out if the Earth is flat or curved. So a curved Earth would have curvature, but you're not trying to find the curvature, right?
No.
No.
This test is testing something completely different.
So it's not curvature then. What are you testing for?
Yeah, what are we checking?
Magnetic poles is what we're testing.
Magnetic poles?
You can't do that. The magnetic mapping, we had it in here before. I doubt it's still in here, but
it's not like that.
The lines go all over the place, dude. Yeah.
I'll repost it.
They go all over the place. How you gonna call that? How you gonna follow that?
Well, that's not what it's about.
Here's a Mercator projection giving you the magnitude or the magnetic lines on a Mercator projection. So there you go. Already figured it out.
Okay, so what map of flat Earth would you like me to as your source for?
There is no map of flat Earth. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, all maps are flat, really.
That's true, but I'm not sure we have an accurate depiction of what the Earth actually looks like in map form.
Well, we know we don't have one of a globe because we don't have a globe to make a map of.
That's a good point.
So, the flat Earth map that's so commonly presented.
Which one is that?
I'll have to find the name of it. Let me get it for you.
I'll tell you what it is. It's an azimuthal equidistant projection. It's of a globe. It's a non-uniform scaling. That globe is actually not even a map.
Right.
It's a projection.
Right.
It's not a chart.
Projection. It's a projection of a globe that was never measured to be a globe. So they took a flat, turned it into a globe, then they flattened it out.
Right. And
So if that projection, that azimuthal equidistant projection is no good, then that means that what you're telling us is that the globe projection is no good. That polar coordinate system, the one that you see on your teacher's desk, that's called a polar coordinate system. And that is no good, apparently, if the flat Earth map, the AE projection is no good.
Right. I get what you're
Yep.
saying.
Yeah.
But from a relevance of a flat Earth, we have a north and south. On a flat Earth, would the south be pointing to away from the north at all times? Is that reasonable to say?
According to all the maps and the compasses, yeah.
And so would the north be the center of our earthly universe? Is that?
Well, I don't know about that.
You don't know about that. Got you.
Mm-mm.
Got you. And if I were to travel around the world, would I be going in a circle, like turning, or would I be going in a straight line?
Well, you kind of answered your own question. If you say around, round is, curved, circular.
Yeah, and then so like
you realize circles exist on flat surfaces, right? They're a 2D shape.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you can go.
I showed him how you can go roundy round.
Yeah. So round is circle. Circles are 2D. It's flat.
Yeah. Well, the reason I bring this up is because the equator on a globe is a straight line. Like if you were to walk around a globe, I'm not saying the Earth. I'm just saying a globe, right? If you were to walk around the equator, you would be walking in a straight line.
No, it's a circle.
Yes, but you're walking straight.
No, it's a
turning.
circle. No, you are turning. It's a circle around north.
You're walking on the outside edge of the circle.
Yeah, I know.
You mean
so
you're
that
not turning left or right?
You're not turning left or right. You're walking straight.
So it's not a straight line. It's still curved.
Right. But as you orient yourself around that circle, you're not deviating from a straight direction.
There it is. And so
who did this?
Hold on, T-Dub. He's orienting himself on a projection. So now he is standing sideways, hanging half off a ball. And he's walking straight in a circle around north on a projection of a ball. So I'm sorry, friend, your imagination help you here. You're going to have to prove that you're hanging off the side of a ball in the first instance.
No, I'm saying that if I was, I would be walking in a straight line. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but you're not.
On a ball, you'd be walking in a curved line.
It's still a curve.
I'm saying I'm not turning my direction. I'm always continuing.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. In the y-axis, you are changing orientation.
Yeah, y is changing.
The x.
Yeah, x. Yeah, x.
Or x.
So let's see. Yeah. So y, just y, x and y, x, left, right, y, forward, back. So forward, back. Yep, you're changing your direction. So not a straight line.
Okay. So then in the z-axis, then I'm not changing direction. There's 3 axes in the globe.
Yeah. So as long as you're changing one of them, that's it. You're not walking in a straight line.
Right. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm telling you is that there is an axis where it is not moving direction.
One of them, yeah, but the other one is.
Right.
Yeah, so it's still a circle.
So on a globe,
This is so hypothetical though. It's like if the Earth was a ball, and if it had an equator, and if I walked along that equator, like if.
You take a basketball.
It is a ball.
If you take a basketball and put a ring around it, and then you were to have a ball rolling around that ring, and you were to look at it, right? where you only saw one line right around the ball, that ball would never deviate from that axis. You see
what? That doesn't make any
A
sense.
ring around the ball and it was rolling around inside the ring.
Right.
Yeah, you
So
would have two arcs touching each
put a-
other at one point at all times.
Ring a globey.
Exactly. So if you put a ring around a basketball,
And we don't have that.
yes, we can.
Is that ring a circle? A ring is basically a circle.
Yes.
Okay.
So right.
So not straight then.
No, not there's no straights on a globe.
It's straight on one axis. It's not on two axes.
Nope.
Yes.
No.
No.
There's no way you're not going to turn a circle into a straight thing. Sorry, dude.
Hey, quick question is, when in history has it ever been alleged by those who believe that they circumnavigate on a ball that they went directly one direction or the other, east, west, north, or south, and never deviated from that?
No, what I'm
So
saying is,
curious
if you were
when that's
to
ever happened in the
have
course of
a
history,
ring
supposedly.
around a basketball, that ring is never going to deviate from one axis.
Yeah, it'll always be curving. Right, it's a big circle. Like you said, ring.
Two axes. Yeah,
Great, so it's still a circle? Yeah, 2D. Yeah, 2D. Yeah, circle. Good job.
No, that's 3D. It's 3D, not 2D.
Sorry, circles are 2D. You said ring.
A globe. We're putting.
Oh yeah, globe is globe is 3D, but the course that you're actually going on, that ring, that's 2D.
Yeah, you can only make a point. You can only touch at one point, and that would create a ring.
That's because one axis is constant. That's the difference between a circle and a globe.
Oh my gosh. So are we on a globe or are we on a ring? Which one?
A globe.
Okay, can you show me the Earth curve measurements so we can verify?
I don't. Listen. We're getting off the wrong topic.
Yeah, we're getting off on the wrong topic. Let's stay on the hypotheticals where we're going to argue about whether it's a ring or a globe. No, why don't you show me the measurements of the Earth curve?
This wasn't going to be the experiment putting hula hoops around basketballs, was it?
No.
No.
Oh, good.
We should probably not play the hypothetical game and just see if the Earth is curving at any point. Do you have any measurements of Earth curve?
No, what I'm saying is a circle is literally a globe without an axis.
Yeah. Don't worry, buddy. I don't really actually want to argue with you about circles. I just want you to show me the Earth curve measurements, and then we can stop talking about the hypotheticals.
This is not hypothetical.
Oh, so the Earth is a globe. Great. Show me the Earth curve measurements.
A circle is a globe without an axis.
We're not arguing about circles. You said this is not hypothetical. Apparently, in reality, we are on a curved surface. I need the measurements.
Okay, so the test that I would want you or want me or anyone to do, right, would be to imagine Earth is a basketball.
I'm not going to imagine anything. I want the Earth curve measurements. The weird thing is whenever we ask for this, you guys never answer. You avoid it. You dodge it. You say we want to imagine. How come we have to imagine the Earth is curved when you could just go ahead and show me the measurements of the curve itself?
Okay, so again, the test is...
Bro, stop it. You are not going to get away from this point. I will hammer you with Earth curve until you either quit or I have to mute you. So, do you have measurements of Earth curve instead of going ahead and doing things backwards and hypotheticals? I don't give a shit. I want the Earth curve measurements. Your hypotheticals and your navigation and your GPS and your maps, it's all failing. I want Earth curve measurements.
This has got nothing to do with it.
Okay, so we're not talking about the Earth then. We're just going to live in an imaginary land. Is that right?
No, we are talking about the Earth.
No. Okay, so is the Earth curving?
It's 8 inches per mile.
No, that's not it. That would be an actual ramp or a slope or a straight edge, like the hypotenuse of a triangle. You're looking for 8 inches per mile squared. That would be a curve.
Mm.
Is there any measurements of the Earth curving?
I'm sure there is. You know.
Great, show them to me. You're sure of it. That means you are assured. You know it for a fact. Get them for me.
That's not what I'm here to prove.
I posted a live video of a satellite going around the Earth.
What are you here to prove then?
So what axis is that satellite not traveling on?
What are you here to prove?
Anyway, so.
Anyways, just ignore the question. What are you here to prove? You're not here to prove what. You are here to prove something. What is it?
Right. So you see that thing that Professor Triangle posted?
No, I don't see it. What are you here to prove?
It is like 2 or 3 things up.
I don't give a shit. What are you here to prove?
You see that compass that the man's holding?
Bro, what are you here to prove?
I'm trying to show you.
Okay, so you want to talk about compasses going around the North Pole again? Magnetic north.
Right, but do you see how he is allowing the compass to rotate as the north and south rotate?
That's how you navigate.
Right, on a flat Earth that would be the case.
No, on a globe, to go west, you would be turning, just like that compass turns. You should know that. That's a flattened globe.
Not on the equator.
Yeah, it's a circle. Remember?
Dude.
On the equator, the center of the
Okay, so whoever did it, who did it?
Dude, he is almost on the equator. In fact, he is on the equator almost, isn't he? Yeah, on one part he's on the equator. Look, he goes around following east or west. You're turning the compass.
You're not listening at all. You're just talking over
No,
me.
I'm not listening because I'm telling you, look at it again. He's moving around on the equator.
Right, he's rotating the outside of the compass.
Just like if it was in your boat.
No.
Allow me to ask you guys something. I'm drunk as a fucking skunk. Should I take a screwdriver, undo all...
In the real world, if you were to walk along the equator for, let's just say, a mile, 10 miles, 100 miles, the center, the actual north-south pointy thing would be rotating, but the plastic part that you hold in your hand would not rotate with it.
Sorry, friend. The equator's in the sky. Did you know that?
Okay. Again, if you were to walk around what they...
Yeah, bro. I'm sick of you ignoring me. Equator is in the sky.
Sure. That's fine.
Okay, great. So how are we going to walk along something that's in the sky, please?
You have no proof of that. Where's your proof of this?
How does this make the Earth a ball?
Yeah.
The proof is that you use stars to create the equator.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. If in Earth today, if you were to walk along the equator,
you can't. The equator's in the sky.
What?
That's absurd.
Yeah, this is the other thing that you guys don't actually realize is that the equator is part of the celestial sphere. It's actually not on the ground, but because you guys are so indoctrinated and retarded,
it's both.
Yeah,
it's both.
You use the lack of Polaris for that.
It's both on the ground and in the sky.
Okay, show it to me on the ground, please.
It's not a physical line.
It's not a physical line. So what is the equator then?
Oh, it's a ground position of something straight above it, isn't it?
It's halfway between north and south.
It's a plane.
Let me guess. Is it imaginary?
If you were to take a ruler and stretch
is it imaginary? Is it an imaginary line? I want an answer to my question.
Not imaginary in the sense.
Is it an imaginary line?
It's not imaginary in the sense that you could go there, but it's not drawn in the dirt.
So it's not. It would never be defined as an imaginary line ever anywhere by academia ever anywhere.
Is, if you were to go to what they call the equator,
is it stand by that, bro?
It depends what they mean by imaginary. Really, I'm willing to believe.
It depends what they mean by imaginary. Not real.
Oh wow!
Only existing in the imagination.
Well, so if they mean it's imaginary in the sense that it's not marked anywhere on the Earth, then yeah, it's imaginary.
So not actual. So only conceptual. So imaginary. Yeah.
I mean, it's as real as if I pick 2 points in my room and I say there's a straight line that connects them. Is that line imaginary?
Exactly. It's imaginary. It's conceptual. Thank you. Good job.
Okay, sure.
I mean, yeah,
we know that it's imaginary. He admitted to that. Anyway,
they said, yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah, no.
Yes, it
because
depends on what
it's
you
a
mean by imaginary.
distance. It's a measurement. That's what the equator is.
Oh, now it's a measurement. Oh, what is it a measurement of?
Yeah, what's it a measurement of, dude?
Distance between poles.
Oh.
No.
And
what do you mean?
Yeah,
how do you know?
No.
How do you know when you? How do you know when you're at the equator?
How do you do it? How do you do it? How do you find the pole?
That's the claim, though.
How do you find the pole? How do you find? Oh, you don't know how to find the pole? Okay.
Or the equator. How do you know when you're at the equator?
Use a map.
No, you've got no map.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
how do you know? How do you know you're at the equator? You don't have GPS. You don't have a phone. You don't have a map. You don't have anything. How do you know when you're at the equator?
If you don't have any of those things, how the fuck would you know you're anywhere?
Wow, that's easy.
Oh, so
to
you
do,
don't understand
without
how
any of those things.
He doesn't. He doesn't get it. He did not listen.
All you need is one night of clear sky.
Oh, so you can use the stars.
Why?
He's getting it.
Okay, so I mean, I imagine that if you're on the equator, there's a certain constellation that's above head at midnight or something like that. And you can
Nope, that's not what it is, bro. You're so lost in the sauce, it's pathetic.
it doesn't matter how you find the equator. The point is, if
now it doesn't matter.
Equator, it never did.
That doesn't matter. How would you find the equator then? If it doesn't matter, why would you need to?
Actually, it does matter how you find the equator.
Okay. Anyway, so the point is,
I suppose what you
is how are you going to prove?
Anyway,
how are you going to prove that the equator is a great circle of a sphere?
If you were to walk along the equator, what they call the equator,
if
who cares if it's a real thing or not?
Okay, so how's this proving that the Earth's a sphere? No, don't say if. Don't say if. Say because someone did.
Okay, because when you walk along,
who did it? Who did it? Who did it? Who did it?
I'll do it tomorrow.
Go do it and come back. Let us know how it went.
Document it for us, would you?
Right. I'm saying when you walk along the equator, for however many miles you want to walk, the center of your compass will turn, but you or the outside of your compass will not. And if you look at this guy, Professor Triangle posted in a circular map.
You don't want to follow a certain direction. You're either following directions or you're going to look at your compass spin, one or the other.
No, I'm saying you walk straight along the equator.
We can't do that.
So you're going east or west? Which way are you going?
Yeah. Either way, the compass will spin and you will not.
Okay, just show us. Let's just show us that.
Well, hang on a sec, because now he's using a compass. He's using a compass, and the equator isn't determined by magnetic.
Mr. Australian, this one's for you anyway.
Yeah. All right.
So he's going to walk directly on the equator. Which way is it going to spin? Is it going to follow the South Pole or is it going to follow the North Pole?
Are you asking me that?
Yeah. I'm asking you that.
Oh, it's going to follow both.
Whoa.
Okay. Well, but bro, you've got to understand that your compass reading isn't going to align with the celestial equator. There's geographic north and there's magnetic north, and you're going to be using magnetic north with your compass. That's not going to align with the equator, bro. You're going to go off course.
They're very.
You're going to go. No, they're not. They're going to go off course.
That's what I'm saying. If you were to walk in a straight line along the equator, the compass will change.
How do you know you're going to be walking in a straight line? How do you know you'll be walking in a straight line?
Brother, because you don't turn. You go straight.
Yeah, how do you know over several miles, how do you account for the error margin that you could have accidentally made? A tiny little error. Tiny little error at the start can lead to a significant error at the end.
Sure, with the laser.
You're going to use a laser. You're going to follow the path of a laser across the equator.
for however many miles it
But you're
takes.
dreaming. Nobody has ever done any of this shit you're talking about.
That's what I said. This is a new test.
Oh
This
my
is what I
God.
started the conversation off with. If you were to follow the equator in a straight line, let's use. I need help here. How can we do this? I'm willing to put in the
You
money.
have the
I got money
task.
to
Go
do this
ahead.
test.
You're the ones who came up with it. You said you
Right.
have the task, and you want
The
to go
point
do it.
is I need validity from people who are flat earthers to help me devise this to
You
where
are a
it
flat
can be
earther.
true.
You are a flat earther.
I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is if I want to change people's minds, I can't do it in my way.
You need to do your own mind first.
That's stupid. That's why no one can. That's why no one can win you over in an argument because they're doing it in their way and not your way.
Arguments are not about winning people over. It's about presenting evidence for your claims.
Right.
So how would you find the equator while you're on the Earth? Just tell me how you would find the equator while you're on.
Okay, so this guy right here named T-Dub, he said it's impossible to walk in a straight line, and I just proved him otherwise.
No, you didn't prove anything. You made a claim. We have yet to have the proof.
No. You guys made a claim that a laser is shooting across 21 miles in a straight line.
Yeah, we demonstrated it.
That definitely.
Okay, and he said that's not possible.
No, it is possible. Not on a ball, though.
You just said it wasn't.
It's not
No,
possible
I never
on a ball.
said that, bro.
You said it was not possible.
I never
to
said
go
it was
several
impossible.
miles in a straight
No,
line.
Yeah, on
I
a
never
ball,
said
it's
that.
not possible,
Yes, you did,
dude.
T-Dub. Yes, you did, because I said I was going to do it.
Dude, on a ball, it's not possible.
Please don't take people's words out of context. It's not going to earn you anything here. So, yeah, the laser, not going to work on a ball, right? Now we've clarified that. Continue.
Okay, so my plan is to walk in a straight line for as many miles it takes to make the compass change. Right, and then T-Dub said that's impossible. I couldn't walk in a straight line that far. So,
oh my gosh,
I'm gonna use a laser. So we'll use.
It turns out on a globe, you will never be walking in a straight line.
How many people are you taking, and how many days are you going to do this over?
That's what I need your guys' help with.
I don't want to do that. I got to work, dude. I have things to do.
No. I don't.
Yes.
No, you're taking stuff.
Yes, I do. Have things to do, actually.
Brother, this is your apparently hypothetical thought experiment.
I got 140 robots going in. I have plenty to do.
Yeah, get to cracking. This is your experiment, non-experiment, whatever. I would suggest you go ahead and start walking in that straight line. Just make sure that you measure along all, making sure that you're going in a straight path.
Listen, I would appreciate it if you guys would quit talking over me. I never asked you to come help me. I asked you to help me devise a plan, like, for example, bring more people. Okay, I'm not asking you to actually do that. I'm
sorry.
All right, hold on. I'm going to help him real quick. All right, here's the plan. Get more people.
Yeah, gather as many as you can.
He needs to talk with percentage.
Yeah.
Why percentage wants to go do stuff?
Yeah, this is very similar to what percentage has proposed, yeah.
Oh, force the line?
No, doing a straight line path from the equator.
You still need like how many people? 6? At minimum? And 2 to 3 lasers? And theodolites?
Yeah, that would be the thing, because you would need to prove that the only part of the axis that is curving would be the vertical axis, right? So yeah, sure, straight line, quote unquote, you're going in one direction, but your vertical axis would have to be constantly changing. If you can prove that by whatever means, I think you should do this, and you can get as many people as you. So go for it. I mean, I don't know why you're here. You should do this. This would be great for you, and get that Nobel Prize.
Well, you get a lot of YouTube views.
So the vertical axis is going to be the thing that you're measuring, changing over that axis. But you're going to have a hard time finding the vertical axis on a sphere because there is no vertical axis on a sphere.
Y'all can read the chat because this guy's professor's talking over me. So.
Oh, don't get your feelings all hurt and everything.
I'm not gonna be screamed at about something I never said. So.
Screamed at? Who screamed at you?
Professor.
He didn't scream at you.
He did. He said he started screaming, "I've got stuff to do." I never.
Yeah, he's got. That wasn't screaming. Do you know what screaming means?
I can't go walk lines, and I can't donate equipment or money or anything. I can tell you, I'll get you a parts list. How's that? I'll help you out.
Never asked you to. I just
I'll help you out with that, so you can. I'll help you get your idea going.
That's all I asked for.
There you go.
It's that simple. You don't have to talk over me and just let me finish my point.
Start a GoFundMe.
Anyway,
you'll have to excuse Mr. Professor Triangle because this is his normal voice. It's not screaming. If maybe you're just fragile and you can't handle people that speak loud because their microphone or their room, whatever.
Right.
I mean, it's not screaming.
No, it's just he's
get Matrix in here. Get him in there.
Yeah.
He's just answering something I did not ask.
Right? You said you want to go in a straight line.
Probably exhausting how ridiculous it is.
Yeah, I'd have liked to have been done with this conversation a long time ago because it really won't.
I couldn't go in a straight line.
The point is that if you were to walk on the globe projection that we were talking about earlier, on the equator, not only
it'd be a big circle.
Right. So the compass would spin, but also you would spin with it because you would be turning.
On a globe projection?
No, on the kind of a flat circle map that we have. But as for a globe, if you were to walk on the equator, you and the outside of the plastic compass would differ from the arrow inside the compass. If you were to walk.
Well, it wouldn't work on a globe anyways because you have to hold a compass flat. If you're hanging off the side of a ball, it won't work.
What I'm saying is on a globe project. If you're actually on a globe, if we're actually on a globe,
the compass wouldn't work. You have to hold compasses horizontal. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're hanging off the side of a ball, compass won't work.
That's absurd. No matter way, it doesn't matter.
Really? I'll tell you what. So right now, if you had a compass, you'd be holding it to make it work, right? Turn it 90 degrees and see if it still works. Meaning now the compass is going to be in a vertical orientation. Tell me how well the compass works in a vertical orientation.
Well, then you have gravity affecting the side of the compass differently than.
Oh, sorry, there's no gravity. Gravity doesn't exist.
Oh, yeah, I need proof of that.
Well, I can't show you the lack of something. I had this conversation with somebody earlier. Positive claim is gravity does exist. You would have to show it to me. I can't show you non-existence of anything. That would be a fallacy. So show me gravity and what it is and its existence, please.
But you can prove the equator's in the air?
No, that's just the claim about the equator. It's the celestial sphere. It's actually in the sky. You guys should really research more.
Can you direct me to where you're researching so I can find the information?
Yeah, any celestial navigation manual. They're, a few hundred pages big, but I'm sure you'll find it.
I don't think so. I don't know what that's kind of a vague term. Celestial manual.
You don't think we have a force on Earth that's pulling us to the ground?
Well, you'd have to show it to me to prove it.
Well, Michio Kaku doesn't think there's one. He said there's no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, theoretical physicists don't even think that there's a force pulling on you.
So I agree with him. Yeah, I don't think so. There's nothing pulling me down. In fact, I feel good. Nothing's bringing me down.
So why do we have wrinkles?
Because you're sad and you worry about shit.
It's kind of like what everybody does here too.
No, we don't have to worry about it. No meteor's going to hit my house, dude.
Global conspiracy.
Nope, I'm not going to Mars. The planet's not going to blow up. Sun's not going to blow up. Moon's not going to crash into the planet.
They're lying to us.
You're still mad?
Still mad.
Who's lying to this guy anyway? Who's lying to this guy anyway? Is he just watching entertainment on TV and thinks that's real?
Sounds like it.
And somehow that's our fault. See, do you guys hear how this sounds? You guys watch shit on TV and social media and then come here and yell at us because you believe them. That's not our fault.
Yeah. Apparently somebody told them that gravity, whatever the hell that is, causes wrinkles. What is gravity?
Wrinkles? Stop worrying about gravity and you won't get wrinkles.
So how do you explain wrinkles? How do you explain stuff falling?
Nobody's here making any claims about wrinkles. You need to show us what gravity, just give us the definition of gravity and then show it to us. Is gravity, is it an independent variable in any experiment ever?
An independent
variable.
I'll help both of you guys out. No, it's not.
Oh, damn.
A variable would be the thing that you're manipulating within a scientific experiment setup in order to establish that it does or doesn't cause a natural phenomenon.
Well, you can't distinguish gravity from friction. So
friction?
I guess you could in a vacuum, though.
Holy cow! What?
I guess you could in a vacuum. But
so what's friction?
So you want to talk about what friction is? Yeah, he wants to talk about vacuums now.
anything that moves has friction.
All right. So, what do you know about vacuum chambers?
I love me a good vacuum chamber.
I guess nothing then.
Well, the hard part is to assume that there is nothing in a vacuum chamber, right?
No.
Oh my God, Professor Triangle, you use Home Assistant? Dude, I've never seen another person that uses Home Assistant.
I design industrial automation systems.
Whoa. Is your home set up with Home Assistant?
I run a couple of different things.
Wow. Crazy.
Which is kind of scary.
Why? Because he's a flat earther?
Well, if gravity doesn't exist, how do you explain?
How do I explain computers?
No, gravity.
If gravity doesn't exist, how do I explain gravity?
Holy cow.
How does concrete settle on a foundation? How does concrete settle on a foundation without gravity?
I tell you what, there's a great experiment. Do you think that you could put gravity in an experiment and show it is causing concrete to settle?
Well, no, LeBron James causes the concrete to settle. That's why his legacy is so great.
Actually, yeah.
One went down.
That's a pretty good theory.
One guy went down.
We should make our own movement. We should make our own movement.
Mute that guy, and then we can move on. There you go.
What do you mean by what is concrete settling?
I don't know.
Well, somebody brought up the fact that gravity causes concrete to settle. So I want to see the experiment.
The concrete settles. It's like colonialism. Like they just settle and take over.
I get what you're saying, but what is causing it then?
No, I need you to go ahead and show me the experiment where you use gravity as the independent variable causing the concrete to settle. You're asking me the question, I don't know the answer. You say maybe it's gravity. Show it to me in experiment.
You'll have to identify and isolate it first.
It's not gravity. I'm saying it's not gravity. Let's figure out what it is then.
Why?
How do you propose we do that?
Because what's gravity?
No, you're the one that came up with gravity. You're the one. You're asking me what's your imagination mean? I don't know, dude. What your imagination means?
It's your imagination, right?
Oh, I don't imagine that.
We don't know.
No, I don't imagine things. I don't imagine things like you do.
Okay, well, I don't believe gravity exists. So I'm trying to figure out.
Why'd you bring it up then?
No, you're almost there now.
I'm trying to figure out
how the Earth is flat. You don't think gravity exists anymore. You're just rolling right along. What's next, guys?
I just want to
no movement, and we're contained. Air pressure. Yeah, you're done. That's it. Welcome to Flat Earth. That was easy. All you need is 2 out of the 3.
It's strange that you would bring gravity up if you don't believe in it. You don't know what it is?
Oh, that is weird. No, what's gravity? I don't believe in it.
If I don't know what gravity is, I'm just trying to figure out what the effects are that are happening, right? And like what's causing it.
This is just an echo chamber.
No. The echo chamber guy finally got frustrated, so I'll just help him out.
Is it an eco chamber or an echo chamber? I thought he meant eco like we're green. No, we're not. We don't give a shit about that either.
So you guys are not interested in the phenomenon of the fact we're not flying around?
Why would we be flying around?
What? Why would you be flying around?
Well, why do you jump?
Wait, do you think something not happening is a phenomenon?
No, I think me jumping. I should just keep moving.
Hey, you guys want to hear something crazy? Check this out. I don't even know if I can say it without laughing my face off. Check this out. I can't even do it. Who's spazzing out?
Echo chamber guy, I think.
This is great. So you guys have been good all day.
You guys don't have maps. You guys don't have explanations for anything. You guys.
Hey, Dak, what's bringing you down?
We're not proposing any, bro.
Dak, what's bringing you down?
Yeah, you're claiming that the Earth is not a globe.
Then that makes you sad?
Yeah. Did you ask us why?
Yes.
And what did we say?
What did we say?
We don't know.
No, I did not say I don't know why it's not a globe. You don't know.
Not you.
It sounds like we told you, and what you heard was
a single question.
Not you, Professor.
We answered him, and he heard. And then we asked him, "Did you hear it?" No, I don't know what you said.
For the Earth to be a globe or a sphere, it would have to have curvature. Well, there is none.
Right, but the claim is that we cannot see the curvature.
Oh, okay, so you can't see it, therefore not there. So not a ball. I mean, that makes sense.
You have to spend an immense amount of money to be able to see the curvature.
Oh, how would you do it then? How much? What's the money for? Tell me how you would do it.
To go out of the atmosphere.
The atmosphere.
Further than that.
Atmosphere is air, sphere-shaped air. Is air like a sphere?
So, I mean, I would suggest that we all just band together, get enough money to do it, and then bam, it's done.
Do what? Go outside the atmosphere? How far away is the atmosphere?
Way further than the atmosphere.
How far?
Like these pictures you guys keep posting of Earth from space. That far. Let's go that far. I mean, if these videos are
pictures of Earth from space.
You guys, a professor has posted like 30 of them.
Where? I don't see any pictures of Earth from space.
They're in the chat.
Give me the timestamp. Give me the timestamp.
8:30 p.m.
8:30. That's not a picture of the Earth from space. What in the heck are you talking about?
No, that's the claim, right?
No, that's that's a GIF where the horizon goes from concave to convex. At what point is the Earth accurately depicted in that GIF?
That's not what we're arguing here. Don't change the subject.
It's not. So why did you bring it up?
Because you asked for a certain height, and I said, let's go to that height.
Well, I don't know what that height is. It's not documented in there. But if it's going to be a height, that would be above a flat Earth, because you can't have height on a ball.
That's absurd. So there's no distance away from a basketball?
No, distance away from a ball is a thing. Height is in reference to a horizontal. So you can't have height on a ball.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Gosh,
show it to me.
I walk away for 1 second, and now he thinks you can make height. No. Well, so what diameter did you jump today?
Well, for example, you're assuming that the Earth is a ball, which it's not.
No, you just assumed that. Yes, we have to change all of our measurements now, because the Empire State Building is now a certain diameter.
No. Not necessarily. If you look in the side chat right now, Roots just posted at 52 after an hour. 4 objects that look like spheres, but only one of them is actually a sphere.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it is or isn't either way. What we're calling here is for humility. Humility in the face of baseless, unverified claims about what these stellar objects are for the past 100 years.
And what do you think of like satellites that take pictures of the Earth?
I think they're cool.
Is that it?
Yeah, like that's it. I mean,
think they're authentic?
Well, there's no evidence that they're orbiting a globe.
There's no evidence they're in a vacuum of space either.
We don't really know what they are or what mechanics that they operate under. Because if you were to go to Goddard Space Flight Center, okay, their webpage, this is basically NASA's central hub, their dashboard for space objects. And if you scroll down on their front page under query to satellite queries, to query a satellite, they say you need to know which magnetic flux tube of force it's operating under so that the magnetic field lines that trace to ground stations can more accurately discern its location. Now, if you have any idea what that means, maybe you can enlighten us. We've been trying to crack this nut for a long time.
I'm not sure, but I was just gonna say, what do you think of?
Exactly.
Have you heard of the White Swan?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, you have?
Mm-hmm.
What's your response to like the White Swan?
Okay, so it's actually a black swan. Okay, because the horizon in the one that they call the White Swan is actually about 500% further away than it should be of the Earth or a globe. Okay, so what we're more likely seeing in that observation is just a specific an atmospheric effect that's taking place that fits the definition of what is called sinking, right? There can also be some ocean swells on that particular day, but it's not uncommon for something that would normally be visible on the horizon to apparently look like it's sinking behind the horizon. Okay, it's a well-known effect that happens. Right, it's like a form of an inferior mirage. An inferior mirage does the same thing. Right, makes things look like they're displaced lower than what they would normally be.
And what do you?
Okay, so if you go to Google right now, for example, if you type in what is sinking refraction, it will say exactly what I just said. It would say something that's normally visible on the horizon apparently looks like it's sinking below the horizon, even though it's not obstructed by anything.
Right.
Okay, so that could be what's happening with the white swan. But this is the thing, right? They're all only black swans exist when it comes to observations of the horizon. There's no such thing as a white swan. When they say white swan, they mean, oh, this is an observation where it matches up with the globe. Okay, it doesn't. It doesn't match up with the globe. There is not a single observation that matches up with the globe.
Yeah, and then like, do you know about like the neutrino experiment?
Which one? Yes.
Which one?
Yeah, there's one where they claim
The
to
one
have
that-
measured a
yeah, the
stream
one that-
horizontally, and one where they claim to measure a stream vertically.
Yeah, the one that Blitz guy was talking about.
Yeah, he got them confused.
Oh, how so?
Cool, the no hands guy.
Yeah,
Holy.
because
yeah,
that guy. Yeah, I mean So Indio thought he was talking about the vertical one, and so did Blitz. But I think Blitz's paper was about the horizontal one. So
I'm not sure. I'll have to ask him about it.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, who's feeding you this crap in DMs? By the way,
nobody. I just went
you're
on
just coming up
YouTube.
with this on your own.
Watch
no,
the
I was
Blitz
watching.
thing.
I was watching Planet Peterson.
Aha. That guy's super fallacious. Strawman arguments. Yeah, he doesn't do very well when he has conversations with us.
Wow, he actually comes in here?
Of course.
Yeah, he's been in here. Yeah, he was actually scared during the Blitz debate. We were trying to get him to actually join the stage, and he was refusing until he accidentally hit the join button. He came up for a few minutes and then ran away. But yeah, that guy, he's like a script guy, right? He's not someone that really. He's just like an arrogant script guy. He doesn't really have a good technical understanding of the arguments.
Yeah, like Professor Dave, he's all scripted. He buys his scripts.
He buys these scripts? Where from, NASA? Sorry.
He said he says he's not an expert in anything, and what he does is he actually hires people that are experts in the field to write his scripts for him. He's basically like a presenter.
But like,
so he has a script, and then he goes on.
Where's the evidence for that?
Well, he said that himself. I think I actually have that on.
So if we give you a video of him saying that, are you going to deny it? Are you going to say are you going to say he meant something else? He meant something else.
No.
I'll find it for you, dude, because it is fair that I back up what I said. So just give me a
and
second.
also he's not a professor either. He already said that.
He played a guy
What's a
that started
science
sniffing girls'
communicator?
hairs in some movie.
Yeah, something about love in L.A. or something like that.
Yeah.
Love and Lies in L.A. I think it's called.
Yeah. What wasn't his role like hair sniffer number 2?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, he said he's not a professor. He thought it would be a funny like name to call his YouTube channel, Professor Dave. He thought it would be fun. And he said he dropped out of college to follow a music career, which didn't work out. And then he said he's not really an expert in anything, and that he hires people to write his scripts for him and that kind of thing. But yeah, I'll just find the video where he actually talks about it.
Yeah.
That's why, like most of his arguments, right? So he'll have like AE maps, right? Like a globe projection, and he'll say, "Oh, this is the map that the flat earthers claim," and he'll strawman an argument, or he'll pick a really bad flat earth argument and say, "Oh, this is what all the flat earthers are claiming," and then the globe earthers watch it, and because they don't know the flat earth arguments properly, they believe that Dave's telling them the truth about what flat earthers are claiming, and then they come in here and try to bring those same fallacious arguments in here, and they get wrecked.
Yeah, to be honest, it doesn't help our case when people professing to be flat earthers show the AE map and say that this is flat earth or the best representation of it when it's completely 100% not.
Right. So you guys have like hit diamond when it comes to flat earth.
This is the flat earth Pentagon.
Right.
Like this community's been around for more than 10 years. It's kind of the central hub. Many of the groups that you see out there have spun off, you could say, from here to go pursue their own agendas and endeavors.
Right.
Most of them.
So I found
All
the
of them?
video.
You think the moon landing
it's
was
literally
faked?
yeah,
Sorry.
obviously, definitely, bro. But just hold on a second, right? Just take 50 seconds and just watch the clip that I put in the side chat.
All right.
And then we can talk about the moon landing if you want.
All right. Great. Yeah. So he was talking about the stuff that he doesn't understand, but then he went on to say he understands chemistry well.
Yeah, so he shouldn't be talking about flat Earth then, huh?
He actually doesn't understand chemistry that well.
Yeah, he got that wrong too in the
He
debate.
failed as a professor. He used the excuse he went to become a musician instead, failed as that, and then had a second try to be a chemistry professor and failed again. And you can also add
I've got another video where he talks about all of that as well. It tells you.
I mean, that's fine. I mean,
exactly-
you can still be pretty knowledgeable, even though you're not a professor. I would say.
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
be.
that's true.
You can be, but you can also be very fallacious and trick people into thinking that flat earthers are claiming things that they're not claiming and strawman people. Okay, so look, this you should watch.
I would agree.
Well, listen,
real-
just one second. I'm gonna share something for you if you want to watch it later. Okay, so it's like this guy called Mindshock. He's got a channel called Bruce McGuire on YouTube, and he's unbiased. Like, he doesn't take sides, and he reviews debates, and he's a professional in formal logic and whatnot. Okay, so he goes over and he'll stop the debate every time someone makes a fallacy, and he'll explain what the fallacy was and how it was fallacious and blah blah blah. Right, and he did that with a bunch of Dave's debates, and Dave actually holds the records for the most amount of fallacies in a debate. And it's like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fallacies. He's a very slimy, dishonest guy. I'll post
the
that
guy
video. Yep.
Yeah, who's the guy that knows about formal logic?
His name's it's Bruce McGuire. He's got a channel. It used to be called Mindshock, but now it's called Bruce McGuire. And he's a very smart guy. So if you watch his videos, he'll
Is he a
stop the
flat
debate.
earther?
No.
Oh, are you sad about that?
Well, he's unbiased to it. He
Does it
shits
matter
all
if
over
the guy's a flat earther, dude? If he's going to be calling out fallacies, is there a difference between people? Like, if you're a flat earther, you call them out more or less? Which is it?
I never.
He doesn't say
that
he's a
at all.
globe earther. He doesn't say that the Earth's a globe, right? He just says that, look, I'm going to give an unbiased opinion on the debate, right? He doesn't bring his own opinion into it. He's like, okay, this is a logical fallacy because of X, and he'll tell you what it was and how it works and all that sort of thing.
I mean, this is irrelevant, but I actually do think he's a flat earther deep down, but he just doesn't admit it. Just saying.
Bruce.
Yeah,
everybody is. Everybody is. Some
Everyone
of
is,
them.
yeah.
Some. Yeah, the globers that won't admit it, they think somebody's watching them.
Bruce McGuire.
Yeah, I'll grab the link for you, bro. McGuire. It's like MGUIRE.
Oh, not this guy then.
No, if you type in Mindshock, it'll probably come up. But I'll grab it for you, and I'll grab the specific date and the specific video, and I'll put it in the side chat. Just 1 second.
Oh, McGuire. Oh yeah, this guy. Okay. And
So if you just go to search and just
he knows
type in Dave,
about formal logic.
yeah, he knows a ton about it.
And where did he say? I guess, or how do you actually know?
Know what?
Here we go.
What do you wait? No, I mean, I'm genuinely curious.
How do we know what?
Because every single show of everything he's ever done is focused on this topic, the application of formal logic.
I mean that could still be the case, and like, yeah, I mean,
You can fact check everything that he's saying, That's the thing. Okay, so it doesn't matter what your opinion is about it. He's stating mainstream logical fallacies, okay, and he's breaking them down,
Yeah.
and he's showing it happen live and explaining it. I mean, you can try to go against that if you want, but he's just pointing out things that happen in the debate. That's all. He calls out the flat earthers as well if they do it. Here's the video I was talking about, by the way.
Right. But yeah, so what do you think about the moon?
We can't validate about the moon. Okay, I think that America faked the moon missions. Okay, that doesn't prove that the Earth's not a globe. But the footage is absolutely ridiculous looking. Most people haven't even looked at it. And then when I share clips of the footage, they're like, that's bullshit. There's no way that that's NASA footage. That's completely fake. Prove to me that that's actually NASA footage. And then I have to go show them on NASA's YouTube channel and website that this is actually NASA footage.
Yeah. I mean, have you heard of what they're doing with that like time capsule that was in like Michigan?
I'm not sure.
They said it came from a rocket. Oh, you're not sure about it? Oh, okay.
No, I haven't looked into that one.
Oh.
But tell me.
Nobody
Tell me
can
about it.
Nobody can open it until like 2079 or some shit.
Why?
It's weird.
Why is that?
I don't know.
That's funny.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like the Russians found it, and then it's in Michigan now, and yeah, nobody can open it until 2079.
What happens if you open it?
I'm not sure. I couldn't tell
Maybe
you.
there's some flat Earth proof inside.
Maybe
If
some
you open it
globe
too early,
proof.
you're going to ruin the psyop. They've clearly got a psyop planned.
Open it.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think about aliens?
Space is fake. What do you think about
You think-
aliens?
I mean, I'm
When you
open to
say
the
aliens,
possibility.
when you say aliens, you mean like Mexicans?
When I say aliens, I'm talking.
Ramsey, he's not talking about you.
Oh, I got triggered when he said alien. I thought he was talking about
I
my
know you always pop up when you think everybody's talking about you because you're paranoid.
Yeah. Well, see, he said alien, so I mean, I have a reason.
Yeah, when I say aliens, I'm talking about other life forms from outer
Foreigners.
space.
From outer space? No, space is fake. So now what do you think about
how is-
aliens? Because you missed it before when I said that.
Yeah, I did. I'll just ask, how do you justify that space is fake? How do you defend that
How do you
proposition?
justify space is real, as you've been told? That's the question.
But
We're
that's
asking
just gonna
that
be like
question.
hold on, but then that's just gonna be a burden shift fallacy.
No, it's not, because we're not the one making the claim about what space is. The claim
I
on the
never-
table
I
is that
never-
space is an infinite expanding vacuum. Listen,
I never
my
made the-
request for exposition is not a denial or acceptance of that claim.
Wait, so you don't deny or accept my claim?
No, I'm just asking for clarification and justification.
I never even had a proposition when it comes to me saying.
Well,
space
you
is
may have
real.
not, but this is
You
with
did.
regards to the claim that space is an ever-expanding vacuum.
Oh, okay. Well, how does that have to do with what we were just discussing a few seconds ago?
Well, you tried to reverse the burden.
No, I never tried to reverse the burden.
Yeah, you said, how can you
want me
justify
to-
that space isn't a vacuum? That's a
Yeah, so
total
you
burden
understand-
reversal.
You understand when nobody makes a positive claim and somebody makes.
So
a
you're
negative
you're
claim.
avoiding the claim on the table, which is that space is an expanding vacuum
I
that
mean,
we're asking for
you're
clarification
dodging, I mean, you're just dodging my explanation.
on. No, I'm actually engaging it directly.
Yeah, you're engaging it by saying something else that doesn't even correlate to what I originally
No,
said.
you tried to reverse the burden.
Wait, can you just elaborate when you say reverse the burden?
Yeah, you asked
do you
us to
mean?
prove a negative.
No, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to him.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm speaking.
I
for him
never,
right now, if
I
you
never
doesn't mind.
posted. Yeah, I mean, I never. I never made a
Yeah,
positive.
maybe you need to withdraw.
How do you know that it isn't fake? Is just gonna be burden shifting if I've never made a positive claim.
Why did you ask us to prove a negative if you weren't trying to reverse the burden?
Well, why are you claiming aliens are from outer space? And then I said space is fake, and you tripped out. So you were claiming space is real.
Well, that's so space. In that, I guess, kind of like, well, it wasn't even a claim. It was kind of a question because I said, like, what do you think about aliens or something, right? But
And
I can agree
said,
that.
"Are you talking about me? Because I'm an illegal alien." And you said, "No, I'm talking about space aliens." And I said, "Space is fake." Now, what do you think of space aliens? And you tripped out, right, Gemsy?
I mean, as I was saying, I guess you can kind of say, I guess you can kind of say that I was presupposing that space was real. At least that's on your view, right? But then, if you still make I guess, in a sense, negative claim about space being, like not real, then I would just ask for the proof that it's not real.
Because that's a counter proposition, not the proposition.
Wait, no, hold on, but the proposition previously that I made had nothing to do with his negative negative claim at all with his proposition.
Yeah, well, I didn't accuse you of making a positive claim. I said the claim on the table.
You did.
The same one you were referring to for us to make a negative proposition about.
And did I make a positive claim about space being real? I presupposed it. Yeah, sure, but
to reverse the burden, you had to by necessity. You had to in order to reverse the burden, as you did by having us try to substantiate a negative, which is a counter proposition to the proposition on the table that you were inferring.
When you say so when you say
the end.
When you say the possibility,
if you continue past this point and don't withdraw, I'm gonna freaking mute you for trolling.
Wait, how am I
performative? Look at it like this: if I said to you, Bigfoot is not real, would you turn around and say, "Prove to me that Bigfoot is not real"?
No, I would just say, "How do you know that Bigfoot is not real? Like, what sort of what's the standard you're using to determine that Bigfoot is not real or something?"
Because nobody's been able to justify the positive claim that it is real.
There we go.
So it's instantly not fake. So then what do you think about brute facts that
I don't have to automatically accept a baseless claim. As I said before, when I ask for exposition, I'm neither agreeing with the claim or denying the claim.
Hold on, but again, this is just gonna be like a quick yes or no. Like, was I talking to you?
You're talking to all of us. It's an open panel, yeah. So yes, you're talking to him. Yeah.
I was so was I engaging?
I get it. You don't like me, okay? And it's because I'm pointing out the flaws in your logic.
Flaws in my logic? What?
Yeah. Your suppositional logic is flawed.
Yeah, I mean, you just mean reasoning, right? Because we're engaging in an informal conversation or informal discussion, right?
Well, you tried to reverse the burden, and that made it more formal, right?
No, actually, no.
Yeah, it did. You tried to engage in formal logic at that very instant, so you're wrong.
Wait, okay, I think you're confused on what formal logic is.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, so formal logic it's the study of structured reasoning that has like rules of inference.
Correct. You added structure to it, which I destroyed by knocking out your presupposition.
But wait, you do understand that if we're just engaging with like some type of like, I guess in a sense, informal reasoning, right? And there's no formal argumentation behind it. Then
so maybe you don't want to make burden reversals.
And it's not going to be. Hold on, real quick. Let me just say this. It's not going to be. It's not going to be formal because I'm not even using any rules of inference or have a logical structure to any of my propositions. You understand that, right?
That's your plan? You're going to try to not do that? Well, you've already been just wait in this, dude.
Wait. I'm not saying I'm not going to try to do that. I'm just saying what I originally did wasn't or didn't engage in formal logic at all, or any branch of formal logic, like propositional logic, or maybe like say, like first order logic, anything. It was just informal, I guess, kind of like discussion. It wasn't like
okay. Well, I'll let you back it up. All right, let's back it up, reverse it, start over.
I mean, if that's your way of coping, I mean, sure, I guess.
I'm not coping.
Okay, let's back it up and start over. No, space is fake. Now, what do you think of space aliens? Go.
Well, do you think that in some possible world, space could be real?
No.
You don't? So then what's going to be... Okay, so you think it's logically contradictory?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So when I say it's logically possible, given a possible world for space to be...
No, it's not possible.
What's going to be the contradiction?
gas pressure without a container.
That's not a contradiction.
Yeah, it is. There's necessary
No, it's not.
antecedents
Not
to
P.
gas pressure.
But hold on. But again, space.
Hold on. No, there are antecedents that are necessary to gas pressure's
Yeah,
existence.
I mean, I can grant that.
Okay, so it's not possible. Period.
Okay, hold on. When I say possible, what modality do you think I'm operating in? Logical modality, physical modality? What's physically possible?
Well, in this
What do you
case,
think
they're
I'm
one and the
talking
same.
about? You understand that something can be physically impossible, like you're referring to, but logically possible, right? There's a clear distinction.
Not in this case.
There's nothing logical about making air bubbles in a vacuum. There's nothing logical about air bubbles in a vacuum.
We're dealing with natural law.
Okay, can you chill for like 2 seconds, please?
We're dealing with natural law. That's why. Laugh all you
But
want.
natural law can get violated.
Really?
Yeah,
It can get violated?
when we're talking
By
about
like magical unicorns in your brain? Sure, okay.
Absolutely. I mean, it's logically
Yeah, let's talk
possible in
about
a possible
fantasy here.
world.
No, we're talking about real world, okay? Application of logic.
I know we're talking.
To the real
we
world
can talk about
application of physics.
We can talk about real world, but my question was centered around the logical possibility.
Okay, so
space
what?
being
Like
real in a possible
you can
world.
conjure up something in your brain and that makes it real?
Wait, what? The reason
Yeah,
I'm saying
exactly.
it's
You
not
conjure
logically
up something
impossible.
in your brain and you're like, therefore it's possible. That's called a reification fallacy, dude. Would I like to engage in concept reification fallacies with a debate, bro? No.
As I was saying, right?
Yeah,
So
don't
when we say
concept
something is
reify,
logically,
bro.
let me just clarify. When we say something is logically impossible, we're just saying that it's a contradiction within logic, right? It
No,
violates
you're
the law of
trying to get us to reify concepts.
If I say, okay, so you're just gonna
Stop it.
wait, okay, so then you're just gonna deny the laws of logic?
No, I'm not. I'm going to deny your concept reification fallacy, which is an acceptance of logic.
Oh yeah, and did you come to that conclusion within the use of logic?
I came to this conclusion when you asked us to conjure up something as a possibility in your brain that is inherently contradictory.
And the steps that you made, was you using some type of reasoning to get there?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, so then you are accepting the laws of logic then.
Of course I accept the laws of logic, sure.
Okay, so then
I'm using it to destroy your concept reification fallacy, which is a violation of the laws of logic.
Wait, how is it a violation of? I'm not even sure what the fallacy even is. So maybe you can elaborate
The
on the
concept
fallacy.
reification fallacy? Okay, maybe somebody can post it in the chat and you can educate yourself on this debate, bro.
No, but you're the one using it, so I think you would, like, be more informative on what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, I already
So
defined it
when I
like
just
3
asked
times through
you-
the course of our conversation. If you were listening and picking up on the cues that I was talking about, you would have heard my definition of what concept reification fallacies are.
That's fine, but I don't understand why it's so hard for you to repeat what you said again.
Because I don't want to waste my time doing concept reification fallacy experiments with you, bro.
But you're saying it 24/7, so I can just make the case that you already are wasting your time.
No, you're wasting my time.
If I say hi 24/7 and then somebody asks me, "Hey, what does that word mean?" and I'm just gonna say, "Hey,
You're wasting our time.
What?
Thanks for owning yourself again. Can you step on the garden rake any harder?
And just
Yoder, it is interesting that this topic, more than any other topic that I have ever known, reveals 99% are brain in a jar types.
Yeah, which isn't even true. Because then you got to get into the internal and external world. You know, how can you conjure up something that you never had an experience with in the first place? It's like, how could Helen Keller imagine what sight is like?
110%, my friend. The interesting thing is that there seems to be no lower limit to the Globy. Really.
A Mange is here.
What, Maine?
Big Maine is here, fellas. Big Maine is here.
Mange.
Bro, what are you talking
The mange is here.
What is a mange? Pussy?
Look it up.
I ain't looking it up, boy. You tell me. You tell me, boy.
No, it's too disgusting.
Yeah, we back on that flat shit. We back on flat earth, man. We back. We back, and we gonna get to the truth once and for all, yeah?
Are you a
Hey,
merchant, Maine?
if that other guy shows up, just immediately ban him.
I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah, ban his ass. But yeah. Where did we left off yesterday?
You were spiraling.
About what?
You had a string of lights you had a string of lights in the sky, and you said they're magical and they're falling all the time.
Yeah, I said it was magic, yeah.
Which way is down for a satellite that's in orbit?
Back to Earth, they're free falling.
Wrong.
Free
If it's
falling. How
orbit
come they
around the
go
globe,
over your
the plane
house?
is down is in the direction of travel.
One at a time, fellas. I didn't hear that.
How is down going around over your house?
Bro, you asked me which direction is down. I only answered that. I didn't tell you that it was being
Satellite, it's in the direction of its orbit, not down at Earth.
What I wanted to tell you now is the satellite stays in orbit by its constant velocity, which is the same rate as it is free falling down on Earth. That's why over the Earth's curve, it's having a velocity going over the Earth's curve, but it's still falling. But the Earth's curve, it goes further and further and further. And the velocity which it goes nullifies that free fall.
How did they calculate the velocity needed if they didn't measure the Earth curve already from the ground?
They did.
They'll need a tangential velocity, which requires a curvature measurement.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
They'll need a tangential velocity, which requires a curvature measurement to have a radius.
Hold on. You're asking me to give you a velocity which is needed to surround the curve, yeah? The measurement. You're asking me to give you orbital mechanics formulas right now.
No, not really, because those are just kinematics. I want the dynamic. I want the dynamic force. I want the dynamic force of down, the twisting, torquing, rotational measurement of the satellite.
Hold on, man. I ain't got no twisting, torquing mechanisms to show you right now. All I want to tell you is we got these explanations, yeah? And we can believe them or we don't believe them. That's it. That's bottom line, homie. But we can also, you know what else we can do? We can look at it and see it doesn't move any other way because there's no propellant.
You need to see, and then one more thing, you need to imagine.
But we can see it.
Yeah, we see the same thing. You just have an imagination about it.
Yeah,
you've never seen a satellite orbit. You've seen it move.
Yeah, I've seen it move, yeah. And
correct,
hundreds of thousands of people have seen it move all around the globe.
We see them move.
But all around the globe we see it move, yeah?
Well, that's the part that you have to imagine.
No, dude, yesterday you tried this and you said, I can get 50 people and we'll all follow it around the globe. And I said, go ahead. And you said, I can't get 50 people.
Yeah, for goddamn right.
Imagine it.
I ain't gonna get 50 people, but listen.
That's right. You're not going to be able to do it. Remember, I said those same words yesterday. Also, this is like deja vu day for you.
No. It's not deja vu. We've been talking about this for 1 minute right now. But let me ask you guys one question, okay? So you guys know that you can follow Starlink on the internet. You know, you have the website which follows it, orbit around Earth. You know how?
Yeah, that's because you can't actually see it for yourself. You have to imagine it, and the app conforms to your imagination of it.
Hold on. You know how ISS has that little orbit projection down on the live stream? You know, 24 live stream of ISS.
It's based off a coordinate reference system.
Huh?
Yeah, so there's a coordinate reference system for space. One of them is called IGP4, and it's based off the WGS84 model.
Okay, okay. So basically, you can track the Starlink satellite in its orbit on a website, and when you see
I understand how it works. I'm giving you the coordinate reference frames for the mathematics of the orbital mechanics.
Great, buddy. But when you see,
I know more about this than you.
Yes, you do. When you see,
don't need to teach us.
Oh my God, man! Let me finish, man. So when you see the Starlink orbit is gonna cross where you live, and you go out, see it in the sky, and it matches the exact minute it should be over your head, and every single human can do this, yeah, and it matches. why do you say that's like not plausible? Not why do you say it doesn't work?
What do you mean? It
Like
works mathematically. It works within the coordinate reference frame.
Yoder, listen to me. Let me
internally
rearrange
consistent.
this question. Let me rearrange this question for you, buddy. So we have Starlink satellites. We can follow it on a website where it is at each exact moment. Yeah. And
using an arbitrarily chosen coordinate reference frame.
And why does that matter if they orbit or not?
It matters because it's an interpretive frame that allows you to consider these things going in an orbit around a ball within that coordinate reference system.
Okay.
There are other interpretive frames that don't utilize the Earth as a sphere.
Okay, so
right, and the mathematics work the same.
Are we agreeing that the website is actually providing the current location of Starlink satellites? You know, the website I'm talking about.
No.
Why not?
Because when the lights go away, you still have internet.
What are you talking about? I'm not even connected to Starlink. I'm using broadband cables.
Yeah,
then
so
how do you know what the lights are?
It's accurate to say that the ISS is correctly plotted within the coordinate reference system.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean the coordinate reference system matches actual reality. Those are two separate things.
Okay. So Yoder, we agree on that. Let's say we doesn't know if it actually orbits, but it actually shows and when and where the thing is, and you can spot it, right? So we agree on that.
Yeah, no ball required.
Okay, no ball required. So now the other question: are those ISS and Starlink and all the other satellites, are they constantly in air above us, or they come down and then get relaunched or something like that?
Sorry, what?
So the other question that follows that one was, so then does the ISS, the Starlink, and all the other satellites, are they constantly flying in air above us at a constant speed?
I don't know what they are. I mean, well, it's going to be constant acceleration.
Yeah.
Right, because uniform circular motion is constant acceleration.
Okay, but so you're saying you don't know if they're constantly flying above us or not?
Honestly, I don't know what they actually are. There could be
You don't
something
know
up
what
there
they
that
are.
coincides with what they are.
Okay. So when you buy Starlink, yeah, and you put the dish out, satellite dish, what do you think how do you think you're receiving the signals from that satellite? From the dish, the Starlink dish, yeah.
I don't know. I'd have to have firsthand knowledge of where the signal's coming from.
Just rebranded Dish Network.
So it's a dish network. The signal comes from radio towers, yeah? Is that what you're saying, Professor?
Yeah, go ahead and debunk me.
Okay, so we get all the internet, all the cell signals from radio towers on Earth, yeah? There's no satellites involved.
No, your phone doesn't connect to a space can.
My phone don't connect to a space can.
Man.
All right, big fellas. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. We left there yesterday, and I think we concluded, just like right now, we don't agree on it. I mean, we concluded that us Globetards have the explanation, but you guys don't believe in it. And that's pretty much bottom line on a lot of these topics we can discuss, yeah? But what I wanted to talk about right now is I didn't quite get a satisfactory conclusion about this one. So yesterday we mentioned you could make a circle around the world, yeah, on a flat Earth, right? Let's say you go from Australia to Africa, then to South America, and then back to Australia. We all agree you made a circle on the Earth, yeah?
Yeah, that's right.
can
I have to go. I'll be back in like 15 to 20.
Come on, yo, the rules getting interesting right now. All right, Professor DJ, you guys are up, man.
Man.
And T-Dub as well. I know my man T-Dub is in here. So, we all agree you guys can circle the Earth, right? Just like I gave an example of right now. Yeah. So, if the Earth is flat and you make a circle on a flat Earth, you guys would think that flat Earth would be in a spherical shape, maybe even hexagon, octagon, circle, whatever. But it should be in some kind of circular shape. Don't you guys agree?
No.
Why not? Explain.
Is a lake flat?
I say it's lake shaped.
Yeah. But
are all lakes circular shaped?
No, but they have edges.
There you go.
Where's that?
But where are the edges to the Earth then? That's what I want to ask. You just helped me right there. Where are the edges to the Earth?
Where's in the lake? Where's the edge at?
On the shoreline.
That'd be that's an edge. You think that is?
Yeah, edge of a lake. Yeah.
So California is like the edge of the ocean, right?
Huh?
California is the edge of the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
There you go.
So where are the edges to our Earth? Our
California.
Earth?
He just told you California.
Yeah, but hold on, bro. You're not making sense. I'm telling you, we have Pacific Ocean going past. We're not talking about shorelines. We're talking about Earth's edge. Earth, not landmass. We're talking about our planet, yeah? So you can go past California to Pacific Ocean, and there should be something past Pacific Ocean. You understand? Because if the Earth is in a circular shape, just like we concluded right now, or never mind it being circular, any shape or any way, it has to have an edge, final line, bottom line, doesn't it? You guys agree with me, or you're saying something flat doesn't have to have an edge? I'm waiting.
Where's the edge of a lake?
I just told you a minute ago. How can tell me something flat that doesn't have an edge? Edges. In our reality. Professor. I'm listening. Yeah, I think we hit something right here. I think we hit some. T-Dub, any thoughts, man? DJ, maybe you?
Yeah, same answer as before. How is California not an edge of the Pacific Ocean inside your own worldview? Inside your own epistemology, you said the shoreline or a coastline would be an edge. Then when we told you, sure, so California is the edge, and you said, no, it's not. So how do we have to square the contradiction here? There's a contradiction inside your worldview that you have shores and coastlines are edges and not edges at the same time.
Great.
Dude, that's a contradiction.
You're poisoning the well here. It's called poisoning the well.
That'd be a fallacy. Because even if it was poisoning the well, even so, it doesn't square the contradiction. Just because
it's not a contradiction.
Yeah,
it's
because
not a contradiction.
Is California an edge or not?
An edge to what?
The ocean.
Yeah, it's a part of an edge. Yeah.
There we go. So there's the edge you keep looking for.
Hold on. I'm not talking about a Pacific Ocean. I'm talking about the whole Earth.
Which would be what?
Earth, the planet we live on.
Planet now. So a planet?
I never asked you guys about anything.
How do you know about a planet? Where did that come from? How is Earth a planet? Do you know what a planet is? What's the definition of a planet? Because you're going to contradict yourself at the end.
Great.
Dude, you're going to contradict yourself. Define planet. Define planet.
Okay, listen to me, bro. I will define planet, but just give me 1 second. Let me.
Don't worry. No color commentary. Let's be hyper specific. Words matter. The definition of words matter. You use the word planet. Yeah. What is the definition of that word? What does that word mean?
It's an astronomical body generally required to be in orbit around a star.
Okay, so Earth is not that. Earth is the ground below your feet. Earth is not some object in the sky rotating around a star.
Okay, let's say we agree on it. Let's say Earth is not a planet. Let me ask you about this then. Real simple. I'm not asking you nothing about nothing except this. Where are the edges on a flat Earth? Because
you said inside your own worldview, you've got all of California would be an edge.
What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about?
You said that the edge of a lake or an ocean or any body of water would be
talking about body of water.
You did.
I'm saying Earth, the thing we live on, not the body of water.
Yet inside your own worldview, you said all flat things have edges and are circular. We're like, okay, well, how about a lake?
The flat things are all circular.
How about you said that?
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You said all flat objects are circular.
Who said that? Bro, you're
that.
putting words in my mouth now. Come on, man. Listen, I don't want to talk with you about nothing except I got two questions for you, real simple. Is there anything in this reality that we know of that is flat and doesn't have edges?
Yeah, we talking about like anything in this reality that's flat and doesn't have edges. You said the same thing. A lake would be flat and doesn't have edges.
So lake doesn't have edges.
You said that. Yeah, there's no edges.
What? Man, who am I talking with right here? Am I going crazy or some shit?
Okay, doesn't have edges. Crazy? Okay, so does a lake have edges? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, how about a river? Does a river have edges?
Yes.
Ocean. Does an ocean have edges?
Yes.
Okay, so then Earth, there's a part of Earth called California.
Man, don't bring up. Why are you bringing up California? You were going so good. Rivers, lakes, and oceans have edges. And where's the Earth's edge then? Crete, where's the Earth's edge?
California would be the edge.
Oh my God. Man, I know I'm tripping with this shit, man. This dude said California is the world's edge.
Yeah, anytime you see water touch Earth inside your worldview, that would be the edge. That would be Earth creating an edge.
Plain and truth, my man. You hear, bro? My man. Anybody else want to discuss this, man? I can't with Crit. Crit making me sound crazy out here, man. Professor, you hear, man? I know I ain't going crazy out here. Anybody?
Yeah, I'm here. I agree with you. I agree with you. The edge is California.
Man, hell wrong with you, boy. Hell, you think edge of Earth is California? Explain to me, what are you talking about, man?
Debunk me.
Oh, come on, man. You ain't talking right now. I know you guys on some bullshit right now. You guys on some bullshit, man. Talking about California is the edge of Earth. You crazy?
Here's a better question for you.
Yeah, I'm listening.
How would you fall off of a pond?
You wouldn't fall off of a pond.
Okie dokie then.
Maybe if there's, straits or something.
Okay, so we can't
Crap.
fall off the pond. There you go.
Yeah. And the level line is, where's the edge of the earth? If earth is flat, where are the edges of it?
I don't know where the edge of the pond is. Like the land? Yeah, I don't know where the end of that is. Do you?
Yeah, there is none.
Do I have to know where that is to know that the earth is flat?
Yeah.
No.
Why not?
False equivalence fallacy.
You know why? Because if something is flat, it has edges.
Yeah. Okay. So where's that at?
There is none. That's why Earth is not flat.
No, that's not that there is none. Not. It's just that nobody knows where it's at.
What do you mean? How do we not know where something is not? Haven't we traversed?
Because I don't know. Because I don't know how big the Earth is, and neither do you.
So you're saying humanity didn't discover all shorelines of all continents, like the generally. And I'm not talking about 2 kilometers over here, 2 kilometers over there. I'm talking
Japan
about
discovered 7,000 islands recently.
Okay, 7,000 islands we discovered. But where are they? Where are they, Professor?
In the ocean.
Where in the ocean? In which ocean?
You go find the article from Japan, and they'll tell you where they're at.
Does it matter where?
Yeah, because you guys are you guys are saying like we haven't discovered all of the oceans, and using the logic which we agreed on that you can circle around the Earth, we can conclude also that if the Earth is flat and you can make a circle on it, that we traversed around the Earth. Yeah, traversed around it. So you're saying if we did traverse
you talk yourself into a contradiction again.
Hold on. Let me finish this, Crit. Let me finish 10 more seconds, then you can talk, please.
You don't need
10 more
to finish
seconds.
it because you're in a contradiction.
Oh my God, Crit, let me talk, man. Come on, man.
Dude, you are just hold on. Okay, think about what you're going to say before you say it. If
I'm
the Earth is flat,
all of the time, man. Listen.
If the Earth is flat, you can draw a circle on it. You can't draw a circle if the Earth is not flat.
You can. But
Okay,
who said that? Who said that?
It's what you call a red herring. It doesn't matter.
I'm not talking.
You should be able to draw.
Oh
you
my
can draw
God,
a circle either way.
You're putting words in my mouth all of the time. Listen to me, man. What's wrong with you?
It's clarifying your own thoughts for you.
The issue is you said, if the Earth is a flat, you can draw a circle. If the Earth is anything, you can draw a circle on it.
Well, no. If Earth is a rectangle, you cannot draw a circle. Like, let's say we traverse from Australia to Africa. The example I gave you cannot draw a circle around those 3 continents on a rectangle. Yeah, because then you
just draw a circle, a circumnavigation. You do a circle navigation around those 2 spots.
Not around them, through them. Let's say you go. Yeah, I was.
You just would draw a circle going from point A to point B and going around back the other way.
But you cannot go. You know why? Because if it's on a rectangle, let's say Australia is right, Africa is in the middle, and South America is on the left. How are you gonna get from South America back to Australia without touching Africa on a rectangle Earth? How?
A rectangle Earth?
Yeah. But this guy is saying you can circle on any Earth. You can circle.
Yeah, so rectangles are flat, dude.
Yeah. That's what I'm telling you. But the critic saying I said you can draw a circle on any type of Earth. You can circle around the continents, around Earth, yeah, on any type of Earth. I didn't say that. But listen to what I'm saying right now. So we agreed that you can circle around the Earth. We know from let me finish. The point that I was saying is Australia, South Africa, or any part of Africa, Madagascar, I don't know, back to South America, and then again back to Australia, going the same route, yeah? The same
Listen,
cardinal
you're
direction.
confusing the map with reality, because the only way you think you know where these are due to a coordinate reference system that you prefer.
Okay, let's say I don't prefer any coordinate system. Let's say I take a plane or a boat, and I got a general
Then
direction.
how do you know where you are?
How do I know where I'm at? I'm using Google Maps.
Well, you're using coordinates.
Yeah, I'm using coordinates.
Because you're going to have to know where things are relative to other things if you're going to plot a course ahead of time before going there, right?
I'm using a compass, due west. I'm going due west from Australia.
You're using Google Maps.
No.
Okay.
I'm using Google Maps to know where I'm at, and I check it with my own eyes. Is this true where I'm at? And Google Maps says
All right, so you realize Google Maps was created on a coordinate reference system.
Oh man, Yoder, let me finish the goddamn point. It don't matter what I'm using, man.
Well,
I'm not using Google.
If you're using a coordinate reference system, it's arbitrary.
Okay, what about compass?
What about a compass? It's not a coordinate reference system. I mean, if you want to use a compass, go for it. How do you know which direction you're actually facing at every point of time?
Are you saying if I take a compass, I start from Australia, I put it on west, and I steer my boat on due west, and I keep it due west all of the time? Are you saying I won't hit Africa, and after that I won't hit South America, and after that
right? You're going to get confused, and I'll tell you why. You're going to get confused, and I'll tell you why. Because in some points of the Earth, the needle on your compass is going to point north, right where the sun is rising in the east.
What are you talking about? Have you heard what I asked you?
It's called magnetic declination. People who are sailing noticed that in some places on Earth, that the north bearing point on the compass was facing the sun.
Bro, have you heard what I asked you?
Are you hearing what I'm telling you? That the compass is probably not going to put you where you think you are.
Bro, okay, we're using a laser gyroscope, yeah? We're using
you're going to need an accelerometer too.
Huh?
Yeah, you'll need an accelerometer in addition to the gyroscope.
Okay, I'm using everything I need to use to plot my way due west. Are we agreeing that I will hit Africa from Australia and then South America, and then again I will hit Australia after South America by heading due west?
The true answer is no, because this is dependent on what west is and how west is defined. It's arbitrary. You got so many different wests, right? You got magnetic west. You've got map west. You've got west with respect to where Polaris is. You've got west with respect to where the sunrise on the equinox is. You got so many different wests.
Yoder,
don't agree with each other.
Okay. We cannot agree here either. Then, okay. Yoder, is there anything that's in our reality that is flat and doesn't have edges?
Anything that is flat without edges in reality?
Yeah, does anything exist like that?
My table.
Yeah, inside the
I would say
heliocentric.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, inside the heliocentric model, you've got the galaxy, the universe. It's supposedly flat with no edge.
Could you think about anything that's flat and doesn't have edges in our reality?
Yeah, how about your galaxy? We're saying
the Earth is flat. We're saying the Earth is flat. I'm saying
how about the solar system? Does the solar system have an edge?
The solar system, in which way is the solar system flat?
Off the bat, it sounds like a violation of Euclidean space. Say that.
Okay. So, if the Earth is flat, where are her edges, Yoder?
Irrelevant.
Huh?
Irrelevant. It's entirely irrelevant.
Why is it irrelevant? If something is flat, it needs to have an edge. Where are the Earth's edges?
Maybe so, but yeah, maybe so. Maybe there are edges. Still measures flat. Maybe there are no edges. Maybe this is a really mystical place. And while there are limitations to our existence due to the defined gas pressure we breathe, that the actual plane itself extends further beyond the upper limits of where gas is pressurized. And maybe it could extend infinitely for all I know. And our little piece of it is constrained. So who knows?
Okay. Okay, so all of our explorers, all of humans that traverse this globe daily in last, I don't know how many thousands of years, none of them have found the edges of the Earth.
I don't think so. Maybe they have. Maybe there are edges to discover. Maybe there are edges that can't be discovered due to physical
would that work?
limitations. Well, due to physical limitations. You don't have
So-
a airplane big enough or a boat strong enough.
To
Maybe
endure
the
what?
elements are too harsh.
To endure what? The elements where? Where are these unapproachable lands or seas?
Well, there's some very harsh
You cut out there.
conditions in Antarctica. There are harsh conditions. Yeah, Antarctica, like the highest land on Earth, you have a high risk of dying due to lack of oxygen. It gets super freaking cold, especially in the winter.
We flew over Antarctica north to south, and we circled around it thousands of times.
Only if you believe in the map, but maps aren't reality.
Have you heard me? We flew over Antarctica south to north, and
Maybe
we
so.
circled around.
Maybe
we cir-
Antarctica's not the end. Maybe it's an island on flat Earth.
Okay, but where do we go next? What do you propose? Where should humans go?
I
If
don't
say,
know.
I'm gonna
Earth
fight
measures
for
flat everywhere.
Yeah, no one's ever just kept going south, bro. No one's ever just continued to go south, right?
No
And
one's
if the
ever
Earth would
continued to
implode,
go
you'd come
south.
back to where you started. No one's ever done that we can validate. Okay, so you don't have an answer there, even on the globe side.
It
So
doesn't
you guys
matter.
don't believe in a South Pole, basically geographic South Pole. You guys don't believe in it.
A geographic one? Nah, not really. There's a map South Pole that you can call the geographic South Pole. We can go with that because I'm not afraid of the coordinate reference grid.
So what about people that claim they flew over Antarctica?
Have you examined their claims? Because we have, and we know that they actually haven't done it the way that you think that they have.
How did you examine it, and what did you conclude?
We looked at their own claims where they were not able to fly completely across the southern geographical pole, as stated.
And you determined that by how?
By looking at their own evidence.
What evidence?
The evidence of South Polar flights. Nobody's ever been able to produce the claim,
What
evidence for the claim.
What
that
evidence?
They've traversed Antarctica from south to north again over the South Geographic Pole on a globe. Never been substantiated.
I'm
once.
asking you, what evidence did you examine of theirs?
Oh gosh, well, I looked at actually satellite evidence first.
Satellite
and
evidence.
You know what I found?
You looked
Yeah,
at satellite
satellites
evidence.
that are doing polar orbits. Have you heard of polar orbits for satellites? I looked into this first before I get into the airplane.
You use the satellites.
Yeah, I looked at the evidence for polar orbits, and you know what kept happening? Due to the elements, the satellites kept losing their bearings. Why? Because they said that their sensors that help them determine whether they're upright or not fail to distinguish between the sky and the ground over Antarctica due to the extreme temperature differences and due to the lack of any landmarks that were distinguishable whatsoever.
Can somebody mute this guy that is hot mic?
So the satellites would actually go into a tumbling, is what they themselves claim. Their satellites start tumbling and have issues going over the poles because specifically over Antarctica, they cannot use their star trackers and they cannot use horizon indicators.
Okay.
Due to
so
the
you're
uniqueness
saying-
of Antarctica. And
yeah, so you're saying none of the equipment they took actually works, and that proves they didn't fly over the South Pole.
Well, no, it just proves that they have no evidence that of actually doing it.
Okay, so they don't have evidence they did it.
All right, so why should I automatically believe them? Am I
Because
allowed
a
to
lot
say
of
I don't
people-
believe them? Am I allowed to say
Because-
I don't believe them due to lack of evidence? Is that okay with you?
No, because if they flew over the South Pole, and we know where South Pole is, geographical South Pole, and they flew over it, why wouldn't you believe them? And they
Because
recorded
they
it.
can't substantiate it. Because in the case of satellites, their satellites would power down and tumble every time it would start to approach the point that is considered to be over the geographic South Pole on a globe. So they weren't able to collect reliable data about their location. They were unable to validate where they were.
So
Now look
you
at the
guys,
airplanes.
so Yoder, you're
Sorry,
saying
go ahead.
we don't have markings, physical markings on the South Pole. We don't know where it is actually.
I don't think they know where it actually is. No.
So you're saying all of these people that visited South Pole, geographical South Pole, didn't actually visit the South Pole.
No, I want them to substantiate that they actually did. And until they do, I don't have to accept that their claims are true because they're baseless until they substantiate it.
And they also just place a pole out there to take pictures with when they go to the North Pole. They don't actually go to the North Pole. They put a pole out there for you to take pictures with. They even tell you that.
Okay, so you guys are saying
Why don't we hit pause? I'll tell you what we're saying. We're saying that the evidence that you believe exists is not actually there because we checked.
Yeah, and you checked by, and I should trust that you checked on your own word.
Yeah, like we check a lot. This is the reason for us in this room right now on Discord, on the internet, on YouTube, on X, on Rumble. We're asking for people to provide the evidence. We're crowdsourcing globe evidence.
Okay.
We ask people every day to provide it, and so far it has come up empty, just like you're coming up empty now.
Okay, so you're saying humans still, but on a flat Earth, there is no geographical South Pole, am I right?
If it requires a globe, the answer is no. I mean, what do you want to consider the geographical South Pole? If it's going to be directly beneath a star, we can go with that, I guess, but it doesn't mean Earth is a globe.
Yeah, it doesn't mean Earth is a globe. I'm just saying on a flat Earth, are you guys saying there are geographical poles or not?
On a map, there are. Like the geographical poles are conceptions. They're conceptual locations.
They're conceptions.
Right. So those concepts can exist on a flat Earth. Absolutely. Got no problem with that.
Okay, so how would you map out the poles on a flat Earth? How would you put it?
I don't know. I might use a dual polar stereographic projection of the celestial sphere. I might try that one on a flat Earth.
Could you show me what that kind of looks like in SciChat? Do you have some?
I'm driving, but somebody wants to Google dual polar stereographic projection. I mean, you'll get one way to map this out. I can also give you a globe. The globe is a coordinate reference system for flat Earth.
Yeah. I understand.
Okay, real quick.
Okay, good.
But that means.
So can I? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I'll let you have your time to think, but can I just have a conversation with Lioness real quick? Is that fine?
Who?
The Lioness person, because they were saying something like pretty retarded in the chat that I need to address.
Well, yeah, if that's your take, I probably would say no. We're not going to go that route.
You want to hear? You can hear what they said for yourself.
You're angry, dude.
Yeah, getting triggered over what someone said is not a good showing and not something we're going to do.
Wait, how do you know I'm triggered?
Because just using some kind of word like retarded, it showcases that you don't want, unless you seek out retarded stuff. Is that what you do in life?
No.
Okay, so there we go. So now what my epistemology is, when I see something stupid, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to skip. Next, scroll. Just go to always trust your algorithm.
Yeah, but do you think that you can teach somebody? Yeah, but I'm just gonna ask.
No, because you're in a contradiction at that point. If you think somebody's being retarded, then you would have to say, hey, you would have to have special methods and practices to teach that person. You don't. You don't have that sort of special education level to teach somebody.
I mean, I do.
No, you don't.
You do have special education.
I mean, I would usually agree on a. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the context, but the context is like very easy to address.
Yeah, dude. All that's happening right now is you're being told no over and over again, and your brain.
Where's the contradiction, though? Where's the P and not P?
Yeah, your brain farting the word no.
That's not a contradiction.
Okay, we're not going to go.
I thought we were being informal, bro.
Yeah, we're looking at trying to figure out.
Yeah, we are. You can be informal and still use the laws of logic.
Dude, you're completely derailing the conversation.
How am I derailing? You said it was a contradiction. Where's the contradiction, asshole?
We're already talking about another topic.
Triggered.
You're triggered over something in text chat, and now you're derailing the voice chat.
Wait, how am I derailing? The person that was previously talking literally said I can speak. That's what we agreed upon.
Yeah, and
you said I was contradicting myself. Yeah, where's the contradiction, asshole? I'm still talking, asshole. Hey, I'm still talking. Where's the contradiction?
No, you're allowed to speak to present your case for having a conversation with Level Lioness, and then that was denied. So I don't know if we want to go back to the previous conversation or not.
Oh, let's go back. I mean, I'm happy he came back.
Yeah, me too, actually. I'm glad you're here.
Hopefully I didn't just...
I need some... Sorry, go ahead.
Did the gunslinger leave?
No, I didn't.
Gunslinger.
Oh, you're still
I gotta
here.
go. I gotta go grab some groceries. I'll be back in 30 minutes, I think, fellas.
Oh, man. Okay, I won't be here, so take care, and I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, Yoder, you take care too, man. I'll be waiting for you, man. We gotta get to the bottom of
flat.
this. Me and you, baby. Yeah, I'm gonna stay flat. DJ, I'm gonna stay flat.
Yeah, look for that edge. When you're out and about, look for edges. And watch out for
Yeah, I'm gonna go look for some edges, man. For sure. All right, peace out, fellas.
See ya.
All right.
I
Does
think
anyone else? Go ahead.
I was
man.
gonna just hot wash real quick. I think Gunslinger here might actually be turning a page a little bit. He came to troll. And he's finding out.
Oh yeah, big time. Like it's from the first day he came in here, where he thought all of us were just like some sort of gag. Like this is just like, it wasn't really flat Earth. We're just joking around. It's all for, He's like, damn, you guys really are flat earthers. Let me troll you for a little bit. Realized he couldn't troll the topic because he didn't know what it was, and then got upset, and then kind of left and came back, and now he's like, hey, let me try to figure out what this flat Earth thing is all about.
Yeah, I think the next take we need to have with him is to present some long distance observations again, some laser tests again, and keep it focused there, because I think we've established our case with him. And he's accepted our case. That doesn't mean he's accepted the argument, but he's accepted that we have a valid case and we're not trolling.
I just want to get a read from the room. Like, 10 of us believe it's flat, 5 of us don't. Why
does that matter?
Going
for a consensus.
I don't know.
So let's go down the list. The YouTube bots, I don't know what they believe because they don't have minds. 20 Cups is a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. Jesus Christ, obviously he's a flat earther. Kingsley, yes, flat earther. Marcus, unknown. Matrix, positive. Matthew, definitely not. Well, he's a hidden flat earther. He knows it's flat. Just won't admit it to himself. We got the Muses bot. We got currently a flat earther unless we play Goldberg or stuff. Relay Criterion, flat earther. Sham. I don't know what your status is, Sham. SpaceX.
I believe it's flat. I can't prove it, but I believe it's flat.
You can't prove it?
Not
Dude, why can't you prove it?
Maybe you're a much kinder audience that I used to have, but I don't know. I've been in Hangouts and people don't agree with you and your brand.
Yeah, but hold on. Those are two different things. Whether they don't agree with you, that's one thing. Whether you can prove it, that's another thing. Proof doesn't matter if they agree or not.
I worked with satellites a bit, and I know we got images that are basically black with different depths, and we got to color them.
We got images that are flat? What does that mean?
No. They were much smaller. There were images of the Middle East, and basically we were doing studies on the River Nile, and the images came fully black, and we had to, like they say, they said, what did they call it? Like adjust the data, which is literally we color them. So I know there's a lot of fake data given because we only have a black image with different depth, and the deepest black is the river. You get how editable that is. So I know that there's a lot of room for people to play with data.
Yeah. I mean, but pictures wouldn't prove anything unless those pictures are somehow like verifiable. Like I could show you a picture of like Santa Claus, right? There's lots of pictures of Santa Claus.
Yeah.
But how do we verify there's actually a Santa Claus?
I don't know, but I
and that's not just a guy in a Santa costume or whatever, right?
Yes.
Yeah, bro. Are you from China?
No, I'm not from China.
Oh, you think that's the Avatar?
That's from the movie Kill Bill. Ever seen it? I don't think you're old enough to watch it. I don't think Lime was old enough to watch Kill Bill without parental supervision. But anyway, the only way you can prove what the Earth is measurement. You got to measure it. You can't just fucking look at it. Looking at it isn't good enough. Like you wouldn't like take a house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Build it and take a photograph of it and go, look, man, this house is a square or a cube or something. That wouldn't prove the house is a cube. You'd have to go like take a tape measure and measure it, right? The house.
That'd be hard to do.
Well, that's the only way to prove what it is to measure it, right?
Yeah.
The photograph wouldn't do it.
Yes, you got that right. Perspectives.
Okay, so that's what we're concerned with. We're not concerned of people claiming the Earth looks like that or looks like this, because we could just say the same thing. Hey, I took a picture from the Bolivian salt flats and the Earth looked flat. I mean, so what? I mean, it doesn't matter. So what you can do is you can measure. The Earth is supposed to curve, basically, right? It's supposed to curve at roughly 8 inches per mile squared. So if the Earth isn't doing that, then it's not a ball. At least not a ball the size they say it is.
I mean, the model of the ball doesn't work with 7 heavens and 7 earths. It just doesn't work.
The model of the ball don't work at all anyway. works in people's minds, because that's the only place where it exists. It exists in the mind only. Doesn't exist out there in nature. That's really what we try to tell people is that, you can think that Earth's a ball, you can think it's whatever you want, but eventually you have to go out into nature, into the natural world, right? And demonstrate that, whatever that ball or shape is supposed to be, that's what it actually is out there, not on a piece of paper.
But if you think about it, that means Galileo was wrong, and he was the only one who was wrong. Like there existed a time where the majority believed it was flat.
Galileo thought comets were optical illusions.
Can you say that again?
Galileo thought that comets were optical illusions.
Okay, so he was
obviously wrong. He was wrong about a lot of things.
Interesting. I remember the beginning of a scientific thinking course.
Well, they tested a lot of some stuff he did, right? They tested like the rotation of the Earth, like at Galileo's time. The way we hear it now is like everybody just believed it, and they were like, "Oh my God, Galileo, you're so smart." But people at the time of his time didn't buy it, and they did things to prove him wrong. And they didn't prove him wrong. Like, you know what they did? They took like a cannon and they stuck it like in the back of a wagon, and they would shoot it straight up in the air. And a cannonball would land back into the freaking cannon. Now, if the Earth is spinning, how's that possible?
Good point.
So they like all sorts of these tests were done. This is back during Galileo's time. So the thing about the globe Earth thing is that like the only thing you'll hear about are the things that work. but there's lots of things that don't work, but you'll never hear about them. The only way you're going to hear about them is if you're in here, because you're going to hear them from us, right? The globe is like a used car. Oh, I want to buy a car. Well, here's a car. The engine's good. The tires are awesome, brand new tires. And the stereo's mint. What they don't tell you is the brakes are failing. The clutch is gone. There's a hole in the gas tank, right? They don't tell you all that stuff. They only tell you stuff that works. That's what the globe is like. They tell you the stuff that works, and the stuff that don't work, you don't even know it exists.
Yeah, at some point. But why do you think governments and like scientific institutions wouldn't admit that, or do you think they don't?
They don't know any, because they don't know. They don't know any better.
Wow.
Think of any scientist. Which one do you think, out of any scientist that you can think of, actually tested whether the Earth is a globe or not?
It's such
actually went out and did an experiment.
It's such a primitive idea. You wouldn't actually think of that every day, but I would point.
Okay, yes, you answered your own question. Why do they think this? Is because they think it's already been figured out and they don't need to test it.
Yeah. If you get your point.
Yeah, I don't need to test that. Somebody else figured it out. They'll say ships over the horizon, air dots, and these all the stuff from 2,000 years ago. But if you actually analyze what they're saying carefully, right? So ships over the horizon. Okay. What does that mean? Ship sails away. It disappears hull first, and then the mast, and then the top of the mast, and then it disappears because it went over the curve of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you actually analyze that a little closer, you'll find out that the horizon moves around. So one day you'll go out and it'll be 5 miles away. Another day you'll go out and it'll be 3 miles away. Another day you'll go out and be 30 miles away. So when you see the ship disappear and the horizon is not actually a fixed location, what's the ship disappearing behind? An optical illusion? An Earth that's changing in size? Because how can it be the curvature of the Earth if it's changing? Is the curve changing?
No. Someone told me that that's the projectile of your eye, and that light can bend, and that's why it happens. Like you see the curvature because of gravity, not because it exists.
No. I'm talking about the horizon. You know what horizon is?
Yeah. It's like the end of your sight.
Yeah, it's the end of your sight, but people think that's where the curve starts, the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, and that person was trying to explain that the curvature exists because you see.
That's not curvature of the Earth, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It can't be. And I told you why. Because it moves around.
Yes.
Okay, so if that's the curve of the Earth and it moves around, does the curve move around?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, okay, because the Earth would have to change size, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, so we know that's not possible. So that can't be it. It can't be the curve of the Earth. Because we can observe the horizon being 10 times too far. We can observe it being 10 times too close. Because the globe Earth model makes a prediction of where the horizon should be. It's 1.22 times the square root of the observer height in feet. So however many feet high you are, you take the square root of that, you multiply it times 1.22 in miles, and then you'll have the horizon distance, what it's supposed to be. But you'll never actually see it there. You'll see it everywhere but there. You'll see it 10 times farther away.
That's interesting.
I'll show you. I'll show you right now. I'll show you these oil rigs, right? So these oil rigs, they're 10 miles away from the camera. Just give me a second to pull it up.
Take your time.
Yeah.
I had a friend though. He made a statement that I don't find too extreme. I'm not sure what to believe at this point, but he told me.
So just hold that up for 1 second. Look in the side chat.
Yeah.
Okay. So this camera is 8 feet above the ocean water. Now the globe Earth says that the horizon from 8 feet should be like 6 kilometers away, something like that. 8 feet is like 1.6 meters. Okay,
that's not 6 kilometers. I think that's a bit.
Oh, these the furthest oil rig is like 16 kilometers away.
Mm-hmm.
The horizon should be 3.4 kilometers away. Now, if you look closely at this video, you can actually see land beyond the oil rigs. Okay, where the horizon is, that land is 30 miles away, which is about, I don't know, 48 kilometers or something. So the horizon is like nearly 48 kilometers away, but it's only supposed to be, not even 4 kilometers away. So why is the horizon so far away? That's where the curve of the Earth is supposed to start, like you were saying, right? This is what people think. But the horizon is not the curve of the Earth. Horizon is created visually by a small angle of view and the meteorological condition, whatever that is, depending how dusty, how much water vapor, how clear the air is, the humidity, the temperature, all these things they create the horizon, the combination of all these things.
Yeah, I see your point.
So I'm just saying is if you take an average scientist, right, and they think, oh, is the Earth the globe? They go, okay, ships over the horizon. They might see a video and they go, oh shit, yeah, that's the curve of the Earth. And they're just taking it at first glance, just saying, hey, it's curve of the Earth. I don't have to investigate any farther. I saw that video. I know the Earth's the globe. I saw that. But they never investigated whether the claim that the horizon is the curve in the first place, whether that's true. And it's not true. That's the thing. So that's just one example of why they don't investigate. I've talked to PhDs, and Matthew Lawrence, who's in here, he ain't a PhD, but he teaches at university. He's a professor. Yeah. So we talk to academics, scientists, you name it. We talk to people, and typically, invariably, and Matthew can confirm this, they don't actually know anything about. They don't know anything about this subject. They don't know anything.
I agree.
Go ahead. What was that, Matt?
That's true. I agree. They don't know much about the flat Earth or the globe Earth ideas. I did my own research, but most people don't.
Yeah, Matt is yeah, I'll give Matt credit. He's actually put some work in. He didn't just ChatGPT his way through this shit. So, credit for that.
I'm sorry, I was cut off. You said you talked to scientists and
yeah. Matthew Lawrence, he teaches at mathematics course at university.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
And
he's just confirming that most.
I teach. Yeah, I teach mathematics part-time at a local university. And I'm a Glober.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought physics and math people would figure it out first.
They could.
Yeah.
But like you said, most people just think, oh, it's an old idea. I don't need to investigate it.
Probably.
They just automatically believe it because they think everybody else believes it. And they think, well, if everybody believes it, then there must be a good reason to believe it. So I'm going to just believe it too. They never really thought about it at all.
I don't think this is up to democracy. Like, you should prove that shit.
I agree.
But I had a friend that he told me you would disrupt a lot in the system. And I asked him how so. And he said to agree that it's a flat earth, that means that, which I didn't know, I didn't understand why he made that connections. But he said that means that we're not revolving around the sun, and the planets will be revolving around the earth, and also discredits the moon landing. And he jumped from one point to another, and I did not understand why is that related. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, there's consequences to saying that the Earth is flat, because now it's not a sphere and it doesn't spin on its axis, and it's going around the sun, and the moon is in orbit around the sun. It changes the whole cosmology.
Yes, he referenced that before Galileo, it was not a heliocentric design. Actually, the Earth was the center of the design, and you have the sun on
Well, to be fair, hold on. To be fair, okay, you're talking about the West, okay, but you're not talking about the world. So the world did not think the Earth was a globe. So it started in Greece. So some Greeks thought the Earth was a globe, okay, and then as time progressed, some Persians and some Greeks thought the Earth was a globe, and then that kind of permeated through Europe. But the rest of the world thought the Earth was flat until the West, people from the West, went to their countries, and I'll be nice and say they introduced it. Though they introduced it with cannonballs and fucking gunpowder.
Yeah. Shared it.
It's one way of progress.
They painted up the cannonballs with globes and then shot it through their teepees or whatever.
It's interesting. I wish I understood more about that kind of science. But I know this. I'm a developer. I do a lot of coding, and I know that Google used to, much like airplane systems, they used to have a 2D system. So they didn't use any kind of I don't know. You can see a linear Earth, and they used to map their systems based on that. And I think
still do.
Matthew can correct me here, but this is just the difference between the Cartesian and the polar methods. There's equation to convert that globe kind of map into a flat map. There's no problem with that. It's another perspective as far as math concerned. Is that right?
Yeah, we know all that. We know that the map is just an arbitrary coordinate reference system. Doesn't mean anything. We choose Cartesian coordinates. Now, the Google Earth uses the web. It's called the Web Mercator. So it's a Mercator map, which makes the Earth like a cylinder. So Google Earth's a cylinder that's wrapped on a ball. Got it?
Yeah.
It's just the way it is, right? So you know this from video games, right? You could take any little 2D fucking image and wrap it on any wireframe 3D model that you want, right? You just project it and wrap it around there.
Exactly.
So it doesn't. Yeah, none of that crap. But people, we get a lot of is hey, dude, if I look at Flight Aware 24 and it shows a plane flight, the plane's path is curved, so the Earth has to be a ball. No, you're looking at a Mercator map, and if you put a straight line on that, it's going to appear curved. If it's traversing the coordinate system that they chose, this dual pole coordinate system, right? When you do that transformation, that geometric transformation, that's the way the line's going to look. And then I have to show them, right, a polar coordinate system, literally from pilots in the cockpit of an airplane, that shows that they're taking a straight line. Right? So in that projection, it's a straight line. You switch it to Mercator projection, it looks curved. But they think the plane is actually flying a curved line. They take that idea, right, that mathematical construct, and they reify it and think that that's what's happening in the real world. Right? As opposed to just having arbitrary coordinates assigned to places. Well, they're not arbitrary. They're based upon the celestial sphere. But, you know what I mean. That shit is not real. There is no objectively true map. There's only choices of coordinates. That's it. And you can place things relative to some other thing following some rule. and that's all you can really do.
But I'm sorry, can I like highlight a phrase you just said? There's objectively no true map?
No. This is called the map territory problem. You ever hear this?
No.
The map is not the territory. To make 100% accurate map, that map would be as big as the territory you're making the map of. Right?
Oh, you don't need a carbon copy.
What I'm just saying is it's got, like, no map can be absolutely true because you're going to pick and choose the things that are important to include in the map and things which need to be, you choose things that you have to throw away that can't be displayed on the map. So we'll take a map, right? And then like, now how you want to take it this way, for instance. Now, say I have 2 points on a map and we have topography like a mountain.
Yeah.
Now, how far away are those 2 points? Well, I could drive over the surface and drive up one side of the mountain and down the other. And if I was going to put that on a flat map, how am I going to show that distance? But then there's the crow's fly distance of how far away those points are as to how far the crow would fly. And then there's the distance to what it would look like if I was like taking a photograph of it. Okay? Projecting to a point. So you would have a central projection with parallel lines, or you could have a single, a 1 point observer perspective, like taking a photograph. And then how I make that map, like how I display those distances, is going to be different for each one, right? So you're arbitrarily choosing how you want to display the map based upon what you want to show. But none of those maps are wrong, and none of those maps are true. They're correct for their purpose, but they're not correct for all purposes. You understand?
Yeah. Like you can have a right map, but it's not as accurate. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're going to throw out, like, if you don't want to display the topography, like the actual ground distance, the surface area, right? If the ground is lumpy, you're going to have more surface area than if the ground is smooth. But my map, my piece of paper is smooth. Mm-hmm. So how am I going to show the ground distance, the actual surface area of the terrain, and how far you would actually have to travel if you walked or drove a car? Because you're going to walk according to the, say you have to go up and down hills. Be different if I was walking, like, say there's like I said, a mile between points and it's flat. That's just a mile. But if there's up and down hills, I might have to walk freaking 2 miles to move along that 1 mile, right? So we're choosing what we want to display. That's the point.
I see. And does it have to do anything with the moon landing?
Well, the moon landing is just bullshit. I don't even know what to say about that. Hold on, Ray. Should I bring it up? Should I bring up the fucking Greenpeace?
Yeah, I mean, get the lights out in the shadows. I mean, the only real relevance I
No, did you hear that earlier, Jedi?
No,
why they couldn't do the tapes anymore? The moon tapes. Why they had to tape over them and they lost all the moon tape? Oh, because they couldn't. Because to make the tapes, they had to hunt whales.
What the fuck?
Because the material, like some substance, came from whales to make the tapes. So they banned whaling.
Oh God!
So
okay.
the moon. So Greenpeace is the reason we don't have the evidence of the moon.
That's fucking brilliant. Oh wow!
And the thing is, I'm not joking. I'm actually being serious.
I know you know. I
can't wait to drop this on a normie, dude. I'm like, man, the moon landing's fucked up, man. Hey, they lost all those tapes and the evidence. It's fucking Greenpeace's fault, and they're gonna look at me like I'm crazy. Like, Greenpeace? What's Greenpeace got to do with the moon landing? Well, let me tell you something. Yeah. So they lost all the moon landing tapes. You know that, right?
The one that was
all the tapes.
I know there was a case that was advertised on TV
It's
where
3,600 boxes of tapes gone.
Oh, tapes. Okay.
Tapes. So like all the recordings, the evidence, the proof they went to the moon, the dog ate it.
Okay.
I'm dead serious. You can go read the NASA report on like what happened to the tapes. Oh, we just lost them. We taped over them. We did this. We did that. We threw them away. We lost them in the couch. The dog ate it.
It's all the stuff with all the computer readouts that are recorded, all of the telemetry data, right? All of this stuff that was recorded on tape. It's gone.
Magnetic tape.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's according to IBM, they're still considered the most lifelong or like long-lasting form of storage so far, and I don't.
Not if you can't find them.
Or tape over them.
Yeah, but I was done when I heard about the case, like the court case from I think it was the guy was from Texas and he was the congressman and he was killed and his wife and a lot of people in the case, and I was like, okay, this is enough evidence for me.
Oh, the NASA guy. I know what you're talking about. The one that was investigating Gus Grissom's murder.
Yeah, I think so. I can't remember the names.
Yeah,
but I know
that's what it is.
Yeah.
He was murdered for investigating a murder.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, the proof that they went to the moon, which would be the telemetry data, which shows you where the rocket actually went. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would prove the moon landings happened. They lost it. That's what they say. They lost it. They taped over it. They lost it. It's gone.
I remember we were invited to a conference once, and we were watching drones race or like having a challenge of who can. They were not drones. They were like RC cars, yeah, and they were challenged to run for 1 kilometer on the surface of the moon, and I was like, how come? Like, how can you get the RC cars there? And if you check the project with the font of a size 4, I guess, because you have to squint to see such font, it says that the space conditions and moon conditions are recreated on Antarctica. So this is all on Earth, but with the smallest font. With the biggest headline, 1 kilometer race on the moon. You see how deceiving that is?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's all propaganda and bullshit to keep the narrative alive and in people's minds.
But I get it. Like I get why they had to fake a moon landing. It was a space race between the Russian, Soviet Russia. You don't want to appear as like less. You want to be the more advanced country. I get that, and we did reap the benefits a lot. Like a lot of internet technologies came from that space project. I have to admit that because like
the internet came from DARPA. Didn't have nothing to do with space. Had to do with the Cold War and not wanting communications to have a single point of failure. But what you said about the United States, we got the documents, bro. So when NASA was formed, they said the classified documents on what their motivation for forming NASA are public information now. They said that they just wanted the rest of the world to think that we were technologically superior so that no one would attack us.
Mm-hmm.
Yoder, he's a flat earther. He's one of us. I don't know. It might be in my DMs. He might have sent them to me. But he's got the actual documents that show it. What they said at the time. They used to be classified. They're not anymore. They said that it's basically a psychological operation to project power and the idea of technological superiority so that no one will rise up against us as a competitor. Basically,
Hasn't President Trump moved that agenda along recently? Saying that NASA's like a spy and surveillance agency and a few other things.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But still, they have like I understand why this is happening. Like this, I consider this some kind of political scheme, right? But when it comes to flat Earth, like what do you benefit from it?
I'll tell you.
The lie. Like what do you benefit here?
Oh, what do you benefit about the lie? I don't know. There's lots of things, dude. Right.
Do you think if we knew, we would tell you? We'd be freaking in on the grift, dude. What are you talking about? Getting my money.
I don't know, man. I had a friend, and he was like the very same friend that was making the link with the moon landing and the Earth being in the center and stuff like that. He said the same bullshit is happening with genetics, and I told him how come, and he was like, the idea of us evolving from the apes and stuff like that. And I said, there's a lot of scientific papers written based on that. And he was like, yeah, I can write a paper opposing that, and I can find people to endorse it. That's no problem. But he told me, as a religious, or like he follows the Abrahamic faith. So he tells me the Abrahamic faith has a start. There is Adam, there's Eve, and this is how humanity started. So you have kind of an alternative story, a fake one. And still I asked him why, like who would benefit from that? And I'm not sure at this point. I believe him. I don't believe it started from the
Okay, I'll tell you, dude.
The idea of God.
Yeah, so your friend, assuming it was a friend,
he is.
Well, listen, he has a point, right? So the current cosmology, they have a creation story, right? How reality was created. Does the Bible? Yes. Right?
Still there?
They say the Big Bang created everything. They have a story how man was created. The Bible says God formed Adam out of the dust of the earth, and their creation story is man arose by evolution from a black fucking goo slime pond that got struck by lightning or some shit.
I'm sorry. I was cut off. You said your friend, and I said he means well. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
No, what I said was
the majority of what you said, though.
Yeah, so I'll start from the beginning. They have a creation story in the modern so-called science. The Big Bang.
Yeah.
That created the universe, just like in the Bible, God created the universe. In the beginning, the words God said, "Let there be light." Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Okay, right? So,
yeah,
they have a creation story. The science have a creation of man story, how man was created. Yeah, we evolved from apes, right? And in the Bible creation story, God created man out of the dust of the earth, right? So they both got that.
Okay.
Okay, so the claims of the Bible, can you figure them out yourself, or do you have to rely on priests and prophets? Yeah, right. You get like in the Bible is prophets that tell you the word of God, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who tells you the Earth is a globe? Can you do that yourself, or do you got to rely on other people?
Mostly.
You got to rely on astronauts.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that claim they've seen the Earth as a globe, right? Everybody else is just believing on them. So it's the same thing, right? There's these special people, they have the special knowledge, you don't, and you can't get it. It's the same thing. It's all the same, right? And as far as like why would people want you to believe that nonsense, is you got to think of where it leads to. It leads to freaking nihilism and solipsism, that life has no meaning and that you're a small speck of dust on an infinite uncaring universe, right? And on top of that, you have to believe this other thing, which is particularly insidious. And I harp on this a lot because I think it's very fucking important, that you have to believe your entire experience of reality is an illusion. So when you go to the ocean and you observe the Earth to be flat, that's an illusion. It's actually a giant fucking ball. And you can't see the giant ball. You only see something flat. But that's not the way reality really is. It's some other way. So you can't rely on your eyes to determine where you are. And then they say the Earth is spinning. The sun's not moving. You're moving. The stars aren't moving, you're moving. The moon's not moving, you're moving. So now reality is exactly the opposite of what you see.
Exactly.
So you can't trust that either. So what do you trust? That you can't trust yourself and trust your senses. So you get the drift. So let me tell you something that happened for real 2 days ago. Kid came in here. He said, give me a credible source that the earth is flat. I said, you. He said, no. What do you mean me? I said, oh, well, if you go to the ocean looks flat, right? He said, yeah. I said, okay, yeah, you're your credible source. He was like, no, I'm not a credible source. He literally just started throwing his own self under the bus so that I could give him some other person to tell him what reality was. That he couldn't rely on himself to figure out what it was. That he needed to go, hey, I don't know anything. I need some fucking someone smarter than me to tell me what everything's about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's the purpose, is to freaking basically turn you into a mental fucking slave.
Interesting. I mean, my friend got there in a different route, but he got to the kind of the same conclusion. He was like, they're creating, and I'm not sure who are they, but he said they're creating systems that are fully fake, and you get lost in them, and you're very far from reality.
They're telling you reality's fake. I mean, people say to us, well, you guys think gravity's fake? They're literally saying the reality's fake. I go to the ocean. I go to any ocean or large body of water go to. It's flat on its surface. It looks flat. It's measured as flat. It's used as flat. But all that is fake. That it's actually a big ball. Why? Because some fucking special astronaut said they saw the Earth as a ball when they got on a giant fucking Roman candle and flew really high in the air. And then, trust me, bro, I saw a big ball. Or I can just rely on myself and go, well, I didn't see a big ball. I have no reason to fucking trust your bullshit. You're a fucking government agent. You're in the military, sworn to whatever they want to swear you to. And no, I don't have to believe that bullshit story.
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
So that's what people get confused, as if they're being forced to believe that the Earth is a globe, and people say, "Oh, who's hiding the flat Earth?" It's not being hidden; it's right out there in front of your face. You choose individually to go, "I don't believe. I want to believe something else." Someone said the Earth is a globe. I see it flat. I don't care about that. I want to believe what this person said. Instead, they choose that. Maybe they chose it when they were a little kid, when they were 5 years old in kindergarten. They chose it then, and they never revisited the idea. But at some point in time, they chose it. They chose to believe that because they sure as hell weren't shown any evidence that it's true. No one showed you evidence in kindergarten the Earth is a globe. No one showed you in first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, whatever grade. Nobody showed you anything.
Yeah, I mean, if you're taking that perspective, they feed the other, like the global idea is fed through movies, through schools, through everything.
It's everywhere. It is everywhere.
That's the default, yeah.
So let me tell you this: when I first realized the Earth was flat, that was literally the first thing I noticed. Is to how much globe, astronaut, space, imagery, propaganda, stories, how much it was surrounding me. It's everywhere. It's like you can't get away from it no matter where you go. You turn the TV channel, go on the internet, read a book, go in the bookstore. It's everywhere. You're completely surrounded by it. And I never realized it before. It's like think about it like this. Say you're in a secular country, and then you go to a foreign country that's like really hardcore into some religion. And like they have say they're Buddhist or something, and everywhere you go there's fucking little Buddhas everywhere, and mandalas and fucking prayer bowls and all the stuff that goes with that religion, and it's everywhere, surrounding you everywhere. Of course you're going to notice because you're from another country. You're not used to seeing that. So I'm from America. I'm used to seeing like globe stuff and all that all around me, and I never noticed until I realized all that was nonsense. And then I'm like, oh my God, I'm underwater in this stuff.
It's like in
bro,
that movie. They
I walk
Live,
by
when
a
old mate puts
van.
the glasses on.
Yeah, exactly, Matrix. Exactly. It's like freaking They Live, man. And like, I go by like a place, it's a plumbing store, and it's like Global Plumbing. What the fuck does plumbing have to do with a globe?
I don't know.
You see what I'm saying? It's like people use it in advertising because they think, oh my God, people. Well, I know what we can do. I want people to think that we're modern and high tech. So we'll throw a globe on the side of the van. We'll call ourselves Global Plumbing, and people will fucking call off the hook, dude. It's like advertising.
But it's synonymous. Like they can call themselves international and will give the same idea. They don't have to use the globe.
They can call themselves quantum too. They could call quantum plumbing, right?
You'd be surprised people do that.
Yeah, I know. I know. That's why I brought it up. So they could call it scientific plumbing, right? They could call it any number of stupid shit that's like that's in modern society.
Mm-hmm.
Evolutionary plumbing. That would be cool. How about dino plumbing? Plumbing dinosaurs. Freaking.
Everything has an AI tag these days.
It's never referred to as Earth either. It's always referred to as a globe.
Yeah. Not Earth warming, global warming. Around the globe. The global community.
Global warming, yes. I did not realize that.
It's the global village about 10, 15 years ago.
Dang.
Everything's branding these days, right? They want to sell it to you. It will sound cool. Might even sound in these instances with scientific, like it's comes from some type of authority, because they can slap words around it. Even with like the letter I, these days we get sold a lot of things, right? We get sold this dream, but yeah, the propaganda tools everywhere.
True. I used to believe in scientific papers, but I know that they're not all accurate. Like
they contradict each other and have different ideas.
Exactly. You can easily find papers that are canceling each other.
I mean, modern science is in crisis. I think everybody knows that. It's falling apart. The wheels are coming off that wagon.
I think people who got to like go through further studies realize that, but mostly, like the most people would believe modern science still. Like they don't know how much, like how credible the papers are or not. They think this is a product.
Well, hey, let me tell you, what was the last great actual scientific achievement? An actual one. The last great scientific discovery. When was that?
It's very specific though, because I used to check the history of Nobel Prize for Science specifically, and there's stuff like.
I mean, like fundamental shit, dude. Like fundamental physics.
No, nothing that big. I think you go back to Einstein being like discovering the photons and proving radiation.
Well, think about this: is that science kind of got solidified, like frozen, in between like 1908 and 1928. Like all the ideas, quantum physics, relativity, special relativity, all these ideas, they come from that, like a time period. That time period. And since that time period, and they came up with those ideas, there's been almost no actual progress in fundamental physics. Now they've added freaking bells and whistles to the standard model, and bullshit that no one cares about. But they don't know which is the standard model is probably fucking wrong, and I could go into why it's wrong. The standard model of particle physics is because there's a value that from which all that is calculated, and that value is unknown and not actually correct. And they actually cheated to even have a value. It's called the G. It's called the G factor, and it's based upon what's called Larimar precession. Larimar is a guy, so the guy detected that. Just like the precession, they say of the Earth, right? That the Earth wobbles. They say that electrons wobble, and this is kind of how nuclear magnetic resonance imaging works. So, based upon this wobble, it has a certain energy, and if that energy has one value, then that for the standard model to be correct, this has to have a certain value within some range. And the thing is, they know this, and they've been fudging that value for fucking 60, 70 years. It's a very hard value to calculate. So what's happened is they did the test to find the value. And then that test revealed that their calculation and that value did not match. So because it's like a 12-order polynomial equation, and this is pre-computers, then they have to calculate. So they calculate another polynomial, and then they have another value. Then they do the experiment, and that's wrong. Well, first it's right, and then it's wrong. It's very funny. But the thing is, there's a guy named Freeman Dyson. He was a famous physicist at Princeton. He was so aggravated by what they were doing in physics is that he quit. He quit physics and went to be an astronomer. Okay. So it was highly controversial at the time, but it's something that's forgotten about now. Things like neutrinos, like all sorts of shit that are wrong. But the point is that the fundamental physics, it hasn't progressed any. We're still stuck in ideas from the 20s. 100 years ago, we're stuck in those. And are we going to sit here and say, oh yeah, because they're right? Do you think they're going to still say they're right in 500 years? Like 500 years from now, they're like, oh yeah, 20th century, they fucking figured it all out, man. What a good century.
No,
they're not going to say that. They're going to say those dudes were fucking retards. Just like we say people are retards from 500 years before us, right? You got to think, dude, that everything you think you know is true right now is probably wrong.
But I believe that like some of the Middle Ages were they had some decent discoveries. If you go back to Plato, Aristotle, they had a functioning model.
What? Functioning model of what? What did Plato and Aristotle have a model of? They were philosophers. If you're talking about a globe model, that was Eratosthenes, and they used something called epicycles. Or not Eratosthenes, Ptolemy. But that's not important. Just because you have a working model, we just talked about this, reifying the mathematics and saying the mathematics is real. That's a reification fallacy. And yeah, that's no-go.
Yeah. I actually heard the same argument about the theory of relativity, because it works at some point and other points it doesn't. And that doesn't work mostly in like science. That's not how it should go. But you seem to be like, you know more about the topic. And I have a final question. I watched the documentary on Netflix that tried to prove it was flat. You remember that? Okay.
Yes, we're well aware of it.
Why didn't it work? That magnet they got at the end, or I can't remember what kind of device.
The fiber optic gyro.
Okay.
Is that what you're talking about? There was two things. There was Jeranism, and he did. There's supposed to be a laser test. The laser melted. So they used the flashlight because they had like 100 people there. They didn't want to just fucking do it for no reason. They didn't want the people to just completely waste their time. They're like, fuck it, we'll try it with a flashlight. And obviously it didn't work with a flashlight. And couldn't have worked, and probably wouldn't even have worked with a laser because it's too hard to actually accurately line up the holes. Think of how hard that is to line up holes that are like 1.6 kilometers apart, that are 8 inches around.
As long as the divergence rate of the light beam wasn't too big, they should have been able to do it with a laser, as long as it was strong enough to go that far.
Yeah.
Like if it was only a pissy little laser, then you just go, yeah, nah. But if it was one of those high-powered bastards that they're using to go across lakes and shit like that...
Maybe. I mean, maybe, but, you know...
And the gyro didn't work because...
well, first of all, Bob, the person in that place, he never did the test. He never actually owned a gyro. It was other people. And the results he said they got are not what they got. He was misinformed. So that gyro was owned by a person named Rick Zimmerman. His name on YouTube was Seventh Day Truth Seeker. They nuked his channel during COVID because he spoke up against that shit. So they nuked his channel. So he's the person that actually owned it. It was a fiber optic gyro, cost about $7,000. And they never measured 15 degrees per hour, and they couldn't have done that because you would have to be at a pole to actually measure that. And I don't think he was at the North or South Pole. So the Netflix people that made that admitted that because there was flat earthers on there teaching their kids to be flat earthers, they felt a moral duty to basically turn it into a fucking hit piece.
Interesting. But doesn't the flat Earth model assume there's only one pole? Like if you have the North Pole, you don't have the South Pole.
There's no flat Earth model.
Yeah, there's no flat Earth, and the pole thing is just a reification, dude. You can freaking take New York City and say this is the North Pole and create a whole coordinate system based upon that.
Okay.
The pole is not the Earth. The pole is the stars. Understand?
Not really, but let me ask you this.
Okay, well, what's it? How would you know you're at the North Pole?
With a compass.
Let's say you're lost, you don't know where you are, and you want to go to the North Pole. How do you know when you got there?
Wouldn't you test that with a compass?
No. It's not the same
come
thing.
on, there's a red and white candy cane in the middle of it. You know exactly when you're there.
Yeah, when you find Santa's workshop. Fucking jackpot.
The altitude of the sun doesn't change.
We're looking to get to the North Pole. There's a star called the Pole Star. Do you think that when we get to the North Pole, we'll know that we're there when we look up and Polaris is above our head?
Okay, so the South Pole doesn't mean that we are on the, like, a line on the other side. It just means that we are on a star.
Under some different stars. Yeah, we're just under some different stars, dude.
Interesting. I did not see it that way.
Here, I got something for Santa's little workshop.
Yeah. Thanks.
Hey, Matrix, look at the chat.
All of that. I mean, it's a lot clearer now.
Very nice.
I had AI make this.
Santa must have delivered that to the wrong house.
New gun manufacturer, Santa's workshop.
You'd have to name the gun Santa's Little Helper.
You got it.
All right. I think I should bounce. But
Okay, so listen, hey, just to tell you, this isn't our main server. This is kind of like a road trip thing we do. So our main server is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The invite is discord.gg/Flat Earth. We have information channels there in alphabetical order, A through Z. Everything you could possibly imagine to think of has been covered there, right? So in the information channels, they're not chat channels. They're just information channels. So you can basically, they have videos to peer-reviewed sources. They have videos to academics. They have all sorts of shit, dude. Like, you have to see it.
Yeah,
They cover every possible aspect of this topic and then some.
That'd be really cool. Flat Earth is just written Flat Earth? Is it?
Yeah, one word. Yeah, one word. Discord.gg/Flat Earth.
No capitals.
No capitals, no.
Okay.
Also, if you go into Discover, like server discovery, and type in Flat Earth, you'll get it. It's the one with the most people on it.
I found it.
Yeah, cool. Awesome.
Perfect. I'm gonna check that out later.
All right. Good talking to you.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks a lot, man. Jedi too. Right.
See you around, buddy.
See you around.
We need more people like him.
Yeah, it was a good lad. Good questions. He's obviously been across the subject before and been speaking to his mate about it and whatnot, so I've obviously come in a little bit far into the conversation. But yeah, it seemed like a good
Yeah,
lad.
it's pretty much the same. Going over the same type of stuff. The someone I met thing. Someone I know.
Yeah.
When he first said that, Indio, that it was one of his friends, I just got this image of you lowering your head down so you could see over the top of your glasses, as if to say, yeah, right. And the reason I say that is I did the exact same thing myself. I was looking at one screen, like looking through my glasses, reading the text, and then I heard that and I just looked at the other screen, tilted my head down, and it's like, yeah, nah, this is for you. Oh, shit. He might be legit. He didn't lose his shit, so that's a good start.
I think about what's next. What's he going to say next? You know, which way is this going to go?
But you can tell the difference between the ones that are honest about it and that are sensible about it. Like, look at him. He was asking all sorts of random weird shit. It's not like he wasn't asking stuff that we've never heard before. He was asking all the usual weird stuff, and he was cool, calm, and collected the whole way through. Whereas others will ask weird stuff, and you can hear them giggling in the background and carrying on like idiots. And when they don't get the answer that they like, they have a flip out. He was pretty chill.
Yeah, I think he's listened to us before or something. I highly doubt it if he just came up with that out of nowhere. That it was organic. I don't really think so.
Did anyone see the Antarctic experiment? Maybe.
That's new. What's the Antarctic experiment? What was the hypothesis?
Well, it's 2024, I think. That the sun doesn't go down in Antarctica.
What was the experiment? What was the experiment?
So they just left a camera running in Antarctica for 24 hours and tracked the sun's movements.
Yeah, but that's not an experiment. That means if I leave my camera outside, I'm now a scientist.
That could be an experiment.
I guess my security cameras are experiments.
Yeah, so cameras are not experiments. When you have a camera and you take a picture, that's not an experiment. I'm just clarifying so you understand the difference.
In a court of law, do they use video evidence? Like, for example, from security cameras?
So, what was the hypothesis that you needed a camera? What was it? What was the experiment that you captured on camera?
It wasn't my experiment, bro. I wasn't there. But it
Yeah,
looked
I
like
wasn't there either. Didn't sound like an experiment. It sounded like they went to go look at a sun.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I see. I didn't have to go to Antarctica to see the sun. Got one over my house right now.
Mm, you understand what the experiment entails? Like, have you heard of it?
Yeah. So what it is if you see the sun, the Earth is a ball. But when they were there, they measured the Earth being flat because they were taking angles to the sun, and you can only do that from a flat surface. So they took angles to the sun in Antarctica. So that means they were standing on a flat surface. So seeing a sun doesn't make the curve ground. It's like now we see the sun, now the ground is curving and we can't take angles anymore. And that's not what happened. They saw the sun, they took angles to it, and that means they're standing on flat ground.
But why would the sun not go below the horizon?
Nobody knows anything about the sun on both sides.
What's your theory?
The Earth is flat and stationary, and whatever happens above me, I can't do anything about.
Mm. Do you believe in any other conspiracies or just flat Earth?
Oh, yeah, flat Earth isn't a conspiracy. It's measured flat. So definitely not a conspiracy.
Yeah, the globe's a conspiracy.
Globe's a conspiracy. No, I don't believe in the globe.
So you don't think there's anything else like flat Earth that people misjudge things or been lied about?
You really can't lie about flat Earth because you can't hide it. You can't hide it.
You'd think it would be mentioned in the Bible. You know what I mean? Then we wouldn't have to ask questions.
I'm pretty sure the Bible wasn't written by physicists.
How many physicists believe in flat Earth?
Greater than one.
Who is it?
Well, I studied physics. That makes me a physicist. And I believe it. So I'm sure there are other people who studied physics and still believe it as well. But if your job depends on believing in a globe, I would do that too. Because people don't want to starve and they don't want to be homeless.
Right. Your job doesn't include the Earth being a globe. Then?
Yeah, very few jobs actually do.
Which jobs even do?
Mostly those in the astrophysics world. They have to still believe it's a globe.
Oh, don't snipers have to take into consideration the curvature of the Earth and its really long shots over a mile? Or is that bullshit?
That's bullshit because the Iowa class battleships have accurately targeted other ships at over 20 miles. And that's far excessive of the range of any kind of sniper.
But how do we know they haven't taken curvature into consideration with such a long shot?
Because the computers they used were analog back then and very primitive. Because if you had to do the calculations by hand, if you were a good mathematician, it would take you about 30 minutes to do a calculation like that. We don't have 30 minutes in the time of battle to do those kind of calculations. You wait 30 minutes, that ship is going to be, another 10 nautical miles away.
Yeah. What if some scientists got the calculations incorrect and the curvature is actually over 100 or 1,000 miles or something? Like they've just got the Earth's dimensions super wrong or something.
And that should be obvious then.
I don't know what it.
Yeah, it should be obvious to be seen. Especially the way we travel by airplane, that would be very obvious that something's wrong.
Well, I had a discussion on here the other day about composites, but someone believes that they got a camera out far enough to take a picture of the globe. What's your opinion on that?
The problem with taking pictures of objects at a distance, the worst possible shape to take a picture of is a sphere.
Why is that?
Because the light doesn't reflect off a sphere over its entire surface towards the camera. Only a certain portion of it does.
Do you believe that we could put a camera far out enough to get a picture of the whole Earth?
No, that's not physically possible. Even as high as the ISS, that blackness they show you, that's just parts of the Earth that is not directing light back to the camera.
ISS shots are quite interesting though, but it does just look like a wide-angle lens.
Yeah, they typically do because I've seen a couple of the recent ones been posted on X, and they use 14 millimeter and 15 millimeter camera lenses, which are wide angle.
Why not just put a regular? So that's the reason they won't put a regular ass camera out there.
Well, because it's difficult to take good quality photographs using subpar kind of equipment. You need to use high quality equipment, and then they do time lapses now. They don't record video, and they're doing like quarter-second exposures to make sure enough light hit the camera, and that's why they have to use the wide angle lens. Because if you use a more narrow angle lens, you get more trailing, right? Because if I do that with my camera, if I put my camera at its widest angle and I take a 15-second exposure of the sky, I get a nice clear picture of the stars and everything. But if I zoom in even to say like 100 millimeters and then take the exact same photograph, you'll see star trails start to appear.
Huh.
And as you zoom in more, your aperture closes, and so you need to do longer exposures. So, like as soon as I heard that these guys are doing like 15 millimeter lenses and quarter-second exposures, I went, okay, I understand what they're doing now.
Yeah, just think about it for a second. That it's not that the ball could have just been so much bigger, because once you make the ball bigger, all of the known land masses just get compressed together into a flat spot, or what equates to a flat spot on that giant ball. We're not claiming to know the shape of the whole universe or world, but it destroys the globe belief if it doesn't have the right curvature, because the curvature is the basis for the entire cosmic ladder. So, like, all of our ideas about how the cosmos works is based on the foundation of Earth curve.
Yeah, even the distance to the sun is based upon the size of Venus. But we have no idea what the size of Venus is. They had to guess.
Yeah, they guessed it was the size of Earth, and then they changed that a little bit afterwards. But it's essentially just a guess.
You think Jupiter is an equally best guess?
Yeah, well,
They're all
all of
guesses.
all of the cosmology is based on assuming the Earth is a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles, and so from there you get a radial spreading out, where you imagine all of the stars being further and further and further away, and then you put that into the heliocentric model. You imagine the sizes of all that based on you imagining the original assumption of the Earth being curved, being the base size for parts of the solar system to make comparisons to the things you see in the sky. So it's all based on this chain of assumptions. And if you just check the first rung of the ladder, the Earth curve, and the Earth doesn't curve correctly, then the whole idea just collapses.
Why do you think more people don't have an open mind towards this topic?
Programming from childhood, lack of actual exposure to alternative ideas, and so it becomes a really ingrained belief that's tied into their self-image and ego, and so it's really hard to confront that without going through cognitive dissonance, because you have been entrained with cognitive ease your entire life concerning the globe. You look at a flat horizon and you imagine it's curved. You look into the sky, you imagine this whole idea of Spaceballs. Like, you don't experience it, but you're constantly applying it because of your imaginations and what you've been exposed to as a child in entertainment and in the news. So it's just programming. Yeah, it's kind of like you can get someone hypnotized to not see something or see something completely different, and that's just through enough belief. And so what the globe belief system is it's just a belief system. It's been installed since you were young. It's reinforced throughout your entire life. So that's why we get people who claim they see the Earth curve from sea level or from a mountain or whatever, and they might have seen that, because the mind can edit what you see if your belief is strong enough. That's one of the reasons why we try to challenge our beliefs, to try to stop being blinded by your belief and ignoring what's actually in front of your eyes, what's actually measurable.
Right. I'm going to cut up this video and get your guys' opinion. One sec.
You can kind of think of it like this: if you were raised in a Scientology compound and you never got to meet anyone outside of the compound, then you're just gonna believe what they tell you to believe because they're your authority. They all believe it as well, but that doesn't mean it's true.
Send it in the chat. It's a video at the coast. I live by a coastline. I was just out there taking a video and I noticed a boat. That's a boat as far as my camera can zoom. My camera is like on the video mode, it's got like a full zoom or something.
That's interesting.
So it doesn't zoom that far.
Yeah, we would need to see the height and get the distance to the boat to get any meaningful information out of that. But it's interesting.
It's a little above sea level, maybe a meter or two. There's a lighthouse right by it.
Yeah, what I recommend doing if you see something like this outside when you're walking around and you see a boat like this and you take a video of it, right after you're done taking the video, go on Marine Tracker and look in your area. You should be able to identify that boat with a Marine Tracker, and then take a screenshot of that, and then you can go into Google Earth and you can figure out how far your distance is.
Okay. Yeah, I never thought of that.
The big problem is the globe actually doesn't account for optics and how you look at the world to reify the globe into existence. And so when you try to combine both globe geometry and optics, the whole thing breaks and you don't end up with what we see. And so I'm working on writing a paper right now actually concerning this because this is a big issue in the field of optics that needs to be fixed.
Which part?
It's we grandfathered in the assumption that the horizon was a geometric sphere edge, whereas we can create all of the assumed effects of which are pointed at and claimed, well, that's Earth curve, using optics and the how light travels in the medium. And so I'm sorry, Yoder, I can't raise the volume. If their ad hoc assumptions to try to salvage the globe model were true, they would have measurable effects, and we could test for those effects. And we've gone through that multiple times. That's one of the reasons why Flat Earthers exists, because we test these assumptions. Because we have modern technology, we can do much more things now than what the current globers appeal to. They appeal to like half-naked Greeks and their assumptions, like not actually testing the ground, but rather like, well, I look at shadows and I assume a bunch of things, and I use circular reasoning, or I look at shadows or what I assume are shadows on the moon, and I assume that's Earth's casting that shadow, and then more circular reasoning, and they look at the horizon, and I can see the horizon is this far away because of this landmark. So I'm going to say that this is Earth curve, but we can use known optical effects, known physics that we can test and verify, and we have, to actually explain away all of the phenomena concerning this, decoupling the horizon completely from the globe. And so once you try to add the globe onto the actual effects that we know are there, then whole of reality just gets destroyed. It essentially is the issue is born because the ancient Greeks looked at the sky, and there was this secret cult that had the belief that
you're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.